Chapter 81. The Most Dangerous Chihuahua. That symbolizes fame, fortune and dreams. It is divided into the first and second half. People from all over the world regard it as a terrible sea area like a cemetery, but the real terrible place is actually the New World in the second half. New World, the sea area known as the strongest. The so-called strongest is not only because it is the sea area where the last stop is located, but also because it is full of all kinds of strongest. With the strongest title are all the big figures in this sea area, and even the emperor who dominates this sea area. 4 pirate emperors, as well as many kings of the dark world, have their bases in this sea area. With so many big men, the New World is certainly the strongest sea, but this cake has been almost divided up long ago, and even the navy is powerless. Only the 5th and 1st branch can stabilize in the New World. However, these navies have nothing to do with those pirates at all. Straight to the point. When the coated sailboat emerged from the sea and the bubble film was broken, the Roland fleet finally arrived in the New World. The magnetic field here is so messy. The sailboat was moored on the sea. Nami's nose seemed to smell some unpleasant smell. Lume couldn't help frowning slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Just like we just entered the Great Route, the magnetic field here is too chaotic. The weather is fickle, we must get out of this sea quickly." The record pointer of the New World is still there, saving magnetism. Karina took out the special record pointer purchased on Fishman Island, looked at the 3 3-pointers inside, pondered for a while, and then dug it out from the bag next to it. An eternal pointer, handed it to Nami and said, "We instead of moving forward one stop at a time, just follow the eternal pointer above to go to this island." Understood. Nami took the eternal pointer, glanced at the letters under the wooden frame, and said in surprise, "Dressrosa, what country is this?" "A country ruled by legitimate pirates." Karina put one hand on her hips and said with a smile, "Hee, the ruler of this country is a member of the King's Chihuahua, and he is also known as the most dangerous guy." The most dangerous Shichibukai. Nami was taken aback by Karina's words, and she said with a somewhat frightened face, "Then why do we still go there? Aren't you afraid that the king there will inform the world government and the navy?" "Idiot, do you think this is the first half of the Great Route?" Karina rolled her eyes, sighed helplessly, and said, "Little thief cat, you can no longer use the thinking of the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Route to enter the New World. This is the strongest sea, and it belongs to the pirates. Hell and heaven are great seas where only the strong can survive. The base camp of the pirate emperor and the revolutionary army is here. Unless the Tianlong people are killed by a certain force, let alone the navy, not even the government can do anything here. If 1 to 29 of the Chambord Islands are the no-go zone, then the entire sea in the New World is no-go zone." Karina looked at the stunned Nami and said, "So even if the ruler there tells the world government about Lauren's trace, the navy cannot and will not dare to send troops here, because this will attract the attention of all the forces in the New World. Maybe they were attacked by some lawless super rookie who led his own pirate group before they came." "Is this the New World?" Nami said with a shocked expression. Karina patted Nami's shoulder and said with a smile, "So, as long as you don't go to the 1st and 5th branch bases in the New World, you can go anywhere else." "So it is." Nami Weiwei immediately asked, "Then what are we going to do in Dressrosa Kingdom? Do you have any ideas, Fox?" Although she was very unconvinced, Nami had to admit that she was far inferior to Karina in terms of collection, adaptability, psychology and quality. This woman not only won Lauren's trust, but also Robin's approval. Although Robin's intelligence gathering ability is a little better than Karina's, the content of the knowledge base is also better than Karina's. Much richer, but she both relies on her own fruit ability and her own origin. Apart from these 2 things, she is at most strong in archaeology, and the rest are completely destroyed by Karina. Not to mention Perona, if it wasn't for Karina's fault, she would still be an older child. Karina is the vice captain of the fleet, the undisputed second in command. If you want to take this responsibility, Karina will also work hard to arm herself and make herself better. Nami is very clear that every step of this vixen has her own ideas. Therefore, she was very curious about why Karina chose Dressrosa Kingdom as her first stop. They were all in the shopping mall of Fishman Island, and they packaged all the eternal pointers that were available in the market. It's simple. Karina smiled and said, that Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is called the most dangerous Shichibukai, he still has a name in the dark world, is an industry all over the world, black and white. A king-level big man who eats all 2 dishes. Dark King. That's right. Karina continued. I used to go to the black market to buy information, as well as some more convenient things. Many exchanges in the black market have his family flag. We want to find the location of Whitebeard as soon as possible, and inquire about news and information. There is no more convenient place to buy the eternal pointer than in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Nami fully understood. She couldn't help clenching the eternal pointer in her hand, and nodded vigorously. I understand, then go here for the first stop. By the way, where did Lauren go? After deciding on the first stop, Nami glanced at the deck and found that Robin and Perona were both sitting on beach chairs, quietly reading books and fashion magazines, but did not see Lauren. Hearing Nami's words, Robin, who was wearing orange sunglasses on his forehead, flipped a page of paper with his pale jade fingers and said softly, if you're looking for Lauren, his phone rang just now, he should be going to the cabin. On the phone. Who will call him? Don't tell me. Nami seemed to have just reacted, her mouth opened slightly. At this moment, Karina next to her said in a sour tone, who else would call that idiot except the shameless snake spirit? Since Hancock stole it, Karina has labeled her a shameless again. Hee hee. Nami smiled a little embarrassedly, and said no more. As Karina said, Lauren is indeed talking on the phone with Hancock right now. In other words, almost every few days, Hancock would call Lauren to ease the tormented thoughts in his heart. For her calls, Lauren never refused, and she did not have the slightest patience to chat with her. Since the sailboat had just arrived in the New World, and it was still broad daylight, Lauren didn't talk to Hancock much, and after reporting her safety, he hung up the phone under the simulated reluctance of the phone bug. Out of the cabin, Lauren did not have the slightest opinion when she learned that Karina planned to go to the kingdom of Dressrosa first. But he seemed to remember something and said, by the way, does the Dressrosa kingdom have ships for sale? Why don't we change a ship there? Great idea. Karina's 4 daughters' eyes lit up, and they all agreed. Seen that they have all experienced this humble sailing ship. No way, this sailboat was snatched by Lauren from the Spade Pirates. It is a very ordinary medium-sized sailboat. Except for its size, it is not even as good as the first sailboat of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Golden Melly. No. Lauren's fleet is not short of money at all, and the Alabasta incident has even collected hundreds of millions of Baileys from Crocodile. Totally have that funds for a better sailboat. So, with anticipation, Lauren's fleet gave the sailboat 3 times the speed and headed for the first stop, the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Chapter 82, Gift from Doflamingo to build the 5th Sea Emperor. Dressrosa, like the Kingdom of Alabasta, is an ancient civilization with a 1,000-year history. But now, it's just a tropical island with holiday style, called the Country of Love, Passion and Toys. One of the 7 Wuhei under the king, the other party is not only one of the legitimate ones recruited by the world government, but also one of the kings in the dark world, who controls many people around the world. Industries, from heavenly dragons and 4 emperors, down to ordinary pirates and countries where war broke out, all have cooperative relations with him. Even the current world's richest man, Gild Tezzolo, the Golden Emperor known as the Monster of the New World, is only a descendant of Doflamingo. The Superman-type golden fruit stolen from Flamenco. Coupled with his identity as a celestial dragon, it is no exaggeration to say that if it wasn't for the fruit ability that limited his talent, Doflamingo would have the ability to become the 5th pirate emperor. Straight to the point. The coast near Dressrosa has a large number of mushroom-shaped rocks, and it is necessary to pass through the designated entrance to enter the port inside. A tropical island with a resort style, and the ruler is one of the 7 seas under the king. Dressrosa is one of the most famous tourist destinations in the New World. The world's largest casino is also in the New World. Dressrosa must be one of the most popular. Even so, the port has a large number of foreign ships. The guards who were turned into toys handled the entry and exit of the sailboats, and the arrival of Lauren's fleet quickly caught their attention. Daily Destroyer, Lord Rollo Rollin. Just like the guards on Fishman Island, those toy guards were startled at first, and then they respectfully handed over a map and said, "Dressrosa welcomes you and wish you a happy visit." Compared with Fishman Island, the guards here are obviously much more confident, but he was surprised that a big man like Lauren appeared in Dressrosa, but he did not panic. After watching Lauren and the others leave, the guard quickly took out the phone bug, dialed the number above, and reported the news. King's Heights, this is the seat of the Kingdom of Sa Kingdom. It is located at the highest point of the kingdom, and it is also the villa of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo happened to be staying at home at this time, wearing a pair of orange glasses, and was reading the newspaper, following the news of these days. When it was quiet, Doflamingo didn't have the usual chilling wicked smile on his face, but just a noble aristocratic temperament in a high position. Blood. At this moment, the phone worm on the table next to it suddenly rang. Doflamingo frowned without a trace, then picked up the microphone and said calmly, "What happened?" "This phone bug has only family. Cadres can make a call. At this time, there are only 2 news, good or bad. Dover, there is a big man on the island. I believe you must be very interested." The phone bug imitated a familiar expression, and Doflamingo said with great interest, "Diamandi, what did you find? Which big man came to play?" "Hey, you can't imagine it," Diamante said loudly. "It's that the super criminal you keep people watching below, Lauren, the natural destroyer with a reward of 2 billion Bailey. Someone just found out below that he appeared in Dressrosa. There are also a few women beside him. They should be accomplices who the world government has always wanted to search, but have never been able to identify." Doflamingo's eyes shrank slightly under his sunglasses, and then the corners of his mouth twitched back, revealing a familiar wicked smile, admiring. "You guys did a good job, Diamond. Send someone to invite him to the King's Heights as a guest, and I will entertain this distinguished guest well." "Understood." Diamante smiled equally meaningfully, then hung up the phone. Looking at the phone bug with its head down, Doflamingo didn't put the phone back, but made another call. "Torapal, go and bring the things I collected some time ago." Its owner appeared. Hey, I also received news from Diamante. I'll go get it now." Torapal, who was opposite the phone bug, first smiled smugly, and then said with a worried tone, I said, Dover, it really doesn't matter if we give him such a precious thing what you get for the price. What if the other party doesn't accept your favor?" "It doesn't matter if I accept it or not. The main reason is that I like this guy very much," Doflamingo said with a playful smile. "If you can have a good relationship with such a monster, it is a good thing. Even if you can't make friends, you can't offend. Such an indescribable monster is definitely an unstable time bomb that will definitely detonate in this sea soon. According to my guess and Morgan's, he is a fighting maniac. The people he kills are weak people who died in battle, and those who don't die are either lucky, or they are guys with good strength, such as now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Portcases. He is such a lucky and good guy. Letting go of so many people fully shows that Lauren is not a difficult person to get along with. He fought against Akainu, and the result was a tragic victory. It can be seen that there is still a little gap between him and the guys at the top. If you give him this thing, then this gap will be filled in an instant, and we will create a pirate emperor, who is a more potential partner than Kaido. Torapal, do you think we should take a gamble?" Hey, Dover, you are the young master, you have the final say. Chapter 83. The Rich and Powerful Tianyasha, Lauren's strongest trump card has appeared. Close black lens bracket. Who is the young master of your family who invited me? Lauren 5-5, who were looking for the shipyard, looked at Diamante, who suddenly came to the door in front of him, and asked suspiciously. My young master is the master of this country, and also a member of Wangxia Chihuahai. The bounty he once offered was Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Tianyasha of 304 million baileys. Diamante said very politely, and at the same time made a respectful appearance. No way, he felt very heavy pressure on this boy who looked very kind. Especially after he announced Da Flamingo's name, it was as if he was being stared at by a dragon, and if he said the wrong thing in the next second, he would die. Therefore, Diamante quickly stated the purpose of his visit. My young master wants to make friends with you, and specially sent me over to invite you to the palace as a guest. I wonder if Mr. Laurent will appreciate your face. Hearing this, Lauren couldn't help but look at Karina next to him, unable to grasp the idea for a while. Karina stared at Diamante and asked suspiciously, the king of the Sea of Chiwu invited our captain to be a guest, you are sure that you were right? Yes. Diamante nodded and said with a smile, please don't misunderstand, although our young master is a member of the 7 Wuhai under the king, he is only cooperating with the world government, and it does not affect my young master, pirates and world criminals. Be friends, after all, my young master is also a pirate. So it is. Karina nodded suddenly, but was still a little uneasy, and asked Lauren, do you feel malice in him? A little bit, but not against us. Roland replied. His gaze and words made Diamante's body froze, and he felt a burst of horror in his heart. Perceived malice, the natural destroyer's arrogance and domineering are so high level, as expected of a world-class criminal with a bounty of 200 million baileys. Karina pondered for a moment, and suddenly looked at Nami next to her, and both could see a sly look flashing in each other's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Karina smiled and said to Diamante, it's okay to be a guest, but we still have one important thing to do now. May I ask, where is the shipyard in your Dressrosa kingdom? Dockyard, are you going to repair the ship? Diamante was stunned for a moment, then asked. No, we want to buy a boat. Karina shook her head. Diamante's face suddenly brightened, and he said confidently, if that's the case, leave this trivial matter to me. I'm not boasting, with the energy of our Don Quixote family, even the island boat can get it for you. Well then, thank you. Karina covered her lips with a smile and said, we promised, you lead the way. Please come with me. Diamante said hurriedly, and then led the 5 of Roland to the King's Heights. Coming to the door of the villa in the King's Heights, Brother and Torapal have been waiting for a long time. Welcome to my country, dear Laurent. Da Flamingo stepped on pointed shoes and walked with the same steps as laughter. The smiles on both sides of his mouth were grinning back, showing the evil spirit of bad people, letting Karina and Robin wander into the dark world. All women feel an invisible pressure. People who cultivate domineering and domineering to a certain level will have a special temperament, and they will be domineering involuntarily. Once Lauren enters the fighting state, it will make people feel the pressure greatly, and the smirk that appears inadvertently. Even more terrifying than Da Flamingo. And Da Flamingo is known as the most dangerous Shichibukai. He is simply the purest evil in the world. Even someone with a bounty of over 100 million can't bear the look in Whitebeard's eyes. His psychology and his quality are not good enough. It is normal for people to subconsciously feel fear in front of Da Flamingo. Lauren didn't feel anything, because he didn't feel any malice in Da Flamingo, indicating that the other party invited them over and had no intention of harming them. So, he reached out and responded to Da Flamingo's greeting. Hello, I'm Lauren. Nice to meet you. I wanted to meet someone like you a long time ago. Da Flamingo took Lauren's palm and put his hand on his shoulder, relying on his absolute height. Just like a big brother, he walked into the villa with Lauren with enthusiasm. And Torapal followed closely behind. The luxurious living room, Lauren and Karina huddled together on a long sofa, looked at Brother Da Flamingo opposite, and said straight to the point with a curious expression. You come to me, what's the matter? Da Flamingo didn't answer. He was listening to Diamante's report in a low voice, then nodded, looked at the five of Roland and said with a smile, "You want to change to a new ship, right? Small question, as our meeting gift, I will give you a super luxurious ship for free." Really? Karina and Nami's eyes lit up, and their eyes shone with golden light. They had no doubts about Doflamingo's financial resources. Can be called a super luxurious ship by the other party, it is definitely specially made, and it is not sold in the market. It is a unique sailboat in the world. Are you all Lauren's companions? They are all beautiful flowers. Doflamingo finally turned his attention to Karina and the girls, gave a friendly admiration, and then said to Torapal next to him, "When the lunch is over, go and call over and let her accompany these girls. The lady goes shopping, and the things you buy will be charged to my account." Hey, I know, young master. Torapal replied with a smile. This time, both Karina and Nami hesitated. They looked at Lauren subconsciously, their eyes seemed to be asking something. Lauren nodded, indicating that there was no problem. The two women just showed a big smile again, and returned to the appearance of a fortune fan and said to Brother Doflamingo, "Great, you are really a good person." Open black lens bracket, haha, what a big deal. Close black lens bracket with the words of thanks, Karina and the girls actually sneered in their hearts. Regardless of what purpose does the other party have, let's kill it first. However, they still underestimated Doflamingo's wealth. After Doflamingo ordered to go down, he gave Torapal another look, and said with an evil smile, "Torapal, go and take out those two things, their masters have arrived." Received. Seeing their mysterious appearances, the five Lawrence looked at each other, waiting for Torapal with a curious expression on their faces. Long for Torapal to return with a treasure chest and a special phone bug. This is. The moment they saw that the treasure box, the beautiful eyes of the four Karina girls widened slightly. Lauren, his eyes fell on that special phone bug. Lauren's strongest trump card appeared. Chapter 84, You Demons, King's Fist. This thing, I believe you have already guessed it. After Torapal put the things on the table, Doflamingo patted the treasure chest and smiled at the Lauren five. That's right, it contains the devil fruit. After he finished speaking, Doflamingo opened the treasure chest, and a banana with a whole blue body and a spiral pattern on the surface immediately caught the eyes of the five of Lauren. This is a zoological devil fruit. Karina, Nami, and Verona all had expressions of amazement on their faces, but Robin and Lauren didn't change their expressions. Hey, is it actually an animal type? Hearing Robin's words, the expressions of the three Karina girls suddenly changed from amazement to disappointment. Obviously, they with narrow vision thought that the animal system was the weakest devil fruit. This is indeed the devil fruit of the animal system. Doflamingo admitted it directly, stared at Robin and smiled playfully, but, this is not an ordinary animal system. Did you say? Robin seemed to have thought of something. His calm face suddenly changed dramatically. Looking at the fruit in the box, his eyes were full of shock. Yes, this is a one rarer than a natural devil fruit, an animal-type phantom devil fruit. Wait, Robin spoke, and Doflamingo revealed the power of the fruit. Liar, this is the legendary phantom beast. Karina's three daughters were all taken aback. This is one of the meet and greet gifts I gave Lauren. Doflamingo didn't feel distressed at all about giving away the precious and rare devil fruit, and said, "This is a 100-year-old piece that has never been published, and there is very little information recorded in the devil fruit illustration, or even no information. Knowing the name of the phantom beast fruit, the only thing that has been proven is that it can fly, and it is an phantom beast with the ability to fly." Lauren finally frowned, stared at Doflamingo and said, "Give me such a precious thing. What do you want from me?" "Don't be in a hurry, there is a second meeting present." Brother Doflamingo placed his palm on the phone bug beside the treasure chest, and said with a smile, "I just want to be a friend with you. This is the testimony of our friendship." After speaking, Doflamingo turned on the special phone bug. Who was sleeping with his head down, suddenly raised his head and widened his eyes, and his eyes shot a light toward the wall, which quickly formed a screen and played a recorded picture. The condition for cultivating the king's fist is to have a very tyrannical body whose power can instantly destroy a fortress with just one blow. Even if the strength is stronger than the 4 emperors, he will be killed on the spot after being hit. But this trick is to convert all body energy into a huge shock wave. If you want to master it, you must first learn to return your life, because it can quickly accumulate energy and replenish energy later. Quote. This video is similar to the teaching of the super-physical skills of the Navy 6 forms. But the sentence in it, even if the strength is stronger than being hit, it will be killed on the spot. Arrogant words still made Karina's 4 daughters look shocked, and Lauren's eyes lit up, unable to blink that video. Just when the 4 girls of Karina had doubts about the person in the video, only the person punched in the air and instantly shattered half of the mountain, and the doubts disappeared immediately. Whether it can kill the 4 emperors rode with one punch, but this trick is indeed worthy of the name, the Fist of the King. It's so powerful, stronger than my Shishyong. Lauren's eyes at this time, just like Karina and Nami, shone with dazzling golden light, and the fighting spirit that could not be revealed involuntarily made Doflamming. Brother and his 2 cadres all felt an invisible pressure, and even the air became as heavy as seawater. In this regard, the arc behind Doflamingo's mouth became wider. After the video was played, Doflamingo raised his legs, let out a unique laugh, and said, "How about Yang Yi? Are you satisfied with the ceremony? If you want, I can ask the people inside to come over and personally teach you this trick." "No, I've learned it." Lauren showed an innocent smile, clenched his fists forcefully, and a bang came out of his palm immediately. Blast of air, and the caught air turned into a strong wind, blowing the clothes of the 4 Karina girls and Doflamingo across from them flying. Quote, quote. The luxurious living room fell into silence. Whether it was Karina's 4 daughters or Doflamingo's 3, they were all silent. "You monster." Karina was the first to come back to her senses. She slapped Lauren on the shoulder, rolled her eyes, and straightened her long messy hair. The same goes for Perona and Robin. It was Nami's short hair that gave him a sigh of relief. "You are a natural destroyer. You are the most suitable master of the King's Fist, which is known as a natural destruction weapon." A cold sweat appeared on Doflamingo's forehead, and the evil smile on his face was a little reluctant. Seen that the picture of Laurent squeezing the air with one hand is really shocking. But his monster-like ability to comprehend made Doflamingo feel ecstatic, which fully showed that he had made the right bet. "Both of these are for you, I hope you like them." Doflamingo pushed the treasure chest and the phone bug in front of Lauren and said, "For your new ship, I will order the treasure tree atom from the black market and hire a world-class shipbuilder to build it personally." "That's not good." Lauren, who had indirectly received Doflamingo's benefits, looked embarrassed, and his heart was full of goodwill towards Doflamingo. "I just want this King's Fist, and you can take the rest." Yo-ho is so simple. The eyes under Doflamingo's sunglasses flickered with a gleam, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, instantly understanding a part of Lauren's character. "Are you a fool? We don't have enough money for a special sailboat." Karina poked Lauren with her elbow, but said half-heartedly, "Besides this phone bug, at least you have to accept that new ship." Obviously, Karina has already seen that Lauren is very fond of the King's Fist. They have already received the favor of this Chihuahua, and the other party is so enthusiastic, they are delivering boats and shopping for the bill, so Karina does not want to. "I would like to say all the words I have received." Karina was still very reluctant to let her give up that super luxurious new ship. "My friend, these are the greeting gifts I gave you, please don't shirk." Doflamingo climbed up the bamboo pole, showing a determined attitude of not taking it back. "That's fine, thank you." Lauren scratched his head and could only accept Doflamingo's favor. Virtue with virtue, he smiled slightly at brother Doflamingo. His attitude was not as vigilant as before, but became friendly, took out a note from his trouser pocket, and said, "I'll call you Dover too. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can call me for help." Inadvertently, Lauren set off another butterfly storm. The fate of the future has also changed at this moment. Lauren, you are very good. Be my dog. Oh no, be my little brother. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 85, Tenacious Temptation, Visiting Whitebeard. Although money is not everything, money can solve many things. First time they met, they were bombarded by Doflamingo's money cannonballs. The five of Laurent's vigilance from the beginning was quickly dispelled by Doflamingo, and his favor was easily taken away. Whether it is super luxurious, it is said to be made of a special sailboat made of the priceless treasure tree atom, or the animal type phantom beast species that is rarer than the natural type, and the king's fist that makes Lauren extremely excited, each of them is money. Hard to buy things. Especially the last two, Doflamingo must have paid a small price to collect it from other places. And he actually gave such a precious thing to Lauren so generously. No one can withstand this wave of sugar-coated cannonballs unless they are suspicious at heart. Obviously, Lauren and Karina couldn't handle it. Only Robin was a little worried in his heart, but thinking of Roran's strength and his miraculous innate arrogance, he quickly felt relieved. Lauren's ability has always been hidden very well, even if the person who greeted them just now told Doflamingo this information, the other party couldn't be without a trace of malice when he was calculating. As long as he exposes his flaws, Lauren will definitely find out. Coupled with the fact that Roland offered his phone number, as long as the other party was not from the world government, he should not secretly set a trap for Roland. If it's just a partner, it might be a good thing for Lauren to join forces with this Shichibukai who is more dangerous than Crocodile. After all, the other party's energy is black and white, and some troublesome things can be left to the other party to solve. Just need to be careful, don't let Lauren suffer. Thinking of this, Robin nodded secretly in his heart. After putting away the devil fruit and the special phone bug, Doflamingo invited the five of Lauren to dine. Before going to the restaurant, Doflamingo kicked Torapal. Now his friendship with Lauren is not stable yet, but he can't make this guy's abilities disgusting to each other. In order to take into account the mood of his family, Doflamingo expressed very cryptic expressions, and asked Diamante and Torapal to leave at the same time to entertain the five of Lauren. In the dining room, Doflamingo and Lauren sat in front of the main seat, and the four of them sat in 2 rows. When eating lunch, Doflamingo mainly watched Lauren eat, then poured him a glass of red wine and chatted with him to get in touch. You want to visit Whitebeard, who is very fond of Doflamingo. Doflamingo looked surprised. The eyes under the sunglasses flickered with a glimmer of light, the corners of his mouth raised subconsciously, and he asked with a smile, are you going to see your own caliber? Measurement. Lauren put down the knife and fork, wiped the corners of his mouth with a table paper, and said with a bared smile, no, I entered this sea just to see if he is the strongest and if he can kill me. As expected of you. Doflamingo sighed, his sinister smile did not ridicule, but he recognized it very much. By the way, he tried, your 12 trials are indeed unsolved, 12 lives and 12 immunities, no one in this world can completely kill you, I think you are the real one-on-one strongest. Hey, you also know the 12 trials. Roland 5 people 5 all looked at Duo with surprised eyes. Flamenco. Perhaps you don't know, but when Lauren and Akainu mentioned the 12 trials, they were already deduced by the think tank of the Navy headquarters. At the reactions of the 5 people 5, Doflamingo felt that the Navy's guess was very likely to be true, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy, but he continued to test. I installed an eyeliner in the Navy, and I was lucky enough to infiltrate the high-level group. Qualified to know this information. According to Lieutenant Admiral Suru, the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, Lauren's 12 trials are not fruit abilities, but resurrection items with 12 lives and 12 immunities, similar to the legendary ancient weapons. It's amazing. Lauren sighed sincerely. And his reaction obviously confirmed Lieutenant General Crane's speculation, so Doflamingo had no doubts. At this time Karina also jumped out and took the initiative to reveal Lauren's intelligence. Yes, Lauren's 12 trials not only have 12 lives and 12 immunities, but even if they are killed, that one life can be restored. Quote. Lauren was a little hesitant to speak, but after realizing the meaning behind Karina's smug smile, he stopped the words that poured into his throat. Doflamingo did not notice the intimate exchange of information between the two, but exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Unbelievable, there are such props in this world." Said this, Doflamingo stopped the temptation. Fear of being offensive. When they came to Lauren and the others, Doflamingo did not ask how the 12 trials came about. Instead, he warmly entertained the 5 Lawrence 5, and the topic turned to Karina and the girls. In order to please them, he even promised to ignore them. What a valuable item! As long as Dressrosa Kingdom sells it, he will pay for it if a few girls like it. The promise of deep pockets immediately gained the worship of Karina and Nami. Doflamingo was very pleased with the information that confirmed the 12 trials. 12 lives, 12 immunities, Roran's undead body is much stronger than Kaido. No one can punish this monster unless he is imprisoned. However, a monster that even the world government can't capture, how can it be so easy to catch? Even if he is caught, with his energy, Doflamingo has the confidence to rescue him. Such a thick thigh, Doflamingo has a firm hold. So after lunch, Doflamingo turned the subject back. If you're just visiting Whitebeard, I suggest you bring a good pot of wine. As for his location, it is no secret on this sea, I can tell you at any time. Are you going to wait until the ship is built, or when? Hearing this, Lauren looked thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he said, let's go after the ship is built, and by the way, learn new moves. If that's the case, then live in the King's Heights. Brother Doflamingo smiled happily. I'll find a venue for you to practice the King's Fist. Lauren's decision was exactly what he wanted, and it took advantage of this time to completely stabilize their relationship. Excuse me, Dover. Lauren patted little brother shoulders, thank you with a smile. Chapter 86. Unreasonable Monster, New Ship. How terrifying Doflamingo's energy is, the 4 Karina girls will soon know. Less than 5 days, Adam, the toughest precious tree in the world, which has only a few trees in the world, was transported to the kingdom of Dressrosa. And the 5 top shipbuilders who were ranked in the New World, who built several special sailboats, arrived at Dressrosa Kingdom earlier than the material. Before the arrival of the treasure tree Adam, the blueprints they had already drawn were reviewed and revised several times by the Roland 5, and the design drawings of the new ship were quickly completed. For these 5 shipbuilders, it is a dream to build a ship with the world's first material such as Baoshu Adam. They don't even want the shipbuilding fee, they are willing to put down their arrogance as top shipbuilders and cooperate with other shipbuilders. Although there are also reasons for Doflamingo and Lauren, but the speed at which 5 world-class shipbuilders joined forces, it took only 1 week before and after the birth of the new ship. During this time, the 4 daughters of Lauren and Karina spent less time together. With the help of Doflamingo, Lauren came to a small island near the kingdom of Dressrosa to practice the King's Fist that Doflamingo obtained from the neighboring kingdom of Prudence. Although he learned the most powerful punch in the pirate world at a glance, Lauren's proficiency in the King's Fist is still 0. According to Doflamingo's disclosure, Whitebeard is a devil fruit power user, and he still eats the superhuman type shock fruit, which is known as the strongest superhuman type. Legend has it that a single blow can trigger a tsunami and even easily shatter an island. It is an unquestionable monster that has occupied the world's strongest throne since Roger's time. Listening to Doflamingo's description, Lauren could imagine the terrifying power of Whitebeard. While the fighting spirit was boiling, he had to admit that he was domineering only with Shixiang and advanced weapons, not Whitebeard. Opponent. His invisible armor and body of steel will be restrained, unless he sacrifices his life in exchange for the immunity of the superhuman shock fruit. However, that would be meaningless. I was just going to challenge myself. If I lost, I would lose. It would be a waste of my life to waste my life. Therefore, what Lauren thinks about is to strengthen himself. At this time, Doflamingo sent the king's fist, which instantly solved Lauren's urgent needs, allowing his strength to surge, and finally reached the true peak of the world. It is because of this that Lauren is full of affection for him. This is a super gift. Closer to home. The king's fist can be said to be an enhanced version of Xixiang, and the release methods of the two have the same effect. Xixiang is derived from Luqi's Six Kings Spear. It is an enhanced version of the Six Kings Spear that Roran relied on his tyrannical body. And the Six Kings Spear is the profound meaning that Lu Qi comprehended the sixth-style cultivation realm. Concentrating the power on the fist and releasing it in the form of a shock wave is an explosive technique that gathers the power of the body to one point. The king's fist is to condense the energy of the body on the fist, raise the muscle strength to the limit, and finally swing the fist at a high speed, creating a super huge shock wave. This shock wave is not like a straight-line air cannon like Xi, but when it touches an object, it will explode and spread to the surrounding like a nuclear bomb, knocking down all surrounding targets. It is a large-scale super kill move. However, since this is a move that converts body energy into an attack, the power will depend on the strength of the user's body energy. A strong physicist who barely meets the requirements will probably be exhausted with a single shot of the king's fist, and may not even be able to maximize the power of this trick. But in the hands of Lauren, it made its natural destruction weapon become worthy of the name. Regardless of S title or power, it makes it Roran's strongest weapon. After Doflamingo was transferred to Lauren, maybe this is the fate in the dark. The most brilliant moment of this trick is to penetrate the fortress of the enemy country, but the user needs to warm up for an hour. And Lauren's release time and method made Doflamingo, the only bystander, stunned, and then he was full of confidence in Lauren's challenge to Whitebeard. Doflamingo was convinced that Lauren would soon make a world-shattering news. Because he is a monster, an unreasonably powerful monster. Kaido, the backer, was also abandoned by Doflamingo after seeing Roran's king's fist. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. It was not until the news that the new ship was built came that Lauren finished his training and returned to the kingdom of Dressrosa with Doflamingo. At the king's heights, they met with Karina's 4 daughters. Under the leadership of Doflamingo, 6 of them came to a private pier. There, 5 world-class shipbuilders, as well as 2 cadres of Diamante and Toripal have been waiting for a long time. Behind them was a large sailboat covered with a black cloth. Is about 200 meters long and 60 meters high. The huge mountain bulge under the black cloth is nearly 100 meters high. It can be seen that the height and size of the ship are mainly to balance with the cabin. This is a special large sailboat built by 555 top teams and the world's #1 treasure tree Atom, which took a week to build. Seeing Doflamingo and Lauren coming over, the 5 shipbuilders immediately ordered their employees and assistants to peel off the black cloth, revealing a silver-white, extravagant large sailboat. The deck of the sailboat is mostly lawn, but we didn't themed it to take into account the climatic changes in the new world. The shipbuilder, the chief designer, introduced the sailboat eloquently. The most abundant design of this sailboat lies in the cabin, which has 6 floors, namely the second basement floor, the second floor for living and entertainment, and the second floor for luxury. In addition to the wine cellar, there is no need to say more on the second basement floor. According to the needs of several beautiful ladies, we only build more than a dozen kitchens, restaurants, casinos, bars, dance halls, aquariums, indoor swimming pools, gyms, etc. On the second floor of life and entertainment. The interior design includes 38 designs such as library, painting room, cafe, rooftop, outdoor swimming pool, clothing room, tea room, night view room, etc. All on the highest luxury second floor. The content of the cabin is so rich that it is impossible to describe it in a few simple sentences. At the end, the shipbuilder handed Karina a book directly to the 4 girls. The above is the instruction on the use of each room in the cabin. Wow, that's amazing. Karina found the book, and when she opened it, there were all kinds of pictures and text descriptions, from the first basement to the luxurious 6th floor, and everything in it was recorded. Doflamingo said with a wicked smile. It seems that they are very satisfied with this new ship. Ah, thank you, Dover. Lauren nodded with a smile and thanked Doflamingo again. You are welcome, this is the testimony of our friendship. Doflamingo reached out and patted Lauren on the shoulder, and then thanked the 5 top shipbuilders. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome, this is what we should do. Facing this the king-level figure of the dark world, the attitude of the 5 shipbuilders was full of respect, and the fear of Doflamingo appeared in the depths of their eyes. Yoshi, let's go up and visit. After reading the book for a while, Karina's 4 daughters decided to get on the boat to verify. So, more than a dozen people boarded this large luxury sailboat and visited nearly 100 indoor and outdoor designs. Chapter 87. The world is warming up. Dover, take me one. After the new ship was built, Lauren did not immediately off to visit Whitebeard, but stay in the kingdom of Dressrosa. This is from Good Friends. Doflamingo's request, because he is going to introduce a big man who is also a king of the dark world to Lauren. And that big man, actually has a lot of ties to Lauren. Other words, the reason why Lauren can be famous in the world, and was offered a reward of 2 billion Bailey to become a world-class powerhouse, this big man has contributed greatly. Yes, this big man is the owner of the world's largest newspaper, and holds the big news that spreads the power of fishing reels. Morgan's appearance is an albatross wearing a dress and a top hat. It looks like a fur tribe, but in fact it is a human, who just eats the devil fruit ability in the form of the animal bird fruit albatross. Morgan's received Doflamingo's message, and soon came to the Dressrosa kingdom from his base camp. He was shaking hands with Lauren at the King's Heights, and said enthusiastically, Lauren the Natural Destroyer. I am so honored to finally meet you in person. Tianyasha told me that you are going to challenge the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, is this true? Morgans didn't give Lauren any time to speak. His expression changed from puzzled to excited, and he said very quickly, this is big news, I think you are definitely the most promising existence in this sea to defeat Whitebeard. 1. Even if the battle is a draw, it is a super big topic that detonated the world, so Tianyasha and I decided to first heat up the topic of your challenge to Whitebeard, and after that, your status will soar to the top of the new world. Morgans didn't think Lauren would lose because Lauren was too dominant. As one of the leaders of the dark world, Morgans is very aware of Whitebeard's character. Lauren is only going to challenge him, and the other party will definitely respond, and will not let the entire Whitebeard pirates deal with Lauren. And the natural destroyer Lauren has the ability to be resurrected and immune, and he is completely invincible in a duel. In this regard, Morgans and Doflamingo have one thing in common, that is, they both believe that Lauren is the real one-on-one strongest. Is it necessary to be so troublesome? After hearing Morgan's words, Lauren only felt that he was making a big fuss with Doflamingo, so he scratched his head and said, I'm just going to challenge him, don't be so arrogant. This fully shows that you don't know this sea area yet. Doflamingo next to him laughed. Defeating the strongest man in the world secretly is different from defeating Whitebeard in front of the whole world. The former will minimize your reputation, and the latter will maximize your reputation. And fame, in this strongest sea area, is status. Only by attaining the highest status will your strength be recognized by the world, and make those unruly madmen fear you, which will reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. In order to make Lauren agree with their approach, Doflamingo continued to seduce. At the same time, your fame will also attract the challenge of many powerful monsters. In this way, you don't need to find someone to challenge yourself, you just need to wait for the strong to challenge you. That's it. Lauren's face was moved, and Karina, who was subconsciously listening in the distance, seemed to be asking for her opinion. After seeing Karina nodding with a smile, Lauren was gone. Agreed with Doflamingo and Morgan's hype. Okay, then it's up to you. Let's rest assured and leave it to us, you. It's just a matter of showing off your skills when the time comes. Doflamingo and Morgans breathed a sigh of relief, and then revealed a heartfelt smile. In the dark world are very optimistic about Lauren, especially after seeing the video of Lauren practicing the King's Fist. Morgans also decided to board the cruise ship Lauren. Lauren may not know that when he accepted Doflamingo's favor, they had established a relationship called allies. His interests are Doflamingo's interests. As businessmen, Doflamingo and Morgans are the best at maximizing profits. Doflamingo pulled Morgans into the boat. The other party has the news bird that spreads the fishing reels. With his hype, Lauren's status will be improved whether he wins or loses. Because they are very sure that even if Lauren loses, it will only be a slight defeat. Even if it is a light defeat, Lauren's reputation will soar by several ranks. After all, the other 3 pirate emperors are only the juniors of Whitebeard. If you win by luck, it will be a big news that will explode the world. How can Doflamingo and Morgans let go of this kind of thing that can only be beneficial? Karina and Robin also knew very well that they also wanted Lauren's fame to become bigger, so they knew Doflamingo and Morgan's goals, so they didn't open their mouths to refuse, but let Lauren agree with them. Request. After getting Lauren's permission, Morgans excitedly reached out to his men and started writing the hyped news. Early morning of the next day, countless news birds flew to all parts of the world, distributing newspapers for free, and the white sky sprinkled all over the manned islands. A salutation from Lauren the Natural Destroyer, challenged the world's strongest man Whitebeard. As eye-catching, but anyone who sees today's newspapers can't take their eyes off it. I saw the news headlines. The content is roughly like this. Morgans, accident. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, I met the superstar-born destroyer Lauren. I couldn't help but give him an exclusive interview. Accident. I got the news from him that he was going to visit the strongest man in the world. After the confirmation, the World Economic News decided to follow up and witness the whole process. The people of the world are looking forward to it. As soon as this news came out, it instantly exploded the whole world. People all over the world are talking about it, and the major forces are turning their attention to the kingdom of Dressrosa and the Moby Dick where Whitebeard is located. The reactions of the major forces were different, and many people were curious about Whitebeard's attitude. A world-class battle, the topic was successfully warmed up. Dover, I think we need to talk about it. Seeing today's news, a big man who was also one of the leaders of the dark world couldn't help but dial Doflamingo's phone bug. You want to take part in the Gold Digi del Tesoro, too? Gilded Tesoro sneered. Morgans would appear in your country by such a coincidence. Don't tell me you weren't involved in it. Have you opened the market yet? Brother Doflamingo said unexplained words and said meaningfully, in this case, you will have to pay a tax to my allies afterwards. Ally, you. The phone bug simulated a shocked expression, followed by expressions of excitement, and jealousy, and finally transformed into a sentence. Dover, take me one. Chapter 88. World Live Broadcast, the battle to decide the name of the new era. In a dimly lit room, a few phone bugs cast a dazzling light in their eyes, forming a block of screens on the wall, with different pictures on them. On a couch in the room, Doflamingo and Morgans, who maintained their animal form, were sitting together. On the table in front of them, there was a special phone bug with unblinking eyes. Staring at those screens, full of shock, is this the source of your confidence? Does such a monster really exist? Are you surprised? Doflamingo crossed Erlang's legs like a rogue, exuding a chilling evil spirit, and said with a playful smile, at the beginning, Morgans and I were also taken aback. Born Destroyer is the title given to him by Morgans, but I agree more that the Navy and the world government secretly give him the title, Humanoid Ancient Weapon. With such power, and the 12 trials you mentioned, Dover, we are sure to win. Morgans shouted happily. A new era is coming, and we are all witnesses to the new era. I will name the next era, the era of Lauren. Dover, take me one. Gild Tesolo, who was opposite the phone bug, repeated that sentence again. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be talking so much nonsense to you. Doflamingo tilted his head and smiled evilly. We are going to create a world-class battle that is even more advanced than the battle between Lauren and Akainu. In order for the world to clearly recognize the power of Lauren, Morgans and I have decided to broadcast the battle that will define a new era to the world. I've got Lauren's permission. Morgans is in charge of the campaign. As for you, Doflamingo said, we need to use your financial resources to buy a large number of video phone bugs, and then mobilize all the energy of the three of us to ensure that all the prosperous towns around the world, including the 4 Seas, can watch this world live. No problem. Guild Tezzolo said without hesitation. Such little financial resources are nothing to him. Also, you open the market to collect the money of the rich, and remember to pay Lauren a tax afterwards. Doflamingo continued, this is our biggest backer. Although he is a bit simple, the women around him can't cover him. The pillow wind is a very deadly weapon. That's right. Morgans next to him nodded and exclaimed, I didn't expect Nicole Robin, who had been hidden for nearly 20 years, to be by his side. The clues that were investigated back then all proved that he had appeared on O'Hara, suspected to have fought against Akainu and Aokiji. When Lauren was only 5 years old, he was already a monster. A little thing. In this regard, Gilded Tezzolo said richly, no matter what. Win or lose, I will give him 50 billion Bailey as a welcome gift. It's nice to be rich. Doflamingo sighed, and had no resentment towards this guy who stole his superhuman golden fruit and rose up. Fruit. It's great, but it varies from person to person. Guild Tezzolo can grow up to this point, his ability is even stronger. Just as the thread fruit met Doflamingo, it was developed to such a terrifying level. If that's the case, then let's start. Doflamingo stood up and said, Roran will set off in 3 days, and we must ensure that all preparations are completed within 3 days. Understood. The energy that the three Dark Kings teamed up to burst out, even the Pirate Emperor dare not underestimate. For the next 3 days, Morgans was warming up for the top battle to decide the name of the new era, and told the people of the world through the newspaper that the World Economic News has reached a cooperation with the world's largest entertainment city to broadcast the battle live to the world. With a population of more than 10,000 people will have video phone bugs installed in the squares there so that people from all over the world can watch the battle. And in the Dark World Exchange, as well as the Don Quixote family and the casinos of the world's largest casino industry, you can bet on who will be the winner of this battle. Whitebeard's odds are 11. While Lauren's odds are 15. As soon as this news came out, the World Economic News has successfully gained the favor of countless civilians, and its leading position has become more stable. At the same time, countless civilians living in small towns couldn't hold back their excitement, taking merchant ships or sailing small sailboats to the populous towns, ready to watch this worldwide battle. Warm up, constant warm up. The alliance of the 3 Kings of Darkness was soon discovered by the major forces, and for a while, many major forces were jealous of Lauren. Especially the Navy and the world government were furious. If Lauren was simply challenging Whitebeard, they would be happy to see this picture. After all, Lauren is just a loner with a bounty of 2 billion. But there are 3 Dark Kings in it, and they are all standing behind Lauren, then the nature is different. Lauren's threat suddenly changed from a loner to a giant crocodile. Regardless of win or lose, as long as he doesn't lose too badly, Lauren will instantly stand at the top of the new world and become a veritable super powerhouse, even the 5th Pirate Emperor. Because he is no longer alone, there are 3 allies behind him, each of them is the king figure of the Dark World. If they are separated, then each of them is not enough to be regarded by the Pirate Emperor and the world government. But with Lauren as a bridge, if the 3 of them are successfully combined, then they are a superpower no less than the 4 emperors. They lack in this alliance's absolutely powerful power. Of Lauren just makes up for their shortcomings. It's a puzzle with the core. And now, these 3 bastards are obviously brushing the prestige for their absolute core, making it a pirate emperor-like existence, or even the strongest man in the world. Its heart can be punished. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 89. Whitebeard, I teach him a lesson. Close black lens bracket. Regardless of The anger of the world government and the Navy headquarters is not enough to burn the three Dark Kings, even if one of the three is the King of Chihuahua. Because they have no evidence, and secondly, the price of shooting these three people is too high. Of a leading newspaper who keeps tens of thousands of news birds and has the power to spread fishing reels. Even the world government and the Navy headquarters can only cooperate with him. Usually, it is a headache to see the other party use a few articles to hype a story. The pirates, and even announce the news of Lauren killing the dragon and defeating the admiral, they could only turn a blind eye. Lost to do something to the world economic news in a mere disgrace. That would push the opponent to the opposite side of the government and always publish news that smears the world government and the Navy. In this era of great pirates and revolutionary turmoil, it will be extremely frustrating. Damage the reputation of the world government and naval headquarters. And the Golden Emperor Guild Tezzolo is the biggest gold in the sky, controlling the lifeblood of various industries. The taxes paid to the world government every year are an astronomical sum, and its largest entertainment city in the world is the most famous in Tianlong. A place that likes to play, unless the 5 old stars are determined to kill him, the Navy can't get close to there. Tianyasha Don Quixote da Flamingo, let alone. What did he do wrong? Even if he had to arrest him, he couldn't execute the former Tianlong Ren. Especially in front of them, there is also a humanoid self-propelled ancient weapon, a monster with the potential to become the strongest in the world, the natural destroyer Lauren. Of these 4 people will not only become a huge force, but also make the world government and the Navy headquarters very passive. After the results of this battle came out, even the 4 emperors needed to change their attitude towards those 3 people. Straight to the point. The constant warm-up in the past few days, the news that Lauren is coming to visit naturally also spread to the Whitebeard pirates. The Moby Dick, the world's largest special sailboat, is moored in the waters ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. After seeing the world economic news, the captains of the major divisions who came back from all over the world, except for a few division captains who could not come back, nearly 10 captains of the one division or rare, all gathered in Moby Dick. On the number. Father, this is not good. Second-headed Phoenix Margao, who first followed Whitebeard's side and was second only to Whitebeard, holding today's world economic news in his hand, his half-closed eyelids fully opened, and he said a little bit troublesomely, big news. Morgans, the Golden Emperor Guild Tezzolo, and the Tenyasha Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the king's 7 wuhei, all moved closer to him. This guy who had just entered the new world, so quickly gathered 3 strands. Strength, are they trying to break the order that has been maintained for many years and try to create the 5th pirate emperor? The 5 emperors really dare to think about it. Who didn't know Laurent couldn't help but sneer, although that guy defeated Akainu, it is too whimsical to want to become the 5th sea emperor. Gu lao la la year. Young people should have the energy and vigor of young people. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and praised with a smile instead of anger. It is precisely because of these little devils that the sea becomes so lively. Since he is visiting me openly, let him come, but if you want to sit on the strongest throne, you still need the approval of Lao Su. It's just that there are so many people who challenge Dad. Even Kaido has been defeated repeatedly. He is a natural destroyer. Even if he has the ability to resurrect, Dad will let him eat and walk around. Dad, I won't be leaving for a few days, I'll stay here to watch you teach the younger generation. Me too. By the way, Ace, I remember that when you were in paradise, you lost to that born destroyer, how do you feel now? Whitebeard's broad-minded words attracted the cheers of countless sons, who were originally dissatisfied with Lauren's high profile, changed their attitudes one by one, looking at the upcoming challenger with the arrogance of the strongest pirate group. But among these cheering words, suddenly there was an unpleasant word. Hearing the man's question, the captains and crew members of the major divisions, and even Whitebeard himself, turned their attention to Ace, who was standing at the side of the ship with a newspaper in his hand. Although Ace has only been in the position of the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division, his strength has been recognized by everyone. Thinking of their leader of the 2nd and 2nd Division, they lost to that natural destroyer in paradise, some New World powerhouses who looked down on Lauren, couldn't help but put away their contempt. Feeling the gazes of his family, Ace looked up and smiled helplessly. That guy is very strong, so powerful that I have no power to fight back. If it wasn't for his mercy, I might not have survived, let alone I came to the New World to challenge my father. Although I don't want to admit it, but those people are right. It's a bit insulting to put me and him in the Twin Stars, but... A slight pause, Ace looked down at the photo of Laurent on the cover of the headline, and said with a warlike expression, I am no longer the weak me I used to be. If we meet again, I will definitely impress him. After speaking, Ace clenched his fist, his entire wrist was covered with a layer of black substance, and his eyes were full of confidence. Lauren inadvertently set off another small butterfly storm. Who was attacked by elementalization, has learned to be domineering in armed color. Gu la la la, since the other party spared Ace's life, then I will teach him a good lesson. Whitebeard put down the jug, first laughed loudly, then looked sideways at the sea in the distance, and said slowly, Sons, prepare to entertain guests. Not long after he finished speaking, an ordinary crew member came down from the ship's ladder and shouted loudly, Father, Captain Margot, we found a sailboat ahead, and there are a lot of news birds in the sky, Lauren the Natural Destroyer. Here we come. Chapter 90. Start the broadcast, board the Moby Dick. Pull back to the third day of warm-up, the King's Heights in the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Inside the villa, Doflamingo and Morgans looked at the 5 people who were ready on the opposite side, with evil smiles on their faces, took 3 black suitcases from Diamante and put them on the table. Said, before leaving, accept this gift from me. What is this? It can't be Bailey. Looking at the familiar black box, Karina asked uncertainly. With Doflamingo's financial resources, Bailey's farewell gift is really detrimental to his character. You will soon have enough of Bailey's stuff. Doflamingo grinned. The stuff in here is much more valuable than Bailey. I saw that he opened 3 black suitcases, revealing 2 things. One of them, its capacity occupies 2 suitcases, is a special sniper bullet. The third suitcase contained a pair of pure white gloves. Doflamingo first introduced the bullet. This is a sniper bullet specially developed for Karina. I asked the people below, the warhead and gunpowder both contain the ingredients of Halu stone, which is compatible with your superhuman speed fruit. Ability, it is easy to catch others off guard. Wow, it's actually a sea-floor stone bullet. Karina's eyes suddenly lit up, and she rushed to the 2 boxes in front of her, looking at a set of magazines filled with bullets, and quickly thanked Doflamingo, I have always wanted such bullets. It's a pity that there are no such bullets for sale in the black market. You have been very helpful, Dover. As long as you like it, let me know when you're done, and I can add it to you at any time. Doflamingo explained, I have access to sea towers, world-class scientists, and a base for arms research and development. This kind of thing that can't be bought on the black market is not worth much here. Wow. The 4 daughters of Karina were shocked by Doflamingo's pressure. Is this the boss? What about these gloves? Perona looked at the pair of pure white gloves and asked. These gloves are specially made by me for Lauren. Doflamingo didn't touch it with his hands, but pushed the box in front of Lauren and said, like the Halushi sniper bullet, these gloves also contain Halushi ingredients, and other materials are also the best in the world. Tough top quality goods, even ordinary famous knives are difficult to cut. Lauren is not an ability person. As long as you wear these gloves and face some ability people who can be elementalized and fluidized, you can reduce unnecessary consumption of domineering. Gloves made by Halu stone. Lauren picked up the pair of gloves with great interest, and after looking at them, he didn't put them on, but put them in his trousers pocket and nodded to Dover. Dover, you've got your mind. As long as you can like it. Brother Ming was satisfied, and then nodded at Morgans next to him. I saw Morgans took out a special image bug, handed it to Nami, and instructed. This is an emergency backup video phone bug. If the battle between Lauren and Whitebeard accidentally affects the news bird who was in charge of filming in the past, please use the ability of the phantom species to continue filming this fight. I see. Nami nodded solemnly. After everything was ready, the 5 of Rollins were sent to the private dock by Doflamingo and Morgans before they left the Kingdom of Dressrosa on a new ship. The Kingdom of Dressrosa was not far from the site of the Whitebeard pirates. Coupled with the power of a special sailboat, Lauren and their new ship saw the island ship the next morning. Moby Dick, the largest sailing ship. And their arrival was soon discovered by the lookout crew on the Moby Dick. Come up, Lauren the Born Destroyer. The crew under the ship's ladder, apparently having received the above news, couldn't help waving to Lauren and their new ship. Then, I'll go first, you stay here well. On the deck of the sailboat, Lauren said hello to the 4 Karina girls, took a large picture as tall as him from Robin, and looked at the more than 100-meter-high Moby Dick. The knees are slightly bent. Whoosh! The next second, an afterimage rose into the sky. The moving trajectory brought by the razor left a trail of curved traces in the air. At the same time, all the people circling the Moby Dick opened their eyes. At this moment, the same picture appeared in the countries and towns all over the world where video phone bugs were installed, and the fluorescent screens invested by the world's largest entertainment city. The screen is here. I saw Whitebeard's flag, it is the main ship Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. The market is open. The Whitebeard is the strongest in the world. I am betting my entire net worth on the Whitebeard. I am going to make a fortune. I finally saw Lord Lauren in person, you must win. Quote. Just like the World Cup in the previous life, hundreds of millions of people in the entire pirate world, whether it is the world government or the navy, or the sea emperor who dominates the sea, as well as all kinds of famous and unknown bigwigs and powerhouses, all are watching the upcoming battle. Due to the cooperation between the World Economic News and the world's largest entertainment city, video phone bugs have been installed in major cities and towns, so that the backward world can watch the battle for free. So much so that the ratings and influence of this battle completely exploded the top war of the original book. This is a battle that shocked the world and is destined to put Lauren on the top of the world. This is also a battle to make people who only know Whitebeard's notoriety, but forget that Whitebeard is strong, recall the horror of the world's strongest man. At the same time, this is a peak battle that allows people from all over the world with narrow vision to see clearly the world's highest combat power. As the eyes of countless people turned to the screen, Lauren's figure finally fell from the sky and boarded the Moby Dick with a high profile. Chapter 91. The Strongest Pair of Punches. Tisk tisk, I haven't seen such an arrogant junior for a long time. Looking at Laurent who fell from the sky, Margot and the others pushed their faces to the sides, looking up at the newsbirds hovering in the air, spreading different perspectives to all over the world, and couldn't help grinning. As the world live broadcast, this kind of visit is still the first time. For example, hey, he's quite sensible. The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Yoja, who was sitting next to Margot, grinned when he saw the big jug behind Lauren. Lauren, see you again. Who was standing behind the two, pressed the hat on his head and whispered softly. And his voice, on the Moby Dick in the quiet atmosphere, was like a breeze, clearly reaching Lauren's ears. Lauren looked around, followed the direction of the voice, and quickly found Ace. Looking at Ace who offered him and Karina a sailboat despite being weak, Lauren raised his hand and said hello. Yo, long time no see, you are not dead. Quote. Provocation. The words changed the atmosphere. Who respected Ace immediately cast a hostile look at Lauren. Them being more sensible, I'm afraid some people couldn't help but scold them. In response, Ace just smiled bitterly, then raised his hand to say hello to Lauren. Long time no see, fortunately you still remember me. Of course, thanks to your pirate ship, we can come to the New World. Lauren grinned, inadvertently, provocative. After saying a word, his eyes moved to the Whitebeard sitting on the throne, dragging the big jug behind him, and walking towards the strongest man in the world who was looking at him. Arriving 5 meters in front of Whitebeard, Lauren stopped, looked at the giant who was sitting much taller than him. His eyes changed from the pure and clear before, showing a strong fighting spirit, and said, "Uncle, are you Whitebeard? You have been famous for a long time." The words fell. Lauren forcefully threw the big pitcher at Whitebeard. "Gee la 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 kid, your eyes remind me of an old friend." Whitebeard reached out and caught the big jug, looking at the incomparably pure young man in front of him, as if he saw the reflection of Roger, and at a glance, he saw the purity of Lauren. In his heart, he had a good impression of Lauren, and Whitebeard opened the lid of the jug and took a sip. His eyes flashed with reminiscence, and the corner of his mouth grinned. "You little bastards are quite capable, you can still find me. The country that has perished, only brewed wine, what a nostalgic taste." After taking another sip, Whitebeard threw the jug back to Lauren and said, "You can take a sip too." Lauren took a sip from the big bottle, and because the mouth of the bottle was too big, the water washed his face. Threw the jug aside, and after Lauren wiped the wine off his face, he revealed a bloody grin, exuding a very oppressive aura, stared at Whitebeard and said, "Since I was 5 years old, I have been hearing your name. Everyone says you are the strongest man in the world, and a Whitebeard is scarier than a ghost. So when I was very young, I always wanted to meet you, fight with you, and take away your title of the strongest in the world. Whitebeard, can you meet my request? Come on." A descending news bird broadcast Lauren to the world. Countless people raised their spirits and stared at the screen without blinking. "Goo la la la." Whitebeard gave a unique smile. His body exuded an air of indifference. Immediately afterwards, I saw him stand up, holding a fist bigger than Laurent's head, and punching Laurent in a domineering manner. "It's still 100 years before you want to challenge Lao Tzu. Hey." Lauren grinned and clenched his right fist to meet him. Under the eyes of the whole world, the fists, one big and one small, fit together in an instant, like hitting a stone with an egg. Boom. There is a huge gap between fists, but there is no one-sided picture. With the deafening sound, the wind howled from the fists of the two, and the whole huge Moby Dick trembled. Cyclones were like vortexes, spreading out from the feet of the two of them. Crack. Cracks appeared on the deck and quickly spread around. Staring at the cracks in front of them, those ordinary crew members hurriedly backed away, staring wide-eyed, looking at Lauren, who was able to compete with his father, his eyes filled with horror. Just when they felt incredulous and couldn't help but speak. Bang bang bang. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded one after another, and the whistling wind suddenly appeared with strands of dark red current. Those ordinary crew members with extremely low willpower, one by one, all collapsed to the ground as if they were electrocuted. Overlord is domineering. Seeing this scene, some of the team captains who were ranked lower finally looked shocked, staring at Laurent and saying, "It's actually the same domineering, and domineering is dad." Calm down. Margal remained calm and said with a calm expression, "The other party is an existence that defeats the Admiral of the Navy. It is normal for a king who has only one in millions of people to have the qualifications. Call." At the same time, Morgans, who was staying in the kingdom of Dressrosa to watch the world live broadcast, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Overlord color clash really appeared, but luckily the picture didn't disappear. "That means your news birds and phone bugs are well bred." Brother Doflamming gave a wicked smile and said, "Watch it with confidence, even if there is an accident, isn't there, Nami, who has eaten a very rare phantom beast?" "Hey, I didn't expect you to be so generous, and you can even give away such a rare and precious devil fruit. It's just an phantom beast, not as good as the 50 billion of that guy from Tezzolo. I really envy you rich people." Quote quote. The picture returns to the Moby Dick. The whole huge whale ship trembled, and the sky changed from a sunny day because of the domineering collision of the domineering colors. The clouds were dense, and the electric snake was rolling in the clouds, making a thunderous roar. The news bird divides the labor and cooperates, so that the image phone bug on the body spreads the astronomical changes to the whole world. Such a picture undoubtedly shocked those people from all over the world with narrow vision, and even the paradise in the first half of the Great Route, those unruly supernovas, also refreshed their worldview. That's the power of the super strong. Hey you kid. When everything was calm, the Moby Dick stopped shaking. Whitebeard looked at Laurent, who was not taking a step back in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He took the initiative to put away his fists, and shouted at Lord Margot, "Sons, set sail." "Ooh!" The sound of cheers broke the silence, and the Moby Dick set sail for the nearest uninhabited island. This shows that Whitebeard has accepted Laurent's challenge. The world's top battle has officially kicked off. Chapter 92, One Punch Man Duel. There is a large uninhabited island in the waters ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. As a rare large uninhabited island in the New World, it is not only scarce in resources, but also the barren area occupies more than 75% of the island, and there are signs of destruction everywhere on the ground. There are knife marks, smashing, burning black, etc. Yes, this large uninhabited island is actually a training ground, a place only for the Whitebeard pirates to practice and compete. With the arrival of the Moby Dick and their new ship on the coast, this large battlefield is projected across the world, and Laurent and Whitebeard land on the island. "Little ones, get the boat out of here." After seeing Dad and Laurent on the island, Marco took over the captain's authority and gave an order. "You can't watch the next battle. Pull the Moby Dick away from the island at least 50 nautical miles, and want to see if you fighting, just go and take out the mirror phone bug." "Yes, Captain Marco." Crew responded one after another, divided the labor and cooperated to drive the Moby Dick away from the island, and then went to take out the video phone bug and integrated it into the audience watching the world live broadcast. At the same time, Karina also said to Nami, "Let's also leave here and wait for the projection in the cinema. If there is a problem with the video phone bug, Nami, you can continue." "Understood." Nami turned the rudder, and two sailboats, one large and one small, tacitly distanced themselves from the island. Watching the departure of the two sailboats, Whitebeard turned his gaze back to Laurent, and then inserted Kong Yunchi, one of the 12 great swordsmen in his hand, into the ground, and said to Laurent, "Your kid is better at physique, and since that's the case, let's use physique to compete. It doesn't matter, you can do whatever you want." Laurent's piercing eyes shot out a substantial fighting intent, exuberant like a flame, and the corners of his mouth were raised high, revealing a ferocious side that was completely different from that simple one. Under the influence, the gust of wind roared out in all directions, lifting up the gravel of the barren land, and blazing flying. "Gu la 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 is so energetic, come on." Looking at Laurent, who fully embodied what a young man should look like, Whitebeard's laughter was full of admiration for Laurent, and then he waved to him, indicating that he should do it first. "Then I'm welcome." A flash of red light flashed in Laurent's eyes, and his aura soared to the extreme. He didn't see him kicking on the ground when he lifted his foot, but the figure disappeared in the next second, and the original position was sunken in a circle. "Drink." Instant, Laurent appeared in front of Whitebeard, his fist twitched with the sound of drinking, hitting Whitebeard's abdomen. The punch speed visible to the naked eye, there is air resistance ahead. The violent blow that killed Ace in seconds, even a supernova in the first half of the Great Root could not resist, even a 9 who was proficient in 6 styles would dare to underestimate it. In response, Whitebeard just clenched his fist and smashed it down, touching Laurent's. Suddenly, the airflow raged. A huge cyclone kicked up the dust and spread to the surroundings. Whitebeard easily blocked Laurent's attack without using his ability and domineering fists. Seen that Whitebeard's physique is in no way inferior to Laurent's tough body. Punch didn't last for a long time, only to see Laurent swinging his other hand again. The fist was covered with a layer of black material, containing more powerful force than before, and smashed towards the Whitebeard. Hit away. Whitebeard strikes back again, but his fists are not covered with armed domineering. Boom. The two of them faced each other with 4 fists, and the icy energy turned into a roar of wind, and a huge vortex soon appeared on the ground of several hundred meters centered on the two of them, whirling with twisted air and gravel. Zizz. The dark red electric current emerged again, and soon merged into the vortex, so that people all over the world could see that Laurent and Whitebeard were standing in the dark red vortex eyes, holding each other. Such a shocking picture made the whole world fall into silence. Everyone held their breath, subconsciously squeezed the food and wine bottles in their hands, and stared at the screen without blinking. When the sky again became dark and gloomy due to the collision of the overlord colors, Lauren and Whitebeard ended their stalemate. One of them bowed their heads and the other looked up. Their eyes were full of cold light and evil spirits. I saw Lauren take the initiative to withdraw. After taking a step back, the muscles in his body bulged, the blue veins on his arms protruded, and he rushed to Whitebeard again and waved his arms. The speed of this arm swing is very fast, and each punch hits air resistance. Even Whitebeard had to predict his attack with a domineering look, then clenched his fists with both hands, and responded to Lauren's attack at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang. The four fists collided constantly, and the deafening roar sounded, and as their fists matched, they kept blasting out. The icy energy is like waves of the ocean, wave after wave, each wave is more violent than the other. The strong tremors spread in all directions, affecting a corner of the island and the sea closest to them. I saw that the sea began to tremble, and the surging strength of the waves began to increase. In less than a minute, Lauren and Whitebeard had already fought hundreds of punches. From the battle of physique, to the prejudgment of seeing and seeing domineering, in the end, Whitebeard had to use armed domineering, resisting the power of Lauren's punch that is more powerful than a punch. Wow! When a wave is as high as 20 meters of waves, lapping behind the shore in the background. And Whitebeard jumped back one after another, raising their fists in unison, causing the volcano to erupt completely. Shixiangyi style. Laurent hit a straight punch. The fist was like an indestructible blade, as if torn through space, causing obvious fluctuations in the invisible air. Fluctuations increased from small to large, and quickly formed a huge white beam of light, roaring towards Whitebeard. Empty shock. At the same time, Whitebeard's right fist, which was bigger than Roland's head, also appeared with a transparent white halo, and he hammered at Roland. Crack. If Lauren's fist just distorted the air, then Whitebeard's punch just shattered the atmosphere. Just like a picture of space breaking apart, the cracks from the fragmentation of the atmosphere spread and appeared. The terrifying and majestic air waves surged out from the cracks in the atmosphere, and the power of shock contained in them also blasted a thick crack on the ground where the air waves passed. Two different air cannons collided together, and the whole world was instantly covered with dazzling white light. On the screens all over the world, a huge mushroom cloud appeared, covering both Lauren and Whitebeard, making it impossible for people to see the scene inside. Chapter 93. The Tyrant Who Reigns Over the World, known as the God of Destruction. Close black lens bracket. The mushroom cloud lasted for several minutes before slowly dissipating. When everything was calm, Lauren and Whitebeard had shifted positions. Because their original place has become a 200 or 300 meters deep trench, as dark as an abyss. The figures, one big and one small, moved towards the center of the large island, while running, while you chased each other back and forth, between fists and feet collided. The deafening roar was like a dull thunder, the drowsy sky, blue and white electricity. Snakes churned through the clouds, giving this large uninhabited island a tranquil backdrop before the storm, yet apocalyptic. Bang! Fists slammed together again, and Whitebeard's complexion finally changed slightly. His body involuntarily took a half step back, looking at Lauren, who had entered a state of selflessness in front of him, a look of disbelief in his eyes. The power of this kid is still getting stronger. It's not that Whitebeard is exhausted, but that Lauren's power continues to increase. The two were still evenly matched just now, but Lauren seemed to be stronger when he was stronger, and the power contained in his fist became stronger and stronger. If you take a closer look, you will find that Lauren's fist is no longer covered with black material, and he no longer needs to be domineering. But his fist, the power is stronger than the domineering cover, and it is still increasing. This kid, thinking about what happened in his body, Whitebeard faced Lauren's lightning-like fist, and his right fist went up to meet him. The two fists collided, a familiar and powerful shock wave emerged from Whitebeard's fist, and Laurent penetrated his entire body in an instant. However, this shock wave hadn't had time to cause damage to Lauren's body. Like a falling thunder that was sucked away by a lightning rod, it swam through Lauren's body and poured into the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the earth with a radius of 100 meters sank down, and a pothole several meters deep appeared. Feeling this familiar power, Lauren couldn't help grinning. It's useless. High-level armament is useless to me. It's useless, you brat. Whitebeard was startled for a while, and then grinned. That's why you don't have to be domineering. Fighting with lousy, you also think about fairness. The domineering thing will be useless soon. Lauren said meaningful words, and then the powerful waste force erupted like a rocket, and the whole person jumped into the air at a height of 7 meters, and the left leg carried a strong vigor and kicked the head of Whitebeard. Kick was approaching, but the whistling sound had not yet sounded. Whitebeard looked at the air resistance brought about by Lauren's kick, and did not dare to reach out and grab it like those short juniors, but raised the thick with his right arm. He wanted to block Lauren's swift kick. Boom! A terrifying violent sound exploded, causing the whole world to exclaim. With Whitebeard's arm, creating an air vortex, the 666-foot-tall body of Whitebeard was kicked out by Lauren. And instead of kicking a few meters, his feet flew out nearly 100 meters like arrows that were off the string. Impossible, Daddy was kicked away. The Margot people who watched the battle through the video phone worm from dozens of nautical miles away finally lost their composure and stood up one after another, with a look of disbelief. Although Dad didn't use domineering defenses, that guy's kicks also no cover. Guys, why is this happening? Quote. Could it be that the dark disease in Daddy's body broke out? Who knew about Whitebeard's current physical condition couldn't help but say with a worried expression. Impossible, Dad is in good health during this time. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, who has not yet been killed, said in a deep voice, and it's not long since the fight started, so it's even less likely that Dad will be exhausted. Now there is only one possibility, and that is. Margot's half-closed eyelids opened completely, staring at Lauren on the screen, gritted his teeth slightly. This guy's body is undergoing some kind of change. The new world, the kingdom of Dressrosa. It's starting. That perfect posture will appear in a short while. Morgans clasped his 2 winged arms together, and shouted excitedly, the tyrant who reigns in the world, it's not the god of destruction. Doflamingo also grabbed his trousers with both hands excitedly, with a wicked smile that contorted his face, and said in a trembling voice, Roran, let the whole world see the strongest power in the world. We are sure to win. Who is in the world's largest entertainment city, shouted in unison at this moment, just like Morgans and Doflamingo. At the same time, all kinds of cheers and unbelievable roars resounded all over the world. Whitebeard was kicked 100 meters away. Lauren broke the evenly matched situation and gained the advantage first. Just like a team scoring a goal in the World Cup, the shouts of excitement from countless supporters also caused anxiety and curses on the faces of countless opponents. This battle is open to the whole world, from the common people to the rich, and the betting amount is as high as a century gamble of more than 100 billion. Whitebeard is the favorite of the winner, and countless people put their entire net worth on him. Once Whitebeard loses, countless people will go bankrupt. Straight to the point. The picture returned to the large uninhabited island, and the situation of the Whitebeard who was kicked away was not bad, but his arm felt a little numb. Flicking his arms, Whitebeard looked at Lauren, whose expression changed from a grin to calm, his temperament changed from hot to cold, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Little devil, although I don't know what happened to your body. Change, but Lao Su approves of you. The temptation can be over, you can attack with all your strength. On Whitebeard's fist again, and said to Lauren who was walking slowly. The warm-up is over, Whitebeard. Lauren responded softly, running towards Whitebeard with a blank expression. Speed is like ordinary people, not so fast that it looks like an afterimage, and it does not use the ghostly body technique of the battle just now. That volcanic eruption-like momentum gradually became more restrained. If he hadn't seen Lauren's domineering and awe-inspiring before, Whitebeard would only regard him as an arrogant and ignorant kid, just like Ace back then. But being kicked by Lauren just now, Whitebeard obviously doesn't treat Lauren as an ordinary kid. But just as Margot thought, Lauren's body must be undergoing some kind of change. Chapter 94. Return of Life Katakana Middle. God of Destruction. Don't die, kid. Looking at Lauren who was running, Whitebeard took the initiative to meet him this time. After reminding him, his clenched right fist with a transparent white halo smashed towards Lauren. He originally wanted to shatter the atmosphere and let the air waves blow Lauren away. Lauren's next move made Whitebeard and those who knew Whitebeard's abilities widen their eyes. I saw that Whitebeard's fist hadn't been in contact with the atmosphere. Lauren instantly completed the limit speed increase from 0 to 100, and appeared in front of Whitebeard in the blink of an eye. The fist did not cover domineering, nor did it twist the air, and just hit it straight out. The fist with the transparent white halo and the Whitebeard collided like this. Crack. The sound of the air breaking up resounded again. I thought that Lauren's fist would be fractured in this collision, and some people even thought that his fist would burst instantly. But what is surprising is that instead of being hurt, Lauren's fist completely resisted the strongest fist in the Whitebeard world. Big or small, thick or thin, began to emerge from the fists of Lauren and Whitebeard, and spread around. The air waves that overflowed from the cracks were mixed with strong shock power, causing the ground under the feet of both Whitebeard and Lauren to show signs of ground cracks, and then began to collapse, forming trenches. Before the ground beneath their feet collapsed, the two figures swept away violently towards the center of the island. Huh. Way, Lauren let out a groan, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and a light smile appeared on his stern face. Block it. It's actually blocked. Liar. Actually blocked Whitebeard's fruit ability head-on. He must be using domineering, or some kind of special ability, otherwise it is impossible to withstand Whitebeard's ability. Quote, quote. This scene made the new world boil. Especially the Moby Dick, which was dozens of nautical miles away, those sons who admired Whitebeard and thought his ability was almost invincible, all of them looked in disbelief, and suffered a great blow in their hearts. Who hit the hardest were not those squad leaders, but the black-bearded Marshal Titch hidden in the corner. He thinks that the superhuman-type Junjun fruit is the most powerful Blackbeard, and he can't believe the picture he sees at all. How could there possibly exist in this world, people who take Whitebeard's ability head-on without being domineering must be fake, that Tianlun must have used the ability. Is that the ability to be resurrected? Blackbeard seems to think like him, as well as people from the World Navy headquarters. Abandoning domineering and being able to take the fruit of the beard, could it be said that the 12 trials have other abilities? Except for the 3 Dark Kings of Doflamingo, no one knows what has changed in Lauren, and the change has been so great. Obviously, due to the distance and the high-speed movement, none of them saw the bleeding from the corner of Lauren's mouth. After shifting the battlefield, Lauren attacked Whitebeard again. Bang! Another blow with power, Whitebeard and Luo Len's fists collided again. This time the earth did not collapse, but was covered with cobweb-like cracks. Because of the power of this shock, it was all taken over by Lauren. Circular mask formed by air currents appearing on the fists of the two of them, and the gust of wind roared, blowing the clothes of the two of them flying, and the whole face was twitching. This power, Feeling the power from Lauren's fist, Whitebeard finally realized what was wrong with Lauren. Drink. Just listening to Lauren's soft drink, the muscles on the arm that fought against Whitebeard's fists bulged, blue veins protruded, and the strength that resisted the shaking fruit suddenly increased. Click. A bang, the sound of the air shattering appeared on the fists of the two. The two semicircular masks shattered in an instant, turning into endless waves of air that swept out in all directions. Who completely neutralized Whitebeard's punch, took the opportunity to attack Whitebeard, jumping up and punching him in the chest with an ordinary punch. Being surprised, Whitebeard, who had no time to condense his abilities, couldn't even put his hands in front of him, so he could only cover half of his body with a domineering look of armament, trying to block Lauren's punch. Poof! But when Lauren's fist landed on his chest, Whitebeard suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Powerhouses finally understood why Lauren was able to block Whitebeard's ability with an ordinary fist. I saw that Whitebeard punched Lauren in the front, and he didn't fly out like before, but just stood there and vomited blood. But behind him, thousands of meters away, a rock mountain nearly 100 meters high, boom, exploded with a bang, turning into countless corpses of various sizes, all of which fell to the ground. What was even more astounding was that there was a kilometer-long depression on the ground connecting the Rocky Mountain and the back of Whitebeard. Is his fist so terrifying? Is this really human? Whitebeard actually blocked such a fist. Both of them are monsters. Hee, with such a monster out there, what kind of sea are we going to find? What legendary treasures are we looking for? Mom, I miss you, I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Quote. Of Lauren's punch not only shattered the Rocky Mountain, but also shattered the courage of countless weaklings. Uncle, a sneak attack is not a glorious thing. Lauren retracted his fist, stared calmly at the Whitebeard whose momentum had completely changed, and raised his other hand slightly. Also, in front of my perception in this state, your reaction is too slow. Bang! Punch was withdrawn. Lauren swung another punch, colliding with Whitebeard's fist, which contained the power of shock. The energy of the body and the domineering aura of high-level armament condensed on the fist, the shock wave like a nuclear bomb, together with the shock power of the shock fruit, distorted the atmosphere, turned into two semicircular masks, and started the tug-of-war competition again. But now, it is clear that Lauren has the absolute advantage. Chapter 95, The King's Fist Part 1. The return of life is a kind of profound meaning of body art that is different from the 6 styles, and its effect has touched the mystery of the human body. Who comprehend this skill can instill their own consciousness into the body, so as to freely control every cell of the body, hair and internal organs. Those who are good at this skill can even control any part of the body. Lauren played against 2 strong men who realized the return of life. One was Lucci of 9, and the other was the masked man who joined forces with Kobo. Among them, the masked man's life return is the most powerful, which can suppress serious injuries and bring his body back to its peak state. Because of his innate martial arts talent and innate arrogance, Lauren has no. What a difficult trick and profound meaning to learn. As long as you can display it yourself, you can learn it instantly. Lauren learned the return of life from Lucci, and also learned the more mysterious return of life from the masked man, completing the upgrade of the profound meaning of physique. After learning the King's Fist of the Kingdom of Prudence through a special phone bug, Lauren inadvertently improved this trick that suits him perfectly when he was improving his proficiency. Will and consciousness are instilled in the body. When warming up for the battle, the muscle strength of the whole body is gradually improved, and the energy of the body is condensed and compressed in the body, and then integrated into the high-level arm domineering and natural domineering, making Lauren's senses. An incredible change has taken place. His heart has become very quiet, and the natural domineering and domineering integrated into every cell not only allows him to easily capture the opponent's flaws, but also makes his spirit sublime into the future. Yes, Lauren saw the future. Eyes. Seeing the future, the high-level armament and domineering integrated into the energy of the body made him mobilize the domineering outburst and the special shock wave of the transformation of body energy with every blow. This is why Lauren gave up the domineering winding and hardening, but became more and more powerful. Lauren's current state is what Morgans calls the god of destruction. Straight to the point. By eyes. Seeing the future, Lauren easily accepted Whitebeard's attack, staring at Whitebeard's suffocating eyes through the mask formed by the atmosphere, and spit out 2 words with a smile: 5 fists. What? Whitebeard froze slightly. The whole world seems to have heard Lauren's words, and they all feel confused. Click. A sound, the special shock wave formed by the body's energy and domineering outburst easily broke the stalemate. With the shattering of the mask, Lauren took the initiative to jump back and distanced himself, looking at Whitebeard, who was out of breath and was obviously not feeling well after being hit by the punch just now, and said, "There are 4 more punches, and my strength will be reduced. It will be raised to the limit. If you can stop my 5th punch, then I lose. If you can't stop it, then you lose, so what? 5 punches." Feeling the pain like a meat grinder just now, even the domineering damage, Whitebeard couldn't help grinning. "How dare you say it? If you have that ability, come and try it, arrogant." Whitebeard's words clearly agreed with Loon's statement. "Then here I come." Confidence permeated his face, and the horns of Lauren raised slightly, running towards Whitebeard again. The young fist in Whitebeard's eyes clenched tightly, and under the eruption of his waist, Lauren jumped into the sky 4 meters high and hit Whitebeard with a simple straight punch. There is no air resistance and no air cannons that distort the airflow. Whitebeard felt a mortal threat. Without even thinking about it, Whitebeard directly used the ability to shake the fruit, and his fists attacked again with a transparent white halo. The moment the 2 fists collided, the mask formed by the distortion of the atmosphere reappeared, and the majestic air waves ravaged the earth. The ground was already covered with spider web-like cracks, and a large number of stones protruded from the ground, and there were also a large number of gravel falling into a ravine widened by fissures. If you look down from the top, you will find that this large uninhabited island, the western site where Lauren and Whitebeard are located, is already in tatters, like a disc has cracked a small side. Punch! Whitebeard used 80% of his uncharged power. Mask quickly, clicks. Shattered with a bang, and the cracks of the stripes spread out towards the surrounding atmosphere. That contained the power of shocks gushed out from the cracks, like a tsunami that covered the sky and the sun, and instantly drowned Lauren in the air, blasting away thousands of meters away. Of shock also created an amazing ravine on the ground. This field was destroyed again by the attack of the 2. Whitebeard, who lost his footing, did not wait for Lauren to come out this time, but walked towards Lauren. After the dust mist dissipated, Lauren, who flew more than 1,000 meters away, reappeared unharmed. Liar, he was punched by Dad, and he didn't do anything at all. Just kidding, this must be fake. Quote quote. This scene once again shocked the world, especially the sons of Whitebeard. Even Kaido, who was hit by Whitebeard's frontal attack, couldn't be unscathed. That kind of power that shatters the atmosphere is a shocking force that can ignore the tough outer layer and cause damage to the fragile interior. It is much more powerful than the so-called high-level armed domineering. This is the reason why Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world. Uncle, I underestimated you. Lauren patted off the dust from his body. His inner peace was disturbed by the punch of Whitebeard just now, and he couldn't help but smile at Whitebeard. 4 more punches. After speaking, Lauren attacked Whitebeard again. Still jumping up a straight punch, Whitebeard, who was also shocked by his unscathed appearance, subconsciously used the strength just now, and the fists of the 2 collided again. Next second, Whitebeard's complexion suddenly changed. As soon as the distorted mask appeared, the mask on Lauren's side instantly enlarged, trying to crush the one on Whitebeard's side. Just now, the opponent obviously didn't even have the ability to fight, but now he has actually suppressed it. This improvement is too terrifying. Apart from that, the transparent white light wave in Whitebeard's hand suddenly swelled in volume, instantly reversing the disadvantage. Click. The familiar cracking sound resounded again, and the airwaves bursting out of the atmospheric cracks, this time aimlessly rushed out in all directions, blasting both Lauren and Whitebeard out. Crack crack. Like a plate being hit by a hammer, the whole island made a shattering sound that spread throughout the world. The entire large uninhabited island trembled violently, and a mushroom cloud that covered the sky slowly floated up from the west. Chapter 96. The King's Fist Part 2. What is the result? Who wins? With such great destructive power, there should be a winner and a loser. It's better that they're all dead. With such monsters in this world, we don't have a day to come. The picture is covered with dust and fog, and it has been several minutes. Why hasn't it spread out yet? That island won't sink, right? Quote, quote. The island-destroying battle silenced the world. Everyone was attracted by this non-human battle, and they didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing the wonderful picture. Or frightened by some pictures to incontinence because of physical problems. But now, the mushroom cloud blocked the screen, and the two protagonists disappeared from the screen. A variety of sounds rang out on every bustling island and town. There are urgent results, there are prayers and curses, and there are just a few minutes of lost dreams. When the huge mushroom cloud disappeared, and the dust mist covering a quarter of the island dissipated, the island with a missing corner appeared. The broken stones were like reefs, and the ravines, big or small, were all filled with sea water, and the figures of Lauren and Whitebeard had disappeared. Bang! Just when everyone wondered if they would fall into the sea. A deafening bang came suddenly from the east. The news birds and videophone bugs who heard the sound shifted their positions one after another, and the picture quickly captured the source of the sound. I saw that Lauren and Whitebeard appeared there at an unknown time, and were fighting fiercely. The shock wave of Whitebeard's shocking fruit collided with Roran's special shock wave, and the results of each previous punch were different, either a stalemate, or one side had the advantage and one side had the disadvantage. And now, they have all made a full blow. Mask was once again in a stalemate, and no one could increase their efforts to break the situation. The violent air waves swept out in all directions again, and the cobweb-like ground cracks reappeared in this area. 2 more punches. Lauren's face was constantly twitching by the airwaves, but his eyes shone brightly, feeling the power of the confrontation gradually dissipating, and his other hand clenched his fists with 5 fingers, as if he was accumulating power. Like him, there is also a Whitebeard. The size of a sandbag, already had a transparent white halo, and both of them were ready to charge for a blow. Drink! Lauren shouted loudly, and with Whitebeard retracted their fists, then twitched the other hand, and the swift fists collided again. Boom! Except for their feet, everything around them collapsed in an instant, and the 2 charged attacks caused the entire island to tremble again. Click, click, click. The sound of cracking resounded throughout the world, and those terrifying cracks soon spread all over the eastern part of the island. Such a rapid spread indicates that the attack is the same as before, but the power is vastly different. Crack. This time the mask quickly cracked. It's not that one side has the advantage, but that the atmosphere can't bear their power and shatters on its own. The terrifying air wave ended their stalemate and blasted the 2 out again, but this time, in addition to the tsunami-like air wave. Outside the raging land, there is no mushroom cloud that covers the sky. It's done. The 2 opened a distance of hundreds of meters. After Lauren landed, the familiar grin finally returned to his face. Life is returned to the god of destruction. With the help of Whitebeard's power to polish, all of Lauren's body energies awakened, and at this moment, his body seemed to have opened the limiter, exuding a faint white steam. Uncle, this is the last punch. The consciousness instilled in the body is like a magnet, attracting all the energy of the body. Lauren took a punching posture at a distance of several hundred meters, and reminded the Whitebeard, be careful. Don't die. Come on, arrogant brat. No need for Lauren's reminder, the warning from the domineering and physical body has already made Whitebeard feel the long-lost breath of death. He could no longer regard the kid in front of him as a junior. He saw his fists clenched with both hands, a transparent white halo appeared on both fists, and they were still swollen like air. Looking at the picture where they were obviously the last blow, the world held their breath and stared nervously at the screen. After charging for dozens of seconds, Lauren moved. The king's fist. An ordinary straight punch was struck with the twitching of Lauren's arm. Empty shock. Whitebeard's fists hammered the atmosphere in front of him with great momentum. Of atmospheric cracking did not appear. There were indeed streak-like cracks in the atmosphere ahead. Likewise, the earth did not shatter, and the trembling sound of the island sounded. The whole world seems to have fallen into silence. But the people all over the world, including the powerhouses in the New World, even the Whitebeard pirates dozens of miles away, and the 4 Karina girls, all opened their eyes wide and their mouths open to the widest. In the silent picture, Whitebeard vomited blood. His huge body seemed to be engulfed by a tsunami. A distorted air current penetrated past him, and a large mountain several kilometers behind him exploded silently. It turned into countless rubble and flew in the air. Boom! Explosions sounded slowly, but it was not caused by the attack. It's the sky. I saw that it became because of the domineering collision of the domineering colors. The sky covered with dark clouds became. There are no clouds in the sky. The explosion was the sound of the clouds and the mountains synchronizing. The explosion of the mountains and the cracking of the atmosphere were drowned out by the loud sound of the clouds tearing apart. So much so that the whole world can only hear the sound of the clouds exiting. The bright sun shines down, and the golden sun hangs above the blue sky, making the background of the stormy approach suddenly become sunny. The sun was like golden powder, sprinkled on Lauren's body. He slowly folded his fists, looked at the Whitebeard who had fallen to the ground. A childlike innocent smile slowly appeared on his beautiful face, and said with a smile, "I won." This picture is frozen on the screen all over the world. The whole world fell into silence. After dozens of seconds, like waves crashing on the shore, wow. Suddenly, the whole world boiled. Chapter 97. The New World is the Strongest. 5th Sea Emperor, God of Destruction, Lauren. Win, and the winner is Lauren the Natural Destroyer. I'm going crazy. What happened just now? What happened? My God, how did the sky over there suddenly change? Is it God? It must be the power of God. Only the power of God can describe the scene just now. It's over. It's over. Why did he win? I've got all my wealth under Whitebeard. Woo, my money. It's all gone. Damn Whitebeard, aren't you the strongest man in the world? Why did you lose? I'm going to make a fortune. I put a part of the money on Lord Roland, and the winner is Lord Roland. My idol won, and I also made a fortune, which is amazing. I love you, Lord Lauren. Quote. With the defeat of Whitebeard, the various forms of life appear again all over the world. At this moment, the atmosphere of the world is much warmer than the festivals. At this moment, countless people fell into the abyss, and countless people seem to have ascended to heaven, both positive and negative. The new world is the strongest and born. Cheers. In the King's Heights of Dressrosa Kingdom, Doflamingo opened a bottle of champagne on the spot, clinking glasses with Morgans, and there was a phone bug next to him, and 33s rang out. At the same time, the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. I didn't expect you to be defeated. Are you still old with Whitebeard? Sengoku looked at the screen projected on the wall and sighed with a complicated expression. One punch changed the weather, and I haven't seen him for a while. This man's strength has entered another level. Kizaru crossed Erlang's legs and pursed his lips with emotion. As expected of an ancient humanoid weapon, it's a terrifying monster. I thought that he would use this battle to become an existence no less than the 4 emperors. But I never thought that he would defeat Whitebeard in front of the whole world. Lieutenant General Crane said in a deep voice, "This is not a good thing for us." The hype of this peak battle can be seen in the figure of Tianyasha Don Quixote Doflamingo, as well as Big News Morgans and Golden Emperor Guild Tezzolo. They are the Don Quixote family, the World Economic News, and the leader of the world's largest entertainment city, each of which is a black and white behemoth. Lieutenant General Crane tapped his fingers on the table. With these 3 notorious guys standing behind him, the threat of Lauren the Natural Destroyer is far from what it was yesterday, and we must take countermeasures to deal with it. He is now wreaking havoc in that chaotic sea, let alone our navy, and even the world government is powerless. Sengoku said with a headache. If that's the case, then raise his bounty. Lieutenant General Crane said meaningfully, since he defeated Whitebeard in front of the whole world, let him be ordered. That sea can no longer hold a 5th Sea Emperor, even if Whitebeard doesn't care, the other 3 who will divide the new world will not sit idly by. Great idea. Of Lieutenant General Crane made warring states shine. Dad, I actually lost. It's a lie, there must be something wrong with my eyes. What a joke, Dad is the strongest man in the world. Even Roger the Pirate King can't be defeated. How could he be defeated by a kid? Quick, get the boat over there. Dad needs us now. Quote. To say that Whitebeard's defeat has the greatest impact, it is undoubtedly the Whitebeard pirates. Moby Dick color. But soon, a squad leader came back to his senses and hurriedly roared at the navigators. The awakened family members, as if thinking of something, hurriedly turned their sails and rowed them towards the uninhabited island. But there is one faster than them. That's Margot. I saw a phoenix burning with blue flames soaring into the sky, flying towards the large uninhabited island at a very fast speed. While he was flying to the island, he saw a bird-like creature flashing blue and white electric lights in the sky not far away, flying towards the large uninhabited island, much faster than Margot. Seeing this scene, Margot's pupils shrank slightly. That's Lauren's partner, she is also a phantom beast. When the two completely animalized bird-like creatures came to the uninhabited island one after the other, and landed next to Lauren and the unconscious Whitebeard, the image phone bugs in the sky closed their eyes and their heads dropped. The peak battle of this world live broadcast has officially come to an end. Lauren, are you alright? After the bird-like creature that flickered with blue and white electric light landed, it immediately turned into the figure of Nami, and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lauren shook his head, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and his breathing seemed very disordered. With his body exhausted, he rarely experienced the feeling of exhaustion. Who was checking Whitebeard's body in front of him? Nami said to Nami, let's go. Nami nodded vigorously, bent over and carried Lauren on her back. Without even looking at Marco, she turned into a bird-like creature with feathers flowing with electricity and light, and flew back along the original path. Watching their departure, Margot did not try to stop them. Although Margot didn't know that the live broadcast was over, Laurent challenged his father in an upright manner, but his character was not bad enough to take a shot at a weak winner. In Whitebeard's body, Margot did not dare to carry Whitebeard up and fly back like Nami did, but stood in place and waited for the arrival of the Moby Dick. Quote. Returning to the boat, Lauren had fallen asleep on Nami's back. Covering Nami did not harm him. Not only was Nami deliberately controlling it, but even his invisible armor could not be broken because of this current. After returning to the boat, Karina and the girls looked at Lauren, who was asleep, and couldn't help looking at each other, smiling silently, and then carried Lauren back to the room in a tacit understanding. The sailboat also headed back towards the kingdom of Dressrosa. When the early morning came, countless news birds flew all over the world with mailboxes full of newspapers. As the white sky spreads all over the world, it announces the advent of a new era. The new world is the strongest. The Fifth Sea Emperor, Lauren, the god of destruction, the reward, 3.5 billion Bailey. And collect. Chapter 98, Worm, Fetters. Today's news headlines are rarely guessed by most of the world's people. However, they only guess the first one. Lauren would most likely replace Whitebeard's title of the world's strongest man, but they didn't guess the latter two at all. Big News Morgans changed the title of Lauren without authorization, from a natural destroyer to a god of destruction, and was immediately adopted by the Navy headquarters, and issued a new bounty order. The bounty has soared from the original 2 billion Bailey to 35 billionaire. Now, apart from the 4 sea emperors and the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, and some legendary great pirates who have lived in seclusion and died, or are imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, there is no one whose bounty is higher than that of Lauren. The Fifth Sea Emperor, well deserved. His new title, God of Destruction, means, Godslayer who masters the power of destruction. This title has not only been recognized by the world, but even the world government and the naval headquarters have acquiesced. Of Cloudless Punches still reverberates in countless people's minds to this day. Especially those who failed to challenge Whitebeard, or who have seen the terrifying fruit of the shock, have to admit that it was an irresistible blow. This is indeed the case. The King's Fist, however, condensed all of Lauren's physical energy and high-level armament and domineering arrogance, and displayed the ultimate meaning of either you or me, and the ultimate change of limit. And how terrifying Lauren's body energy can only be described as vast as the sea. The King of War Elisabello II of the Kingdom of Prudence is nothing compared to Lauren. Whitebeard can't die if he is hit by this move, all relying on the shock fruit output with all his strength, blocking more than half of the damage, and his physique is also monster level. Even so, Whitebeard was seriously injured and passed out. If it was the supernova of the Great Root, or even the so-called powerhouses of the New World, the result of them being hit by Lauren's trick would be the explosion of the mountain that exploded and died. Straight to the point. At this time, Lauren didn't know that he had become the strongest in the New World. After being taken away from the large uninhabited island by Nami, he was full of newcomers to his friends, and he was very relieved to lie on Nami's back and sleep. On his sleep, Lauren only felt that his whole body was immersed in a hot spring, with a few small hands swimming around his body, taking away all the fatigue of the battle. This sleep, Lauren slept very sweetly. When Lauren woke up, there was a surge in his ears, and the sound of seagulls flying by, which meant that the sailboat was still, sailing on the sea. Outside the window is a clear blue sky, and the sea is beyond. Lauren got up and stretched his muscles and bones, and found that he was wearing a pajamas, and his body was clean and fragrant, without the slightest odor of sweat. Needless to say, it must be Karina and the others who helped her take a bath. Lauren smiled slightly, and the image of Hancock rubbing his back subconsciously appeared in his mind, and he woke up suddenly. By the way, I don't seem to have told Hancock about the challenge, I hope she doesn't mind. Thinking of Hancock's appearance on the verge of tears, Lauren felt a headache and quickly cleared his mind. After a brief wash, Lauren rode. The elevator came to the third deck. Although the cabin has 6 floors, from the outside, there are actually only 4 floors. Lauren and Karina's rooms are all on the highest 6th floor. The cabins that are more than 100 meters high have about 30 floors according to the buildings that were about 3 meters in the previous life. Dividing the 30 floors into 6 floors, considering that there are several girls on board, the shipbuilders naturally considered the design of the elevator. Elevators also exist in this world, such as the hotel in Dressrosa Kingdom and the Golden King Hotel in the world's largest entertainment city. Yo, our world is the strongest awake. Following his domineering perception, Lauren came to the casino to find Karina and Nami. Seeing Lauren appear in pajamas, Karina and Nami's faces turned slightly red, and then looked at each other. In order to ease the embarrassment in their hearts, Karina laughed in a teasing tone. What is the strongest in the world? Who didn't realize how much impact his defeat of Whitebeard had had, asked in confusion. Let's not talk about this. You are very hungry now, Nami, and I will cook for you. Karina walked up to Lauren, raised her head and tidied up his collar for him, patted his firm chest, and smiled. Ah, trouble. Lauren reached out and rubbed Karina's head, nodded first, and then asked, by the way, what about Robin and Perona? Robin was in the library, and Dover bought her many books, many of which were old books that could not be found in the market or had been lost. While pulling Lauren away, Karina said, as for Perona, she should be playing with her new doll in the dressing room. Really, she's an older woman in her 20s, and she likes some quirky gadgets. Don't let her hear your words. Lauren said with a smile, otherwise you will be miserable. Ahihi, I won't. Karina stuck out her tongue and smiled. 3 of them came to the luxuriously decorated dining room. Karina and Nami picked up aprons and tied them to their graceful bodies, put on white chef hats, and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Lauren. Sitting in front of the main table at the dining table, Laurent propped his face with his right hand, staring at the 2 busy women without blinking. As if a warm current was surging in his heart, he felt hungry all day without feeling uncomfortable at all. I don't know since when, Lauren seems to have become accustomed to the feeling of Karina and the girls around, and doesn't want to go back to the old way of swimming alone in the sea and getting lost, eating raw sea beasts when hungry, and drinking its blood when thirsty. Live. Not strong, they will play with themselves, help themselves with laundry, cook for themselves, and urge themselves to sleep on time, and impatiently teach him all kinds of etiquette and common sense, and even make mistakes themselves. If something happens, it will be sternly corrected. Lauren understands that he has developed a sense of dependence on them. The same goes for Karina's daughters. This is Fetters. Chapter 99. What are you going to do next? Close black lens bracket. After Lauren finished eating, Robin and Corona seemed to have heard the news of his awakening, and they put down what they were holding, and worked with Karina and Nami to pull Lauren away to experience all kinds of things on the ship. Interesting room. The time the new ship was built to the present, Roland 55 just had a brief visit, and had never played with the entertainment facilities inside. Now that Lauren has defeated Whitebeard to become the strongest in the new world, as usual, this battle madman should be quiet for a while. The raised heart finally relaxed, and Karina's 4 daughters naturally wanted to relax. Compared with the previous sail that could only play cards and fish, the entertainment facilities of this new boat are so rich that it is like a small amusement park. 5 people 5 first went to the casino. Karina and Nami tried their best to snatch everyone's private money, no longer ordinary card games, but all kinds of gambling machines. Tired of gambling, 5 of 5 went to the bar next door, where there is the world's top singing equipment. Karina showed her skills, and her angelic voice sang the sound of nature, allowing Lauren 4 to enjoy the top-level auditory feast. In the dance hall, the dance that Lauren had been taught by Karina finally came in handy. The innate physical talent makes Lauren's flexibility stronger than women's, and the learning talent is even more obvious at a glance. Dancing with Karina is no problem at all. After playing in the casino and bar until noon, Lauren was dragged by Karina's 4 daughters to work as a coolie. Came to Nay, Luo's learning talent was used by Karina's 4 daughters, allowing him to learn techniques such as massage and applying skincare products, and then asked Luo Ren to act as their beauty therapist. Massaged them. I gave Lauren a welfare by the way, as his reward. These memories only occasionally reminded Lauren of what happened with Hancock, and then he was pulled back to his senses by the chatter of Karina's 4 daughters. There are nearly 100 indoor and outdoor designs of the cabin, and it is impossible for 5 people to experience it in one day. Finishing the 3rd and 4th floors of entertainment, the new ship has returned to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, who received Karina's call, took his family early and waited for Lauren's return at the private dock. When the sailboat docked and broke down, the 5 Laurent 5 got off the ladder, and Doflamingo walked with a unique arrogant step, spread his arms from a distance, and hugged Lauren. Welcome back, our new world's strongest man. Thank you for your hard work, Dover. Lauren and Doflamingo hug back. After looking around, he asked suspiciously, where's Morgans, has he left? Ah, that guy left 2 days ago. He said it was a great moment for the generation to come, and the news must be written by him himself. Doflamingo explained a sentence, and then turned. These are my family members and important officials of the Don Quixote family. Walked, I said, I have set up a banquet for you at the King's Heights. Lauren nodded at the officials of the Don Quixote family, and smiled friendly. How are you? Nice to meet you. Lord Lauren. The cadres headed by Toripal and Diamante hurriedly bent over and shouted respectfully. Although Lauren is easygoing, their hearts are still very uneasy. Especially when the other party has won the title of the strongest in the world, even if they know that their young master has a good relationship with him, these people still dare not be presumptuous. But at the same time of fear, Toripal, Diamante, and Pica, the 3 cadres who first followed Doflamingo, felt extremely excited. Their family's cooperation with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has already made them feel like they are hugging their thighs. But now, their young master actually formed an alliance with the strongest man in the world, and gained the friendship of each other. Such happiness can only be described by obtaining the legendary Great Secret Treasure. Climbing the biggest backer in the world, the influence of their Don Quixote family will be able to rise to a higher level. Lauren had no idea what they were thinking. Outside the villa in King's Heights, the chefs have prepared the dishes for the banquet, and Doflamingo held a banquet for Lauren and the others outside. Lauren and Doflamingo were seated in front of the main seat, their fleet in 2 rows. Eating and chatting, Doflamingo didn't ask Lauren what it was like to be the strongest man in the world. After a short time together, he could already see the simplicity of this friend. He didn't like to be touted by others. Get along the same, just a normal chat. So Doflamingo didn't talk about these unnutritious topics, but asked directly, Lauren, what are you going to do next? And who stuffed food into his mouth, couldn't help but pause slightly. You told me that your goal in entering the new world is to challenge the former strongest men in the world, Whitebeard and Kaido. Now you have accomplished a goal, and you have become the strongest in the world. Doflamingo poured a glass of wine for Lauren, and said meaningfully, after you challenge Kaido again and complete the goal of entering the new world, what do you want to do after that? Hearing this, the 4 daughters of Karina and the members of the Don Quixote family all stopped their movements and stared at Lauren with a contemplative face. Karina's 4 daughters are also curious. Who sail on this sea have their own dreams and goals. Nami wants to draw a map of the world, Robin wants to find the real history, even Karina and Verona have their own ideas. Lauren's goal, they have always known. I thought it was an unattainable dream, but Lauren has now achieved the title of the strongest man in the world, and is only 1 Kaido away from completing the goal. Although Kaido is the strongest creature in the world and the strongest duel, but after seeing Lauren's powerful Karina 4 daughters, as well as Doflamingo and the others, I don't think Lauren will lose to Kaido. Because Kaido is not the opponent of Whitebeard, otherwise he is the strongest man in the world. So after completing the goal, what will Laurent do next? As his ally, it is necessary for Doflamingo to set a new goal for him. Chapter 100. A bigger challenge than challenging Whitebeard. To be honest, Lauren hasn't really thought about what to do next. Other words, Lauren never had a real dream when he came to this world. His goal is just because he is invincible in the West Sea and cannot satisfy his desire to fight. He often hears people say, Whitebeard is the strongest in the world. Whitebeard is scarier than a ghost. If you want to say the strongest one-on-one, it must be Kaido. Waiting for the words, finally decided to challenge the 2 as the goal, entered the great route from the West Sea, then met Karina, Verona, Nami, and finally found Robin, and also met Hancock. Lauren's life just becomes colorful. So after challenging Whitebeard and Kaido, what is he going to do? Aimlessly sailing, or accompany Robin to find the real history? Lauren's eyes gradually become confused, just when the 4 Karina girls are worried. Suddenly, Lauren's eyes burst into a bright light. There it is. Quote. Doflamingo and the others looked at Lauren, whose fighting spirit was ignited, quietly. I thought of it, Dover. Lauren turned to Doflamingo with a bared smile, and said, I won't challenge Kaido for the time being, I'm going to retreat and practice. Why? There was no evil smile on Doflamingo's face, and he asked in a daze. I'm not strong enough yet. Luo Lun clenched his fists and said excitedly, returning my life to the god of destruction is my strongest posture, but after using it, both physical energy and domineering consumption are extremely large, especially the domineering arrogance that predicts the future. It needs to be in that state to be able to use it. I already have a new goal. No, I thought of a new challenge, a challenge that is even more difficult than challenging Whitebeard. A more difficult challenge than Whitebeard's daughters and members of the Don Quixote family changed in shock, and even the eyes under Doflamingo's sunglasses shrank slightly, and subconsciously asked, what challenge? Can't say. And at this time, Lauren actually learned to sell the tricks, shook his index finger slightly, and said proudly. Quote. Karina's 4 daughters looked at each other and became heartbroken. But the Don Quixote family and others are itching in their hearts, and have the courage to ask questions. Even Doflamingo could only suppress the curiosity in his heart. The familiar evil smile appeared on his face again. It would be good to have a new goal. If you have any help, just tell me, we are friends after all. It will definitely trouble you. Lauren patted Doflamingo on the shoulder and said with a smile. Hearing this sentence, Doflamingo felt relieved. He was not afraid that Lauren would trouble him, but he was afraid that Lauren would have something to do. Solve it on his own, that's not good news for him. Now it's hard to get on this cruise ship, and Doflamingo doesn't want to get off the ship. Suddenly, Doflamingo seemed to have thought of something, and quickly said, "By the way, someone wants to meet you." "Want to meet me? Who is it?" asked while continuing to stuff food into his mouth. "You may not know that person, but I believe Karina, you must know." Doflamingo moved his gaze to the girls who were watching and listening to Karina, and smiled evilly. "He is the head of Garantezolo, the world's largest entertainment city, and it is said that he owns 20% of the world's Bailey, Guild Tesolo, known as the Golden Emperor. It's him, the richest man in the world." Karina's 4 daughters suddenly widened their eyes. "Not bad." Doflamingo nodded and said, "The reason why the battle between Lauren and Whitebeard can face the world is all because of the credit of Morgans and Guild Tesolo. Zorro is responsible for installing influencer phone bugs in prosperous towns, and this time spent a lot of money. Is that so? Besides you and Morgans, there is someone else who helped." Lauren nodded suddenly and grinned. "Okay, let's meet then. I believe that the Tesolo guy will be very excited to tell him this news." Brother Doflamingo seemed to have long expected that Lauren would agree, and couldn't help but smile meaningfully. "He has prepared a big gift for you. I believe it will satisfy you and a few beautiful ladies." "A gift from the richest man in the world." Karina and Nami's beautiful eyes flashed with dazzling golden light. "I'm looking forward to it." After the banquet was over, the 5 Lawrence returned to the room in the King's Heights. Immediately, as if they had discussed it well, Karina took Nami and Perona to Lauren's room after taking a shower, and Robin came over soon after, and everyone gathered to chat. Karina was telling Lauren and Nami about the world's largest entertainment city, while Robin was sitting in the corner reading a book quietly. To their rooms to sleep until late at night. Next morning, just after the sun rose from the sea, after the 5 Laurent 5 had breakfast, they headed towards Garantezolo, the world's largest entertainment city, led by Doflamingo. Doflamingo did not board Lauren's new ship, but rode in his car. Garantezolo is an island boat 10 kilometers long and made of gold. It is the largest island ship in the world. The horror bark is not even qualified to carry its shoes. At the same time, it is the largest entertainment city in the world. It is also an independent country and a demilitarized zone. Sanctuary. Usually this huge island boat is pulled by the island turtle. Since it is a moving island boat, its position is not fixed. But because it is an island ship, its island also has a magnetic field, so Garantezolo can be reached through the eternal pointer. Perhaps he was already ready to meet Lauren. A few days ago, Guild Tesolo had instructed his subordinates to drive Gulen Tesolo in the direction of the kingdom of Dressrosa. With the help of the eternal pointer, the sailboat of Lauren and Doflamingo saw the Golden Island ship in the sea in less than 2 days. Chapter 101. The world's largest entertainment city. To enter the port of Garantezolo, you need to pass through a dimly lit tunnel. Usually, this tunnel will have a gold powder, and welcome the guests who come to Garantezolo for the first time in an extremely luxurious way. When those people enjoy the most advanced welcome ceremony, they don't know that these gold powders are also Guild Tesolo. A time bomb that Luo installed in their bodies to make themselves invincible in this absolute sanctuary, so as to maintain the inviolable majesty of the ruler. But in the face of Doflamingo and Lauren, Guild Tesolo did not do these small tricks. One is that it is useless. These powders are not a threat to those with the thread fruit ability, or Lauren who masters the return of life. Even this despicable method can easily provoke Lauren with a simple personality, which is self-defeating. Therefore, Doflamingo and Lauren's car passed through the tunnel smoothly. The moment they entered Garantezolo, what they saw was the world's first golden port, where all kinds of ships were moored, including pirate ships, warships, and ships with government flags. These ships, which should not have appeared together, actually stopped together in harmony, which is simply the most unusual landscape in the sea. This scene fully proves that Gurantezolo is an absolute sanctuary. Wow, there are glittering gold everywhere, worthy of being the legendary Golden Town. The sailboat sailed towards the pier, and the 4 Karina women stood in a row, and the eyes were filled with dazzling golden light. The golden buildings in the distance made Karina and Nami, the 2 rich slaves, feel that they had entered the country of dreams. The beautiful eyes of different colors have become the shape of dollar. As the legendary Tezolo treasure buried here, said softly to herself, looking at the Golden King Hotel, which can be seen even from the port. Tezolo treasure, what is that? Nami and the girls next to them looked at Karina with curious expressions on their faces. How does Karina know everything? This time, even Robin is very curious, because she has never heard the word. Well, it's normal for you not to know. Karina rolled her eyes and recounted. It is said that 20% of the Baileys circulating in the sea are buried on this island, and countless thieves want to steal this treasure, but no one has succeeded so far, so there is the rumor of the Zolo treasure is recognized as the highest honor in the thieves' world. Whoever successfully steals the Zolo treasure will be the #1 thief in the world. There are still such rumors. Nami's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She was a little famous thief cat in the East China Sea, but she had never heard of such a thing. But it's not surprising. After all, most people in the East China Sea don't even dare to step into the Great Route. How could they have heard such rumors? The 20% profit of the ocean circulation, how much Lorna will be very curious. It's not a secret that can't be said. It is said to be 500 billion Baileys. Na comes up with a staggering number. 500 billion Baileys, so many. Perona took a breath and was taken aback. Roran's bounty is only 3.5 billion, he actually has 500 billion Bailey. Ah. Karina nodded. At this moment, Lauren, who was looking at the scenery on the 6th floor, suddenly jumped down from above and said, "We're here." I saw that while the girls were chatting, the 2 sailboats had successfully docked. After the anchor broke down, the 5 of Roland got down from the boat ladder, and Doflamingo also brought Diamante, who was with him on the trip, to his side. Almost at the moment when they met, a figure came slowly. "Welcome to Gurantezolo, the world's largest entertainment city, Lord Lauren, Lord." With a respectful voice from far to near, Baccarat, who was deeply trusted by Guild Tezolo, bowed and saluted. "I am the exclusive receptionist, and Lord Tezolo asked me to come and greet you." "Is it Baccarat? Is that guy Tezolo only sending you here?" Brother Doflamingo obviously knew this woman, and didn't mind that Guild Tezolo didn't come in person, but said with a wicked smile, "Forget it, lead the way." However, his laughter and the subconsciously dangerous temperament made Baccarat tense. In the face of the most dangerous Chihuahua, and the strongest person in the world, no matter how strong the psychology and quality are, they can't maintain peace. I saw Baccarat forced a laugh and said politely, "Please come with me, Lord Tezolo has arranged for a turtle car to come and greet you." When they arrived at the place where the turtle car was parked, all 5 of Roland's 5 people opened their eyes slightly. Especially Lauren. I didn't expect to see the transportation of the previous life here. Although these cars are powered by tortoises, the appearance is very similar to the cars of the previous life. On the turtle car, a group of 8 people came to the Golden Hotel. At the door of the 1st floor, Guild Tezolo has been waiting for a long time, and there is even a sign on the door, "Closed." This guy actually stopped the operation of the Golden Hotel and vacated the whole building to entertain Lauren. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo showed a playful smile, and sighed inwardly, "It's not bad." "Ha ha ha, welcome to the Hotel of the King of Gold. Dear God of Destruction, I have long wanted to meet you." Lauren got out of the car. Guild Tezolo, who was wearing a golden suit and all kinds of gold jewelry, walked over and extended his right hand to Lauren very enthusiastically. "Hello." Lauren shook hands with him and smiled casually, "Just call me Lauren. Then I'll be respectful rather than obedient. You can just call me Tezolo." Gilder Tezolo nodded, then hugged Doflamingo. "Welcome to my country, Dover." Since we all know each other, Don't waste your time here. Doflamingo said directly. Of course, please come in. Guildtezolo turned around and raised his hand, and gestured to the two of them. It's really hard for you to travel for so long. I've already hosted a banquet for you on the top floor, and by the way, I've prepared a little gift for you. Chapter 102. Luxurious Gift, Start Retreat. Taking the elevator to the top floor of the Gold Hotel, Lauren and the others enjoyed a banquet hosted by Guildtezolo for them. All kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas are a little richer than Doflamingo's, and the craftsmanship is also a little bit better. After all, as the richest man in the world, the chefs and materials used by Guildtezolo to entertain the strongest men in the world are all top-notch in the world. Perhaps because of Doflamingo's ventilation, Guildtezolo did not please Lauren like a licking dog during the banquet, but released his kindness and chatted like a friend. I have to say, Lauren is very comfortable talking to these smart people. Through the analysis of Karina and Robin, Lauren already knew why Doflamingo and the others were courting him. Just like the island sheltered by Whitebeard, the flag of Whitebeard is hung in countless places, and the name of Whitebeard is marked, so that no pirates and navy dare to offend. Lauren's name was broadcast live in the world, and the gold content has been made by Doflamingo and the others into an existence no less than Whitebeard. The fifth emperor of the sea, the strongest man in the New World, the Godslayer who holds the power of destruction, these titles have been recognized by the world, including the world government, the naval headquarters, and even the 4 emperors who dominate the New World. To support Lauren to the top of the world, Doflamingo and others don't want much in return, that is, to use his name to strengthen their power. In response, Lauren was happy to lend them his flag. Because through the perception of good and evil, Lauren found that Doflamingo and the others were really doing it for their own good, and he not only took the greatest benefit, but also received several great gifts from Doflamingo. I only need to borrow him a flag, and there is no loss at all. Brother Doflaming, as a big man who takes all black and white, no one dares to provoke him at all. If he encounters trouble, it means that he is being watched by the gang standing at the top, which is more in line with Lauren's meaning. He only needs to lend them the flag, and help them out when there is a very small chance that they will get into trouble, so that more troubles can be solved. Lauren feels that it is very worthwhile. Straight to the point. During the meal, Lauren also told Guildtezolo that he was going to retreat. Do you want to completely master that state? Guildtezolo's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I have several undeveloped islands under my name. I can give them to you, or build a training ground specially for you. Really, that's a big help. Lauren looked happy, and said without refusal, then please help me build a training ground. No problem, it's just a trivial matter. Guildtezolo clapped his palms, and a very short man in a police uniform walked in immediately outside the door. Mr. Tanaka, are the gifts ready? Guildtezolo asked. Yes, Lord Tezolo. Mr. Tanaka, who ate the Superman costume fruit, respectfully said, the gift has been placed in the next room. Very good. Guildtezolo nodded, stood up and said to Lauren and the others who were full, Lauren, there are a few beautiful young ladies, please move to the next room, I have prepared small meals for you. Small meet and greet. Come on, let's meet. Courtesy. Karina and Nami's eyes suddenly flashed a golden light, and they followed behind with anticipation. When everyone came to the next room, what they saw was a hill standing in the center of the living room, covered with a black cloth. This is. Looking at this hill, I haven't seen the real wealthy Karina and the girls, and I didn't react for a while, and I couldn't think of what was inside. After all, in their cognition, money is put in boxes, gold and silver treasures are in sacks, and devil fruits are in treasure boxes. From Neferutari Cobra or Doflamingo, it's a chest and a treasure chest. Covered with black cloth like Guildtezolo, there is only that new ship. But this thing with a high mountain in front of it obviously cannot be a ship. Therefore, Karina was very puzzled. Aware of their surprise, Guildtezolo turned his back to the hill, opened his hands to Lauren and the others and smiled. Through the world live broadcast of Lauren and Whitebeard, Dover and I opened and closed. After scraping a lot of money from the rich, Dover and Morgans gave them their share, and this one belongs to you, Lauren, and the total is 50 billion Baileys. After speaking, Guild Tezzolo directly lifted the black cloth behind his back. When the piled-up Bailey appeared in front of everyone, the scene undoubtedly shocked the four Karina girls, and even Diamante's eyes widened. Only Lauren, who had a weak sense of money, and Doflamingo, who had known for a long time, remained the same. 5 billion Baileys. This. Karina and Nami and Perona were speechless in shock. Especially the rich slaves Karina and Nami, their greedy imaginations could not imagine that Guild Tezzolo's meeting ceremony would be such an amazing number. What is the concept of 50 billion? Converted to cash as a mountain of money, in exchange for a reward order, it is close to 15 Lauren. Counting the hundreds of millions of Baileys collected from Crocodile, Karina and the others are only 500 or 600 million. Guild Tezzolo directly gave them 50 billion, this feeling is really indescribable. However, this was just one of Guild Tezzolo's meet and greets. Knowing that Lauren doesn't plan to eat devil fruits, and that all Karina's members are capable, Guild Tezzolo gave up the idea of giving devil fruits, and could only send some vulgar gifts. I saw that he took out a few more golden cards and handed them to Karina and the girls. This is the Gurantezzolo special membership card that Dover and I created for you. 10% off forever, 10% off properties and dark exchanges under the banner of the Gurantezzolo and Don Quixote families. Diamante took a deep breath and stared at the cards in horror. A permanent 10% discount doesn't mean it. A free gift Naji knew, took the membership card given by Guild Tezzolo in a daze, completely speechless, let alone cheering. But worthy of being the richest man in the world, during a meal, he gave out an island used as a training ground, as well as 50 billion in cash, and a membership card worth more than 50 billion. Chapter 103. See you only 15-20 years. After accepting the welcome gift from Guild Tezzolo, the five of Laurent stayed in the world's largest entertainment city, Gurantezzolo, for a while. And Guild Tezzolo played with Lauren for a few days at first, but soon left to discuss how to build a training ground together. It's very difficult to turn an island into a training ground, and the money and manpower required are extremely terrifying. But this thing, for Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo, is just a very small thing. The only thing that bothers them is how to build a training ground that can withstand the tossing of the strongest man in the world. However, these are not problems. Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo soon found the world's top designers, and used their huge energy all over the world to start collecting and buying the world's top materials, build a training ground for Lauren on an uninhabited island under the command of Guild Tezzolo. In this world with superpowers, especially in the pirate world with all kinds of strange devil fruits, many things are difficult to describe with the common sense of Lauren's previous life. Example, a ship that is several hundred meters long will not take 2 weeks to build. Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo mobilized all their energy, and at a training ground specially made for Lauren, it only took a month and a half to build it. During this period of time, all five of Lauren stayed in Gurantezzolo, the world's largest entertainment city, and enjoyed the most luxurious life in the world. Although Gurantezzolo, the world's largest entertainment city, is 10 kilometers long, it has the world's first business district, whether it is the Four Seas, the Great Shipping Route, or even the specialties of the New World, as well as casinos, theaters, golf courses and other various leisure activities. But in more than a month, it was enough for Lauren 5 to visit them all. Although they still find it very interesting, the four Karina girls no longer have any nostalgia for this place. When Lauren heard that the training ground was completed, the four Karina girls did not stop and left Gurantezzolo decisively. Under the leadership of Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo, the sailboat came to an uninhabited island in the New World. That the island is a very ordinary uninhabited island, not a special island with a unique climate, and many land sea kings live on it, but when the training ground was built, Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo had already the sea kings are all solved. The sailboat has not yet docked, and the Roland 5 and 5 saw a circular building from a distance. There is Lauren's training ground and the residence of Karina's 4 daughters. 5 people 5 will live here next, until Lauren finishes the retreat. Considering the environment of the uninhabited island, the rich and powerful Doflamingo and Guild Tesolo may let them live in the wild. So when building a training ground, they built a luxurious house for Karina and the girls, which also had various entertainment facilities to facilitate their daily life. Because the beast kings of the land sea kings on the island have all been killed by Doflamingo and Gilder, Tesolo has cleaned up and it's hard to find food here, so DeFranco and Guild Tesolo will send someone to deliver the ingredients on time. They were very thoughtful and made the 5 of Laurent favor them. Before saying goodbye to Doflamingo and Guild Tesolo, in order to repay the 2 of them, Lauren asked Nami to paint a Lauren's exclusive flag with black cloth, and then handed it over to Doflamingo and Gilder Tesolo, allow them to use their name to expand their power. If you encounter any trouble, or something difficult, you can come to him. Lauren will stand up for them. This promise made Doflamingo and Guild Tesolo breathe a sigh of relief, and their hearts burst into ecstasy. They finally managed to get on the ship Lauren. All the hard work was worth it at this moment. When they came to the center of the uninhabited island, the 4 Karina girls first dragged Lauren to the luxurious villa next to the training house, and looked at what they would be living in for a long time to come. New residence. The villa built by the 2 kings of darkness, and one of them is the richest man in the world, is naturally the world's top villa. The entertainment facilities inside are more abundant than their new ship, so that the 4 Karina girls who were prepared to live on the ship before gave up the idea of returning to the ship, and decided to settle in this villa. After visiting the house, Lauren couldn't wait to start retreating. The return of life god of destruction is Roran's strongest state, and it is also a trick, an absolute mystery based on the return of life, the fist of the king, the domineering of natural knowledge, and the domineering of advanced weapons. Instill consciousness and will into every cell in the body. When warming up, wake up the vast body energy sleeping in the body like a sea, subtly merge with the high-level armament color domineering, and then flow all over the body, covering the body with a layer of energy. The king's armor far surpassed the invisible armor and the iron fist. Even if it was hit by the shock fruit of Whitebeard, its defense was unscathed, and the stronger the opponent's strength, the body energy would start with its power compression, like a piece of fine iron that is constantly being tempered, will only get stronger and stronger. At the same time, the domineering arrogance of innate knowledge will also temporarily soar because of this state, reaching the realm where you can see the future. When the state reaches its peak, Roran's body will release the restrictions, and he can use the Nirvana King's fist. But once this state reaches its peak, after using the fist of the king, it will be exhausted instantly, unless the output of body energy is reduced, but then in that case, the power of the fist of the king will drop sharply. And even if the output of the body's energy is reduced, it can only hit a few punches. Lauren will also understand when his body's energy is exhausted. Moreover, this state not only consumes physical energy, but also consumes 2 kinds of domineering. When the domineering and physical energy are exhausted, Lauren will fall into an unprecedented state of weakness. The enemy knows his 12 trials and will definitely not kill him, but imprison him. Lauren's retreat practice is to remove this shortcoming. And this closure is more than a year. Chapter 104, Lauren and Karina. 152 years of the Haiyuan calendar is just an ordinary year for the pirate world, and even for Lauren. However, in Lauren's previous life, in an anime and manga called One Piece, this year was called the beginning of everything. A young man who was burdened with stirring the situation of the times and went out to sea in order to find a big secret treasure to become One Piece, officially set off from Donghai Windmill Village. However, due to the existence of Lauren, the fate of this young man has been greatly changed. The navigator that should belong to him has been snatched away. Losing the world's #1 navigator, his future life in the sea will definitely be very difficult. The same way, what should belong to him, there are very few left in the world who can read ancient texts, and the archaeologists who can help him interpret the history of the Red are also cut off because of the bond with Lauren when he was a child. Unless he has mastered the territory of the tyrant like Gul Roger, can listen to the voice of all things, so as to interpret the Red history and get the road sign to Ralph Drew. Or find another person who can interpret ancient texts, or find the eternal pointer of Ralph Drew that is still hidden in the belly of a certain sea king. Otherwise this young man will only be able to daydream if he wants to become a pirate king. But for these, Lauren obviously did not know. For more than a year, Lauren has been retreating and practicing in the uninhabited island. His trace, in the eyes of the four emperors and the major forces, is actually not a secret. Because a few pirate groups accidentally entered the uninhabited island, except for some stupid people who were killed by Lauren, there are still a few lucky pirates, because they have no malice towards Lauren, so expelled. The pirate who saved his life naturally quickly spread the news of Lauren's cultivation on the uninhabited island. However, this news is only spread in a small area. Although Lauren did not care, but as his allies, Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo were very considerate and did not want people to disturb Lauren, so they sent people to deal with those who saved their lives. Pirates. Morgans also did not report the news of Lauren's retreat to practice. Therefore, only the major forces in the New World, as well as the Navy headquarters and the world government, know that Lauren is now hiding in an uninhabited island in the New World to cultivate. But because of the New World's magnetic field, they had a hard time finding Lauren. Even if Lauren is found, there is no chance of winning against the world's strongest man with 12 lives. Therefore, the world government and naval headquarters can only take actions of ignorance. In the past year or so, the situation in the sea has changed a lot. Where it changed the most was naturally the strongest sea area in the New World. Just like 800 years ago, when 20 people established the world government, their families were all ascended to heaven because of one person's achievement, from ordinary royal family status to Tianlong people, claiming to be descendants of the Lord. The world's strongest throne, which has remained unchanged for decades, has changed its owner. First of all, it is Lauren himself. His reputation has jumped from a world-class criminal to the world's strongest, and he is also known as the Fifth Sea Emperor. Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo, who allied with him, naturally grew their power rapidly after they got the banner of Lauren. The two secretly. Together, Guild Tezzolo was one of the few Don Quixote family in the New World, second only to the four emperors, and immediately left the other equal forces, the remaining Dark Kings behind. Because of the Lauren flag, the Dark Kings were only angered and did not dare to speak, except for their unwillingness. As for the four emperors, they tacitly ignored them. Whitebeard is broad-minded and doesn't care about losing to Lauren. Red hair doesn't matter. As for the most ambitious Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, the former did not attack his partner because of the deal with Doflamingo in Devil Fruit and Halu Stone, while the latter was out of fear. Yes, be afraid. Charlotte Lingling is afraid of Lauren. Originally, she was very optimistic about Lauren, because she was so familiar with Lauren's physique that she was exactly the same as herself, and she even wanted to betroth her daughter to him. But Lauren's rise was too fast. The World Live broadcast was open to the whole world. As a former partner of Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling knew very well the strength of Edward Newgate. Lauren's punch shocked all the great forces in the sea. No one dared to challenge the reputation of the strongest man in the world until the shocking power of that punch dissipated, or a solution was found. This opportunity, Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo naturally developed rapidly. More than a year has passed, and Doflamingo, the most dangerous Chihuahai, seems to live up to this title, and he is still the most powerful Chihuahai in the Chihuahai. If it weren't for the strength of Hawkeye and Bartholomew, or even Hancock, who specializes in tricolor domineering and fruit ability, Doflamingo would be the strongest Chichibukai. Boom. An uninhabited island in the New World, like a volcanic eruption, the whole island began to tremble. In the center of the island collapsed suddenly under the severe earthquake. In the villa not far away, Nami, Perona, and Robin ran out in a hurry, looking at the dusty and foggy training room with a look of amazement, but no worry. After a long time, in the dust mist in front of them, two shadows slowly walked out. I saw Lauren, who was topless, walking out in only a pair of white boxer pants, and walked out with Karina, who was only wearing a three-seat. The two of them were all stained with dust at this time, and they looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Nami covered her lips and teased, "I said that your movements should be so loud, and the usual sound can be heard throughout the entire villa. Today, such a large building has been completely collapsed. Bah, you shameless little thief cat, begging for a beating." Karina got down from Lauren's body red-faced, her body exuded a faint blue fluorescence, and instantly rushed towards Nami like a teleportation. Nami, not to be outdone, turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in place. Not long after, a lightning bird flashing with electric light flew out from the forest in the distance, and teased condescendingly, "It's useless, you who can't even walk the moon, you can't beat me in this life." Chapter 105, The First Goal of the Return of the King. Okay, don't make trouble. Looking at the two girls who were using the fruit power to fight, Lauren took the clothes from Robin, and under Perona's red-faced gaze, after putting on the clothes, she called out to Nami in the air. Hearing Lauren's voice, Nami, who was flying in the air to avoid the stones thrown from the forest, stopped her dodging like a teleportation, and returned to Lauren's side with Karina below. "I'll go in and take a shower with Lauren, Nami, and you give Dover a call." Karina, who had many strawberries planted on her body, glared at Nami, who snickered, then hugged Lauren's arm and walked towards the villa. "I see, you have to keep your voice down. Poochie." Looking at the backs of the two, Nami teased loudly, and then she couldn't help laughing along with Perona and Robin. But when he was teasing, there was a trace of envy flashing in someone's eyes without leaving a trace. Yes, over the past year, Lauren and Karina's relationship has had a very major breakthrough. The advantage of being inseparable was brought into play, and Karina completed the counterattack, successfully surpassing Hancock, and in the true sense took away the most precious thing from Lauren. At noon that day, after Karina was busy with her own affairs, she thought about improving her abilities and came to the training room to train with Lauren. The hard training undoubtedly requires sweat, and due to the hot weather, both of them are very revealing. In the hot atmosphere, Karina may have been irritated by Hancock for a long time, or someone was blowing wind in her ear, and I don't know where she came from. Hancock's counterattack. That kind of feeling more comfortable than Hancock's biting, made Lauren quickly sink. Result, the relationship between the two came naturally and naturally sublimated. When Hancock heard about this and saw the phone bug imitating Karina's smug expression, his lungs almost exploded, and he even wanted the 9 snake pirates to enter the New World and come to the uninhabited island. Karina was beaten. In other words, she regretted it. Damn, I would have eaten Lauren in advance if I knew it. Straight to the point. Karina is definitely the most daring one among the 4 women, as can be seen from the original book that she dared to drive away Garantezolo, who symbolizes the Golden Land. She seemed to have seen something. When she was taking a shower with Lauren, the loud voice spread throughout the entire villa, and could even be heard outside, making Nami and the 3 daughters very uncomfortable. Revenge came too soon. When Lauren and Karina came out refreshed, Nami and Perona glared red-faced. As the eldest of the 4 daughters, Kunrona simply and rudely took revenge, and without giving Karina a chance to use her fruit power, she used a negative ghost to get her to the ground. Sitting on the couch in the living room, Loon took the tea handed by Robin, who was also blushing, and quietly watched the 3 women sparring. In the sage mode, he now exudes a beauty that is completely different from violence, and Robin sitting next to him can't help but admire his profile. This little brat who was not as tall as her back then has finally grown up now. Blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. And Garantezolo were both ecstatic after receiving a call from Nami that Lauren had ended her retreat. They all know the reason for Lauren's retreat, and it is bound to return his life to the state of the god of destruction and complete it completely. That Lauren has finished the retreat, Does it mean that he has completed that state and made his own strength even further full of excitement? Lauren's strengthening means that their alliance is even stronger. Doflamingo directly contacted Guild Tezzolo and sent someone to retrieve Lauren. As for why you don't go there yourself, it's very simple, because Doflamingo is now full of trivial matters. Not long ago, a major event happened in the New World, which even affected the paradise in the first half of the Great Route. The Whitebeard pirates, still occupying the position of the strongest pirate group, had a bad incident. That is, Marshal Titch, who was the first to follow Whitebeard's side and was obviously a veteran but unknown, actually killed the Whitebeard pirates. Thatch, captain of the 4th Division, defected and entered the first half of the Great Route. Captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division, Firefist Portgas Ace, also chased down to the first half of the Great Route. The two men with letters suddenly appeared in the eyes of the world government and the Navy headquarters, naturally arousing their attention and vigilance. Especially not long after that, Marshal Titch, who called himself Blackbeard, took the initiative to have people come to the door, wanting to sit in the position of Shichibukai vacant for more than a year. The Navy headquarters summoned the King's Lower Chiwahai, and wanted to ask their opinions. However, the news of this call was ignored by the vast majority of Chiwahai. All of them are rebellious madmen. Like literati, they looked down on that newcomer. Doflamingo happened to go to the Chambord Islands to discuss a business, and with the idea of passing the time, he went over to watch the excitement. Now in the first half, he naturally can't come back to meet Lauren. After the meeting, Doflamingo immediately called Lauren to apologize. Lauren didn't care about this, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen to that uncle's pirate group. Lauren always felt that something big was about to happen. Familiar words popped up in my mind, but I couldn't remember them. He has never watched One Piece. He has been in this world for more than 20 years. The name Luffy is very unfamiliar to him, and he still remembers War on the Top. This word. Dover, you asked Tezzolo to send me an eternal pointer to the Ghost Island. Lauren doesn't seem to plan to go back to the world's largest entertainment city, and his words, immediately. Let Doflamingo sigh inwardly. Are you going to shoot? The first goal of the Return of the King is Kaido. And collect. Chapter 106. Roland's Change, This is the Tyrant. Close black lens bracket. Yee Lauren, are you going to challenge Kaido? Doflamingo, who had recovered from the shock, could not help but let out a unique laugh like a mantra, and the phone bug also simulated the evil and charming expression on the corner of his mouth. Challenge you to think too much, Dover. Lauren chuckled lightly, his eyes were rarely as excited as before, his mood seemed to have changed, and he said calmly, I just want to see if he is really like the rumors, even Whitebeard and the Navy. Unkillable, the world's strongest creature with an undead body. Way. I want to test how strong the perfected state is. After all, there are not many people who can bear my full strength now. Quote. The plain and domineering words made Doflamingo, who was opposite the phone bug, take a breath. Changed. Lauren changed, became, completely different from more than a year ago. Now, he seems to have changed from a hot-blooded boy to a mature and stable man, although there is no awe-inspiring blood. It is even more terrifying. No, the tyrant. These two words suddenly popped out of Doflamingo's mind. Not that Laurent has changed, but that he has an aura that fits his status as the strongest man in the world. His tyrannical arrogance, how strong he has become. Brother Doflamingo sucked in a breath of cold air, and secretly said in horror, yes. With such a big change in Lauren's temperament, it is obvious that his aura is stronger. In this world where domineering can be substantiated into a kind of power, the enhancement of arrogance is the enhancement of strength. Beings like the four sovereigns, although they each have their own personalities, when they are all serious, they will reveal a domineering arrogance that will suffocate the supernovas who have won over 100 million bounties. Who realizes the tyrannical arrogance to a very high realm will have the temperament, this is the tyrant. Obviously, both strength and domineering, Lauren is already a veritable 5th Sea Emperor. Thinking of this, Doflamingo grinned excitedly and said with a smile, "Then do you want me to inform Morgan so that he can help you warm up like he did back then?" "No, it's not a challenge to Whitebeard." Lauren took the apple that Robin helped him to peel. After taking a bite, he said calmly, "Bring the Eternal Pointer here, and I will personally go to the Island of Ghosts." "I understand," Doflamingo responded, and didn't care whether Roran and Kaido would fight each other after the battle. Although Kaido is an artificial devil fruit and a big customer of Hada, it is also the biggest supporter of Doflamingo. However, after allying with Lauren and making Lauren the strongest man in the world with Morgans and Guild Tezzolo, Doflamingo has had enough of K's moody lunatic. If it wasn't for his strength, he wouldn't dare to ask Lauren too much, and Doflamingo even wanted to start a war against the Beast Pirates and return the rule of the 5 emperors to the era of the 4 emperors. However, he is too weak. Even if Lauren can defeat Kaido, he and Guild Tezzolo can't hold back the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. Doflamingo was happy to see Lauren's troubles with Kaido. It's a pity that Lauren first challenged Whitebeard and took the throne of the strongest man in the world. If it is to challenge Kaido on the world live broadcast first, Lauren will definitely not mind the live broadcast to challenge Whitebeard again. If he wins 2 emperors in a row, Lauren's position will definitely be the strongest in the world. And the strongest in the world also includes the strongest man in the world, the strongest creature in the world and the strongest one-on-one. However, Lauren didn't want to start the live broadcast, and Doflamingo didn't persuade him, but felt that it should be the case. But I'll have to inform Morgans later. Even if the live broadcast is not open, a few news birds should be sent to record the process, and it is best to take a few photos. This is all prestige. It can be seen how much Doflamingo looks down on Kaido and thinks that Lauren will win without a doubt. After all, Kaido's record is too hot. With the most defeats among the 4 emperors. If he hadn't been immortal, he would have died long ago. After hanging up the phone, Lauren accompanied Karina and the girls who had finished fighting, and went to the room to pack up. For more than a year, although the 5 people and 5 stayed on the uninhabited island, they did not close their homes. Sometimes when they get bored, Karina and the girls will return to the boat and carry some things into the villa. Now that they are ready to leave, they will naturally take all the things they left in the villa, or some things they like in the villa. Because of the relationship, Karina is currently the second head of the family, and has the right to call Lauren. The 5 of them cooperated with 5 divisions of labor. Karina raised her chin proudly towards Nami and Corona, and then pulled Lauren away forcefully. The 2 transported their belongings back to the ship in one go. I don't know if it's because the young people are energetic, or because they eat the marrow and know the taste. After moving things, Karina, blushing, threw down Lauren again, and the 2 were in the messy room, quietly doing bad things. Lauren looked down at Karina's head helplessly, enjoying the girl's skills from clumsy to skilled. When the 2 came out of the room, Nami and the 3rd daughter were sitting on the 6th floor rooftop, enjoying the sea breeze and looking at the distant sea. "Can you go on like this? Your body can stand it." Nami was too lazy to tease, she just rolled her eyes at Karina. "I think you are envious." Karina was not ashamed, but said proudly. "Shameless vixen." Nami murmured, then took out an Eternal Pointer from her pocket and said, "Dover sent someone to bring the Eternal Pointer when you were doing that." "So fast." Both Karina and Lauren opened their eyes slightly and said in surprise. "You know, it's only been a few hours since they moved things." Hurry up, I personally went to get it halfway." Nami showed a smug smile and stared at Lauren as if she wanted to compliment. "It's not bad, little thief cat, your ability is really suitable for this." Karina sarcastically sneered at Nami again. Chapter 107. The King's Engine, the Power of a Mouth. The Island of Ghosts is the station of the Beast Pirates in the New World. It is located near the Country of Gold and the Country. It looks like an island with a giant horn of ghosts. Starting from the uninhabited island, it took Roran 5 days to enter this sea area ruled by Kaido. Lauren, I saw the island of ghosts. At noon on this day, 5 people and 5 were playing games while looking at the scenery on the rooftop on the 6th floor. Suddenly, Rare did not participate, took over the position of Nami's navigator, dressed in 3, Karina sitting on Lauren's shoulders in one style, with no shame, holding a monocular in her hand, as if said, "We are now at an altitude of more than 100 meters. From this distance, our position is about 600 nautical miles away. Has it finally arrived?" Lauren threw the poker on the table, grabbed Karina's feet and stood up, looking in the direction Karina pointed, with amazing eyesight, as if seeing the ghostly horn-like island. He couldn't help grinning. He smiled and said, "The sailboat will stop here, I'll go directly." "Hey, for such a long distance, are you planning to use a razor to go over there?" Karina's eyes widened, she jumped off Lauren's body, and said, "Why don't Nami send you there, save your energy?" "Yes." Nami agreed. "No, it's just a Kaido." Lauren smiled confidently, took the clothes from the very considerate Robin, and after putting them on, he stretched his muscles and bones, and said in a relaxed tone, "I'll go back when I go, you guys drive the boat a little farther, it's better to pull it 1,000 miles away. Otherwise, my attack is just in this direction, and it is likely to affect you." Whoosh, boom. In the next second, an afterimage shot up from the roof of the sailboat, like a rocket, with a sonic boom, shooting towards the ghost island. My lord, an unidentified flying object was found in the air ahead. At the same time, the crew of the 100 Beasts pirates, who were watching the wind on the island of ghosts, quickly found Lauren's figure, but because Lauren's speed was too fast, the crew member couldn't tell which one was, whether the flying object was a human or a bird. What? Fire Calamity, one of the 3 major disasters on duty on the coast, got up and came to the crew, looking at the approaching black afterimage, the big sign of the Beast pirates wearing masks and goggles helmets. He couldn't help frowning, stretched out his hand and pushed the crew behind him, and slowly pulled out the knife around his waist. Swish! A cold glow mixed with orange flames shot out, and the flames surrounded the knife, turning into a huge flame slash, tearing apart the sea with Jin's swing of the knife, and the remnants approaching the sky. Shadow flew away. Elemental Slash, a rare swordsman. The dazzling firelight came, and Lauren's speed was still non-stop, but he sighed in surprise, and then his red eyes shrank slightly, his heart made a thump, and at the same time he drank lightly. The King's Engine. Quote exclamation mark quote. Lauren took a breath and spit at the incoming flame slash. Shoo! Boom! The saliva was like a bullet, and the ear pierced the air, colliding with the flame slash. That ripped apart the sea and scorched the air, slashed like falling glass, shattering and exploding on the spot. What is that? Jin and some members of the Beast Pirates who were observing with binoculars suddenly widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Especially Jin himself, although it was unbelievable, his eyesight really saw that the slash that smashed the flames was spittle. The slash of the big name of the Beast Pirates was smashed by a mouthful of saliva. Who can accept this? Boom! Just when everyone was shocked, the afterimage in the air had reached the coast of Ghost Island, and it landed like a meteorite falling from the sky. A mushroom cloud filled with dust and mist was blown up. The figure was only 1.93 meters tall. Walk out slowly. When Jin saw the face of the figure clearly, his pupils shrank suddenly. It's you, God of Destruction Lauren. It's him. Why is the strongest man in the world here? Is he here to find the governor? Quote. Jin's words were like thunder, and the crew of the 100 Beast Pirates behind them all retreated, some of them even slumped on the ground, their legs trembling unbearably, looking at Lauren who was slapped with dust on his face in horror, like looking at the wild beasts. As the slash just now you swung it. You are very strong. After Laurent brushed off the dust from his body, he turned his attention to Jin and the others, looked at Jin who was wearing a unique outfit, and gave a heartfelt admiration. And his words made Jin feel angry, and said in a deep voice, Roran, God of Destruction, are you humiliating me? Sorry for the humiliation, you may have misunderstood, I didn't mean that. Lauren shook his head and apologized politely, but in Jin's eyes, his demeanor showed an incomparably obvious contempt. Ignoring Jin, who was emitting cold air, Lauren asked, "By the way, do you know where Kaido is? Beat me and I'll tell you." Jin had already rushed over, with a toothless pterosaur in the form of a human beast, surrounded by scorching flames, trampling the ground and running towards Lauren. As the Emperor's deputy, Jin has the courage to fight against the generals and the pirate emperor without fear of the four emperors. Even though Lauren's spit shattered his slash, Jin still had no fear. Seeing Lauren humiliate him like this, following Kaido's side for many years, his temper was somewhat irritated with Jin, and he suddenly had the urge to challenge the strongest in the world. The King's Engine. Facing Jin, who was in front of him in the blink of an eye, Lauren calmly uttered 4 words in his eyes, and a dong sounded from his body. A muffled sound. Boom. The Jin, surrounded by flames, with a Taoist power of at least 6,000, the fist with the sharp claws of the pterosaurs landed on Roran's chest. A dull loud noise emanated from Roran's body, and an incomparably strong air flow penetrated Roran's body and swept toward the back, destroying a large area of the earth. However, Jin not only did not have the slightest joy, but his body froze, looking at Lauren, who did not take a step back and did not have a domineering and hardened body. His eyes were as if he had seen a ghost. "What kind of monster are you?" Jin stepped back subconsciously and spoke in a trembling voice. Seen from this, that the image of Lauren standing in the same place and letting you punch, not to mention unscathed, not even taking a step back, caused a great impact on the big brand of the Beast Pirates, and fell into self-doubt. Among. Chapter 108. God of Destruction vs. Shenlong. Go all out without saying hello. Have you finished attacking? Who had nothing to do with Jin's fist, raised his right fist with a grin and said, "Then, it's my turn next." The moment the words fell, a terrifying and deadly chi machine instantly enveloped Jin's body. In an instant, Jin only felt as if he was in the most hated iceberg, and the icy and biting breath invaded his whole body. Next second, Lauren's figure flickered slightly. Fist shuttled like a shadow, instantly piercing the barrier of the air, and landed on Jin's body. Boom! Was a loud bang, and Jin's body reaction was completely unable to keep up with the domineering prediction of Jian Wen, and the whole person flew out. The sound was like an arrow leaving the string. Not only did it exude a chilling energy, but it also set off a substantial storm. It only scratched the ground and brought out a slender and deep ravine. After punching the embers, Lauren did not pursue the victory, but turned his head to look in one direction of the island of ghosts, and a substantial storm erupted from his body, distorting the surrounding atmosphere, like a tornado. Get up! The originally blue sky was swept by this invisible but distorted airflow, and the white clouds in a radius of hundreds of miles, as if attracted by a magnetic force, converged towards the sky above the ghost island, and then were painted over. The dark color turned into a heavy cloud, and blue and white electric snakes were surging. Weather happened in just 3 minutes. Karina and the girls, who drove the sailboat thousands of miles away, looked at the dark cloud that covered the sky. Even though they had seen this scene many times over the past year, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Such talent is truly terrifying. Corona sighed. After all, he has been practicing for more than a year. Except when he was a child, he probably never practiced seriously. Robin smiled. I'm more and more curious now what his goals are. Karina put her chin on her hands, and reluctantly complained, I have been stalking for more than a year, but I can't dig out his words. After he defeated Kaido, he would not be going to attack the world government. With his personality, it's very likely. Nami nodded in agreement. The overlord domineering arrogance covers the entire ghost island, whether it is a bird or a beast, or a strong new world powerhouse, even a person with a strong strength who can't match the will. At this moment, it seems that his head is suffering. With a heavy blow, they all fell to the ground with their eyes rolling. Which bastard is arrogant? A roar sounded from the center of the island, and Lauren's eyes suddenly lit up. I found it seems that he is there. After speaking, Lauren's figure rose into the sky, and his figure flashed under the gloomy sky. Roar! At the same time, the center of the island also sounded a roar that shocked the beasts. A green dragon from small to large, rising from the ground, flying like clouds and driving the fog, the dragon swings its tail in the air, like a bolt of lightning approaching Lauren. Dragon! Lauren's fast-moving figure was successfully frozen in the air by this scene. His red eyes widened slightly, and a rare look of shock appeared on his face. Really, this dragon is different from Jin's toothless pterosaur. At the same time, it is in line with the dragon in the hometown of Lauren's previous life. Just as he saw a car in Garantazolo, the world's largest entertainment city, Lauren was stunned by Kaido's dragon form. Hot breath. Taking advantage of Lauren's loss of consciousness, the blue dragon that soared into the sky opened its fang-filled dragon mouth and let out a roar like low roar. The orange-red flames condensed into a ball of light in its mouth, and then turned into a terrifying streak. The pillar of flame sprayed towards Lauren. The speed of the heat breath is extremely fast, and the hot breath makes the air sizzle. Evening elephant style. Lauren, who didn't have time to start the king's engine, also had no time to dodge, so he slammed his fist forward. The fist distorted the atmosphere, and the air instantly materialized, turning into a huge white beam of light, which collided with the oncoming heat. Boom! Just like a volcanic eruption, the red and white light beams collided together, turning into a firework that illuminated the sky and the earth, dispelling the gloomy island of ghosts covered by dark clouds. Second form. Fireworks hadn't dissipated, and in the explosion that silenced the world, there was a sound that was instantly drowned out. I saw a huge white beam of light, penetrating the earth from top to bottom, and knocking down a blue dragon with a length of several hundred meters from the sky. Triple. 4 styles. Dragon to the ground, Luolun made a series of moves, and his fists shot out 2 white beams of light, slamming the blue dragon hovering on the ground into the ground abruptly. A large area of sand and dust stirred up, condensed to form a huge mushroom cloud, and slowly floated up. Roar. Wait. The dust dissipates automatically, and the dragon's roar resounds through the heavens and the earth again. The icy airflow turned into a gust of wind that ravaged everything. Like a sharp blade, it instantly cut the huge mushroom cloud open, and then enveloped Lauren. Even with Roran's strong defense, he could only cross his arms in front of him in the face of this top-to-bottom gust of wind, but his figure kept rising toward the sky. Hot breath. Wind dissipated, the flame pillar appeared again and merged into the gust of wind, forming a fire tornado that could not only crush houses, but also melt everything, trying to tear Lauren apart and burn it to ashes. The fire tornado devoured Lauren, and the surrounding wind wall, with strong tearing force and high temperature, gradually approached Lauren. At this time, Lauren, like those enemies who had been hit by Shixiong, was not only restrained by his body, but his entire face was twitching. However, in such a dangerous environment, Lauren's eyes were extremely calm. Recovering from the shock of the dragon form, Lauren has entered a state of battle. The king's engine. The voice of the whisper was drowned out by the whistling sound of the fire tornado, and Lauren's heart made a thump. There was a muffled sound, and a strange red light flashed in his eyes. Tear it up. The next second, I saw Lauren crossed his hands in front of him and slammed them. Like a giant breaking free from the rope, the fire tornado shattered in an instant, and the high-temperature flames burned out the gust of wind and slowly disappeared into the air. Chapter 109, Suicide. It's just a brand name made by despicable people. Close black lens bracket. King's Engine is one of the moves that Roland has developed over the past year. After using it, Lauren can return to the state of God of Destruction in seconds, without needing to catch the enemy's attack to temper himself, thus consuming unnecessary physical energy, domineering and physical strength. Just like his innate body, it can complete the limit acceleration from 0 to 100. Once Lauren uses the King's Engine, he can instantly enter the strongest state from normal. Although after entering the state of returning life to the God of Destruction, every movement, every look in Lauren's eyes, and every attack will consume a certain amount of physical energy, domineering and physical strength, but even if all the energy is exhausted, Roran only needs to use the second move, that the profound meaning specially prepared for the 12 trials, he can be fearless. The energy of the body rolled in the body, and as the arms stretched, it turned into shockwaves and spewed out, and Loran instantly shattered Kaido's fire tornado. At the same time, the mushroom cloud shrouded below, the turbulent sand and dust gradually dissipated. The blue dragon, which is several hundred meters in length, has recovered from the form of an illusory beast and transformed into a giant 12 or 3 meters tall. The burly upper body is naked, and on his head with black hair and a shawl, there are also a pair of he has white horns, a red dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, a beard like a dragon beard on his mouth, and a drunken blush on his face. But at the moment, his eyes were full of suffocation looking at Loran in the air, and the first roar after sobering up, Loran. What the hell do you mean by asshole? The questioning voice was like thunder, spreading all over the island of ghosts, and at the same time, Loran in the air was stunned. Just when he couldn't help asking the question, Kaido below suddenly burst into tears. Aren't we buddies, you bastard? You treat me like this, is it the family? You are already dissatisfied with the artificial devil fruit and Halu stone. Divided. Kaido's tone was extremely aggrieved, and the change in mood, anger and frustration was unexpected. You listen carefully, you seem to think that his words make some sense. Is indeed an inseparable partnership between Doflamingo and Kaido. Doflamingo's ally is Loran again, they say, partner. Not too much. However, before Loran, the partnership between Doflamingo and Kaido was actually on the weakest side. The other party is nothing more than a king under the 7 martial seas. One of the 3 major forces established by the world government to balance the sea with the Navy headquarters, in fact, is not in the eyes of the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters at all. The 4 emperors, deputy and the Navy's general can completely crush the rest of the Kibui. Amir Tianyasha, except for Jack, whose ability is restrained, may not be able to beat Doflamingo, but the other 2 and 3 disasters, Doflamingo is not their opponent at all. Even the vice president is not as good. Where does Doflamingo have the right to speak? The original Doflamingo, for fear of being caught by Kaido, did not hesitate to use his identity as a former heavenly dragon to announce that he would withdraw from Chiwahai. The news deceived Trafalgaro. In conclusion, Doflamingo is nothing more than Kaido's. To get artificial devil fruit and build his own army of beasts. But now, this guy spit out, partner. 2 words. In fact, these are all fake. Don't you see? After Laurent in the air was slightly surprised, his expression suddenly turned cold. Because under his natural domineering perception, Kaido's aggrieved appearance is actually full of strong killing intent towards Loran. Yes, killing intent. Who would have imagined that Kaido, who often commits suicide as if begging for death, would have such a strong killing intent in his heart when he encounters a powerful opponent? In fact, Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world, is single. Picking the strongest is just because of his constant suicide and the famous brand he created for himself. The essence of this guy is a real pirate, cunning and despicable, just like Blackbeard and Charlotte Lingling. In the face of the weak, he will put on a strong posture, domineering and arrogant. Your pirate game is just a family game. Because he knew very well that the weak couldn't kill him. But in the face of the strong, especially the strong who can kill him, this guy will expose the sinister and cunning nature of the pirate. As long as he can kill people who are enough to threaten him, he will do anything. Original work. Before Kaido became the 4 emperors, he did not have the so-called immortality, and he did not have the strongest strength in singles. In order to win the country of Wano, and afraid of the cooperation between Kazuki Oden and Hana no Bingaro, Kaido and the current shogun, Kuroden Orochi, fabricated lies and deceived Kazuki Oden for 5 years. The decisive battle that followed would not have imitated the fruit. The ability person turned into Momonosuke to interfere, and Kaido was almost cut off his head and died. Afterwards, in order to maintain his reputation, he also killed his hero who imitated the fruit ability. This so-called one-on-one strongest is nothing but a despicable one. His moodiness and his suicide attempts are all a brand name for himself. The only thing he is stronger than Blackbeard is that he can transform into a blue dragon. But if Blackbeard had the dark fruit in the Rocks era, his achievement would be no worse than Kaido's. After all, before the other party can use the fruit ability, he can leave 3 scars that are still painful to this day on the red-haired body after becoming famous. In some ways, Kaido is inferior to Blackbeard. He is a bully and fears the tough, and fortunately grew up faster than Blackbeard, a real pirate. Kaido has not bothered Doflamingo and Guild Tezzolo for more than a year, allowing them to grow stronger. Because he panicked, he lost confidence, and when he saw Lauren's Fist of Kings at another level, he was afraid. But now, after being approached by Lauren, he wanted to reconcile, but his heart was actually full of killing intent. As everyone knows, his mood changes are all under Lauren's perception. After Kaido collapsed, it made me sick. I used to think how arrogant he was, but now he is so disgusting. Yes, I am a Kaido Black now. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites. Chapter 110, Kaido, I'm going to kill you. Realizing that Kaido is not the kind of Whitebeard, a king with a broad mind and a tolerant heart for his own challenges and high profile, Lauren's thoughts on this challenge changed instantly. Before that, Lauren originally thought that Kaido, like Whitebeard, was the pirate emperor at the top, and he would agree to discuss with him for the challenge of his junior. Even if Lauren's attitude was a bit arrogant, he should just feel unhappy and annoyed. Anger is completely different from killing intent. Former is unpleasant, and the latter is directly enmity. Perceiving that Kaido's emotions were full of killing intent, and he also put on a completely different look from his emotions, Lauren immediately understood that he was an extremely dangerous person. Heart, there was also a strong killing intent. Not only did he decide his attitude because of his emotions, but it was Lauren's behavior since he came to this world, and he couldn't keep such a dangerous person in the world, especially when the other party was enmity with him. Thinking of this, Rorin exuded an icy aura, overlooking Kaido below, and said coldly, Kaido, I'm going to kill you. Bastard, let the horse come over. I don't know that Lauren has a natural domineering look, and Kaido's characteristic is to perceive the good and evil of the enemy. When he saw Lauren, he did not accept his show of love. Realizing that this guy is here to kill Kaido, he immediately returned to his moody appearance, and shouted loudly from crying to anger. Whoosh! Lauren responded to Kaido with action. I saw his figure flickered slightly, and the whole person suddenly disappeared above the sky. After a few seconds, there was a boom in the sky. Of a loud bang. Ground began to shake, and under Kaido's feet, a large number of cracks were torn in the ground, and gravel and sand quickly spread around. These are the effects of Lauren's fall to the ground. Kaido looked down at Lauren, who was less than his knee height, and suddenly pulled out the mace behind him, a backlog of armed domineering, mixed with flashing lightning, and waving a baseball bat at a very fast speed. Smashed towards Lauren. Thundering gossip. Facing the mace that was bigger than his entire body, Lauren just raised his right arm and hit a straight punch in the face. Just listen to, bang. A bang, Lauren's tiny fist collided with the mace, and the ground for several kilometers suddenly trembled. The dust and gravel seemed to have escaped gravity and floated erratically into the air. The invisible atmosphere twisted, and around them, cyclones filled with a sense of heaviness rolled up one by one. Zitsa. The dark red electric current, like a tumbling thunder snake, revolved around the two of them. Second gear. Fist and the mace didn't last long, and they were broken by Lauren. I saw his right arm muscles bulge, and a lot of blue veins appeared. The body energy that was sleeping in the body woke up one after another, and was absorbed by a black hole-like gravitational force. All rushed, condensed, and compressed into the fist. The fusion formed a special shock wave that exploded like a nucleus. Kacha. The mace made of the world's top materials actually made a cracking sound. With a tiny gap emerging, the whole mace appears to be cracked. The eggshell, with the overall vibration getting bigger and bigger, the cracks spread to the surrounding, and in the blink of an eye, the whole mace was spread. With pop, a bang, the mace turned into countless pieces, flying all over the sky. The second and second gears. The full name is also the second and second gears of the King engine. This second and second gear is completely different from Luffy's rubber fruit. Lauren did not know that Luffy had such a trick. His name was inspired by the gear of the car's power performance. After developing the King's engine, Lauren felt that it was a pity that the King's fist, a mysterious move that was more powerful than Shishyung, could only be punched with one punch. Therefore, Lauren has improved the King's fist. Of the King's engine, the fist of the King with different power can be released. Third gear. After smashing Kaido's mace with a punch, Lauren raised his left arm again, with bigger muscles and more blue veins. It's like the god of destruction came into the world. Before Kaido recovered from the scene where the mace was smashed, Lauren jumped up and punched again. Boom! An explosion louder than thunder, louder than a volcanic eruption, spread throughout the island of ghosts. Slow down the picture hundreds of times and watch it frame by frame. It can be seen that before the explosion, Lauren slowly jumped up from the ground and punched Kaido's abdomen, with a distance of several meters between the two. Of this punch from the air distorted the atmosphere, and even a little crack appeared. Immediately afterwards, a horizontal line was drawn from left to right, and the ground of more than 300 meters turned into powder, and this was only the width. Kaido's huge figure had disappeared before his eyes, and flew backwards at a speed of tens of meters per second. The invisible shock wave that was like a nuclear explosion spread several kilometers in diameter. And the buildings of the 100 Beasts pirates have all turned into powder. The King's fist of the Kingdom of Prudence can destroy a fortress for defense, let alone Lauren's King's fist. Although the third gear of the King's fist did not change the weather, it did not blow up the dark clouds in the sky with one punch, but it destroyed everything thousands of meters in diameter. And Kaido, who was punched in the front, also vomited blood. The so-called immortal body, in front of Lauren's punch, has become a joke. Of the King's fist is that its shock wave is special. After integrating the high-level armament color, it is even more special. It is the absolute destruction of the outer layer and the inner layer, and it also has a large-scale damage body. Sorcery. This kind of trick, I don't know how many times more domineering than the high-level armed color. Kaido, who is capable of breaking defenses even with high-level armament, can't resist it. However, Kaido's undead body's strongest strength is not defense, but the life force of the magical beast dragon, as well as the self-healing power and tenacity that are more terrible than the return of life. In other words, his ability to resist beatings is number one in the world. The other people's high-level armament is domineering, at most they can barely break defenses, but they are not even qualified to cause minor injuries to Kaido. This is why Kaido has been executed so many times, but still no one can kill him. Chapter 111. Kaido, Jin vs. God of Destruction. Where did you come here for, Lao Su? Kaido flew upside down for several kilometers, flying from one side of the ghost island to the other. The special shock wave of the nuclear explosion, like the nanobomb of Deidara's for Garuda in Naruto World, destroyed from the outside to the inside. Inside his body, and it wasn't a one-time pain, but layer after layer, like the impact of a tsunami, Kaido felt that his entire body was paralyzed, and he vomited blood. When he landed, he immediately released his human form and entered the blue dragon in the form of an illusory beast. The blue dragon with a length of several hundred meters soared into the sky, while Kaido used the terrifying resilience of the phantom beasts, while making a roar that resounded throughout the island of ghosts. Roar. Almost at the moment Kaido's voice fell, the roar of the dragon that Lauren had landed before the direction of the coast, also sounded a dragon's roar that shocked all beasts. Whoosh. The next second, a hot pillar of fire rose into the sky. I don't know, I almost thought that Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates was here. Just as the fire pillar more than 200 meters high rose, a black afterimage flew out from the orange-red flame. I saw a huge body, but it was insignificant to Kaido, and the shape was also a toothless pterosaur of two races, surrounded by flames, flying towards this side. It is the big signboard of the 100 Beast Pirates, code-named, entering the fire calamity of complete beast transformation. Let's go together, heat breath. After seeing Jin coming to support, Kaido didn't talk nonsense, and flew directly in the direction of Roran. After entering the range of the attack, the dragon's mouth full of fangs opened wide, and it only took a few seconds to condense and compress before spitting out. There was a temperature that was still there. The flame pillar above Ace, who had eaten the natural burning fruit, carried a terrifying high temperature that could melt steel, and shot towards Lauren at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Jin also flew above Roran's head, and also spit out a flame attack. But compared to Kaido's heat breath that compresses the power into a line, Jin's dragon breath can't condense and compress the flames, but covers a large area, and after landing, it is enough to burn nearly a kilometer. Facing two completely different flame attacks, Lauren just sneered. Sure enough, this guy's killing intent was real just now, and now he's panicking. Yes, Kaido is indeed panicking. For this reason, he did not hesitate to join forces with Jin to deal with Lauren. This despicable guy, just like Blackbeard, can use all kinds of insidious means for his own ambitions. However, he is a little thinner than Blackbeard, and in order to maintain his reputation, he will kill the hero afterwards. But it was someone he didn't know, or that person had murderous intentions. Jin is different. He is one of the few emperors who know Kaido's nature, and is very loyal to him by Kaido's side. Was very obedient to Kaido asking him to join forces to deal with Luo. The first gear of the king's engine. Seeing the sea of fire falling from the sky, there is a laser-like flame rushing from the distance. Lauren once again turned on the king's engine, which had just quit, and shot a special shock wave whose power was just over that of Shixiang. But it was not as good as the combination of advanced weapons and domineering Shixiang's profound meaning two waves. Boom! A sound like a meteorite landing. The sound of smashing the clouds sounded. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the dark sky suddenly became day. The flames and flaming pillars that seemed to turn the earth into a sea of fire disappeared together with the large dark clouds in the sky, and they were all shaken away by an irresistible energy. Still the same sentence. Although the power of Lauren's punch is only higher than that of Yushang, the special shock wave is completely different from the ordinary shock wave. Ordinary shock waves are simple air cannons, with the power of bombs, while special shock waves are nuclear explosions, which are a large area where countless explosions fuse together. Just a punch to the sky, the sea of flames and pillars of flames that were overwhelming and rushing down, and even the dark clouds in the sky were all scattered by one punch. Not only that, even Jin, who was flying in the air, just above Lauren's head, was also attacked by the aftermath of a special shock wave. Jin, who was attacked by the tsunami from the bottom up and entered into a completely beastly body, only felt that his body was bound by the distorted atmosphere. Even the Emperor's deputy, in such an environment, could only barely move. In the atmosphere is like a tsunami wave after wave. After just resisting for more than 10 seconds, Jin could no longer withstand the shock wave, and the toothless pterosaur, which was already floating in the air, lifted off again. Continuous heat. And when Roran smashed the clouds with one punch, Kaido, who had already seen him change the weather with one punch through the live broadcast, did not fall into shock. Instead, he seized this excellent opportunity and spat out towards Roran again. Several energy groups. The energy bomb formed by the flame is extremely fast and the volume is amazing. If it hits the ground, it will definitely cause great damage. Feeling the powerful energy contained in the energy bomb, Lauren did not resist hard, and it was too late to enter the second gear of the king's engine. When he turned on the king's engine, his state was already at its peak. Just a flick of his figure, his whole person disappeared. Boom! Several energy bombs landed on the ground, blowing up several mushroom clouds containing fire. The violent explosion and the rising mushroom cloud not only made the entire Ghost Island tremble, but also killed many members of the beast pirates who were stunned by the overlord arrogance. Who are thousands of miles away, can see the island of Oni, it's a fierce battle. Karina put down the monocular in her hand and sighed, that dragon should be Kaido. I saw that it was punched by Lauren, and now I must be in a hurry. Apart from that dragon, there is also a smaller black fire dragon. Robin rubbed his fingers against the chin of the mirror and smiled. If you guessed correctly, he should be the big sign of the 100 Beast Pirates, the fire disaster, the first of the 3 disasters. 2 against 1, the 100 Beast Pirates are really despicable. Well, they can't compare with the Whitebeard Pirates at all. Nami snorted. In the words, they did not have the slightest worry. You must know that in the past few years, Lauren was only fighting with the generals, and they were all worried. But now, they are not worried at all. Obviously they are full of confidence in Lauren to win. Chapter 112, Roland's Strength. In fact, just like the women's guess, Lauren is not afraid of the duo of Kaido and Jin now. If it was a year ago, Lauren, who had not practiced self-cultivation, might have been troubled by the combination of Kaido's amazing physique monster and Jin's long-range fire. Then how could he not say anything else? Kaido and Jin can slowly exhaust Lauren's stamina by virtue of their ability to fly. However, after a year of inhuman cultivation, Roran's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although Roran can't fly, but now he has no difficulty against Kaido and the 2. King Engine 4 file. Different from the second, third and third gears, Lauren, who turned on the 4th gear of the King's engine, did not show the phenomenon of swelling and bulging of his body, but his whole body trembled slightly. Unified coordination. Second and third gears of the King engine are for Lauren, who has entered the state of returning his life to the god of destruction, to strengthen part of his body and adjust most of his body strength to concentrate on his arms, thus saving the warm-up time and instantly playing different degrees of small kings. The fist mainly relies on Roran's subtle control of his own strength. Different from the previous 2, the 4th gear of the King's engine relies on the absolute grasp of the body by the return of life, mobilizing all the muscle groups on the whole body, rearranging and combining Lauren's body structure, and vowing to use every muscle in his body. The strength is squeezed to the extreme and the body is in a perfect fighting state. Not trembling, but the muscles under the skin were constantly interweaving and reorganizing as if they were self-conscious, raising the strength of Lauren's body to an extremely terrifying level. In the 4th gear, Lauren's explosive power and sensitivity have been expanded to dozens of times more than normal. It can be said that the current Lauren is the human murder weapon that is crowned as the ancient weapon of the human body. On the other hand, although Kaido and Jin didn't know the changes in Roran's body, the suffocating and powerful sense of oppression after turning on the 4th gear would not be deceiving. After years of dominating the New World, Kai has long felt the sense of despair brought by facing a powerful enemy. At this moment, he felt that the motionless Laurent was a beast ready to attack, and he was a prey of Laurent. Once Laurent shot, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. Kaido and Jin didn't dare to take a breath, trying their best to maximize their arrogance, trying to capture every subtle movement of Roran. And in the sense of domineering and domineering of the 2 of them, Lauren's breath and figure suddenly disappeared like the evaporation of the human world, leaving only a wave of air that broke through the sound barrier in place, and Lauren moved. Is a sound, people arrive first. Waiting for the blasting sound of the breakthrough sound, Lauren's figure shuttled into the air like a teleportation, and emerged behind Jin. Immediately afterwards, Laurent lifted the target and slammed down on Jin's back. Boom! A dull cracking sound came, and it seemed like a scarlet fireworks had been set off in the air. The huge body that had turned into a toothless pterosaur was directly blown up by Roran's punch, and it shattered into pieces and flew down. There was a rain of blood all around. Quote! Turning on the 4th gear, Roran's speed was so domineering, until Jin died in front of Kaido, the Sea Emperor. Just realized what just happened. Kaido's exclamation was not because he was sad or angry at Jin's death, but at the surprise and fear that Laurent killed Jin under his own eyes. In terms of personal strength, Jin, the leader of the three plagues, was second only to himself. A super pirate second only to the top powerhouses. The duel between the top powerhouses is often difficult to determine the winner. It is like two countries that both possess nuclear weapons. Usually, they can make small fights. Both wins and losses will pay a heavy price. Same way, just now, even the other 334 emperors or 3 futures and Jin could only suppress him. If Jin didn't love fighting, no one could kill him in a short time. But just as he was there, Roran killed Jin in seconds, like pinching an ant at a terrifying speed beyond his cognition range under his own eyes. What does this mean? Roran's strength is beyond his cognition range. After killing it with one punch, the incapable Laurent fluttered back to the ground, grinned and revealed a big smile. Now it's our turn to duel, let me see if you are the strongest creature in the world. How strong? At this moment, Lauren's harmless smiling face broke into Kaido's eyes like a flood of beasts. If you fight him, you will really die. Realizing this, Kaido had only one thought left in his heart: escape. Although he thought that walking was the best strategy, Kaido knew that with the speed that Roran just burst out, he couldn't escape, and he was as treacherous as he was. Of course he wouldn't turn around and run. Kaido twisted his huge body, the purple-black solid luster emerged from his body, and the strong armament domineering wrapped him into a black dragon. Every dragon scale exudes a faint purple light, and the amazing heat spurts out with the breath. Kaido's eyes are full of light. Roran, you are good to Lao Su, eat my trick, I will do anything. You kill me. Good. The corner of Roran's mouth twitched. His powerful strength and self-confidence allowed Kaido to build up his strength in the sky. Since the battle with Whitebeard a year ago, Roran has never fought against a powerhouse of the same level. Kaido, although the fighting power is not as good as that of Whitebeard, it is not much worse. Although it is not clear why Kaido is uncharacteristically showing a desperate stance, the extreme desire for fierce battles has made Roran worry about it. Staring closely at Kaido, who was flourishing in purple light, Lauren's eyes lit up slightly, and he whispered to himself, I hope you can bring me some fun in fighting. Finally, the dazzling rays of light stopped surging, and the extremely concentrated domineering arrogance covered Kaido's body with a metallic luster like steel. At this time, Kaido shrunk his body into a ball. Meatballs. What kind of power will burst out when you open it? Roar. Kaido raised his head sharply, and let out a high dragon roar. The extremely compressed body instantly bounced off against Lauren, and the explosive force in that instant made the surrounding air distorted and blurred. Boom. The slender and sturdy dragon tail slammed into Roran's position, and a roar resounded through the sky. Like the end of the world, countless dust mixed with gravel flew out around, and Kaido hit the ground. Every inch was cracked, and countless cracks radiated out. Chapter 113. The Use of Domineering and Domineering. At this time, if someone looked down from the direction of the Island of Ghosts, they could see that the location where Lauren was just had experienced an earthquake, and a huge, spider web, with a radius of 100 meters was cracked. It can be seen that it is called, the strongest creature in the world. Kaido's not only was not vain, not only was his vitality strong, but Kaido's explosiveness also exceeded Lauren's expectations for him. However, Kaido's powerful blow did not cause any damage to Lauren, and could only be described as painless and itchy. The last time Roran was killed by Akainu, the light beam that was extinguished was just half lit. Now he still has absolute immunity to the high-level armed domineering, and aside from the armed domineering, Kaido hit Roran with a tail pump. Only the impact remains. The face of pure physical shock. Under the combined effect of Roran's tough body and the fourth gear of the King's engine, it is estimated that no one in the world can break Roran's defense. Leg and stepping on the ground, his icy vigor swept up a gust of wind, blowing the surrounding fly ash clean. Only then did Lauren realize a problem. Kaido actually took advantage of the dust to hide his sight when he slipped away. It seems that I shouted your breath. Lauren said softly to himself, but you thought you could get away with this. Voice fell, Lauren closed his eyes, and an invisible wave spread out from his body, and in a short while it enveloped the entire Island of Ghosts. During the 1-year retreat and penance, what Lauren grew was not only his fighting ability, but also a breakthrough in his domineering practice. Previously, Lauren's arrogance had reached a state where he could briefly predict the future, and during the retreat, he developed 2 different application methods for the attributes of arrogance and arrogance. Now what Laurent is doing is one of the newly developed applications, ultra-large-scale perception. At this moment, Lauren, who has spread out the domineering, is like a huge human-shaped radar. He used the domineering to capture the entire ghost island. For a moment, Lauren sensed the shouting of the ghost island, and he could smell the sea breeze in the air. The smell intertwined with blood, and at the same time, Lauren also saw Kaido fleeing in a human form. "I found you." Opening his eyes, along with the sound of breaking through the sound barrier, Lauren's figure disappeared instantly, and he caught up with Kaido in a few breaths. The gigantic figure hurriedly fleeing in front of him paused, although Roran's domineering arrogance was not as perverted as Roran's, but it was enough for him to perceive Roran behind him. In order not to arouse Roran's alarm, Kaido chose to give up the faster flying dragon form and flee on land, but he did not expect Roran's search ability and speed to be so amazing. Kaido turned around angrily and made an unexpected move. Boom! A muffled sound. Kaido knelt directly to the ground facing Roran, with big tears on his face. "Roran, I admit defeat. I admit that you are the strongest creature in the world. All the treasures of the 100 Beast Pirates, I will give it to you with both hands. Please let me go." Looking at Kaido, who was crying and shedding tears, Lauren's eyes became even colder, because from the moment he saw him, no matter what emotions Kaido showed, he could feel Kaido. There is a strong killing intent in his heart for himself. Lauren said nothing, his eyes fixed on Kai. Duo, lock Kaido with the domineering. This is the second method of using the domineering, wrapping the domineering on a single enemy, forming a target that others cannot detect. Once such a target is formed, Lauren can easily detect it no matter how far the enemy runs. Moreover, through the locking of the target, any attack by Roran on the target cannot be evaded. Unless the enemy's knowledge and domineering cultivation level is higher than that of Roran, the lock can only be lifted, otherwise he can only become Roran's living target. At this time, although Kaido didn't know what Laurent did, he could feel the infinite pressure from Laurent because of his arrogance. It was like the prey being stared at by the hunter when he was hunting, and it was born from the bottom of his heart. There is a feeling that there is no escape, that death is possible every second. This sense of oppression between life and death made Kaido become panicked. "What have you done to me?" The King's Fist. For someone like Kaido, Roran didn't want to say a word. A milky white halo appeared on his fists. Roran attacked Kaido again. "Then you will die for Lao Su." Seeing that there was no possibility of reconciliation between him and Lauren, Kaido completely removed his disguise, and his pitiful face instantly changed to fierce and ferocious. His sturdy arms gave birth to countless beating lightnings out of thin air, and the same out of nowhere. Punch hits Lauren. Thundering gossip. Boom. The moment when the two fists wanted to collide, it was like the thunder of the sky and the fire of the earth. The shock wave of the King's Fist and the lightning of thunder and gossip kept colliding and bombarding, generating countless explosions of different sizes. It raged and swept through everything around it, leaving countless crisscrossing huge ravines on the ground. After the confrontation, the two flew out at the same time, and Kaido, who was forced into a desperate situation, burst out with a powerful survival instinct. Happy. The figure that flew upside down stopped instantly, and Roran rushed out, and more intense energy fluctuations than just before surged frantically from his hands. Come again. Compared to Lauren's ease of advancing and retreating, Kaido was rather clumsy. Although he was not injured in the first wave of parrying punches, the impact of the collision made his huge body retreat 100 meters before he stopped, and he was on the ground. A long ravine was left behind. Kaido stood firm. Roran was already in front of him, and he punched Kaido with a square head. It was still the familiar King's Fist, but this time, the power was much higher than before. Facing Lauren's King's Fist, Kaido had no time to dodge at this time. Kaido clenched his hands tightly, his body bowed violently, and a violent hurricane burst upward from Kaido's feet, forming a huge spherical wind. Hood, wrapping Kaido inside. The wind shakes the four together. The moment Laurent's fist hit the windshield, a huge repulsive force erupted from it, and Laurent bounced off a distance. Different from the strongest shield of the Tianlong people who had the repulsion fruit ability before, although the repulsion of Kaido's windshield could not be used to actively attack, it had a certain rebound effect, and the repulsion that erupted in an instant was even better than the former. Laurent shook his slightly sore wrist and looked at Kaido with a playful expression. Go back to heaven. Chapter 114. Serious Punch. Kaido's move made Laurent think of the signature skill of the Hyuga clan in Naruto. In the early stage, it was called Huishin with absolute defense, but Huishin spewed chakra from the whole body. Forms a shield, and Kaido forms a windshield by rolling up a hurricane. Huishin in Hokage can't defend the position under his feet. Breaking from the ground up is very simple, but Laurent did not try this method, because he didn't need it at all. Any technique is useless in the face of absolute power. Dong dong dong. A strong and powerful heartbeat sounded from Laurent's body. Before the heart beat once, there would be a majestic force rushing out from the heart, filling every part of Laurent's body with the blood of the king's engine. After a year, Laurent's life was returned to the god of destruction and reappeared in the world. The huge heat brought by the amazing body energy evaporated the sweat directly, causing Laurent's exposed skin to emit light puffs of white smoke. Elephant profound truth 2 stacks of waves. Laurent punched Kaido in the air, and the violent special shock wave blasted away at the windshield like a flood spilling a dike. Even at a short distance, Kaido still felt the terrifying and destructive power contained in the 2 waves of the second wave of the Shixiang mystery. Kaido's instinct told him that he should dodge, but he couldn't do it, because at this time Kaido still had the target left by Rorin hanging on his body. Can't dodge any attack from Laurent. Can't escape. The only option for Kaido is to resist. After seeing this, Kaido quickly put his arms above his head, curled his body together as much as possible, wrapped himself with a layer of armament and domineering, while strengthening the windshield that hovered around his body. The original transparent hood turned into an almost milky white texture. Boom! Kaido's windshield slammed into the same shock wave as Pillion, and the reinforced windshield didn't last a second under the impact of Shixiang, and responded almost the moment the two touched. And shattered, the shock wave hit Kaido directly like a hot knife cutting butter. With the roaring sound in his ears, Kaido felt the energy shock from all over his body without any dead ends. It felt as if he was facing the hail of bullets alone. His body everywhere will be crushed. The majestic impact is mixed with Rorin's high-level armament and domineering, constantly impacting Kaido. Not only trauma, but life is returned to the state of destruction. Inside Kaido's body, Kaido's internal organs, muscles, bones and flesh were continuously shaken. After 3 seconds and 3, the fluctuation disappeared, and Kaido passed the impact of Shixiang. 3 seconds 3 is just a matter of a few breaths in the eyes of ordinary people, but for Kaido, the last 3 is as long as a century. PFF'd. Kaido only felt a sweetness in his mouth, and he couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time he brought out pieces of fine internal organs. It's impossible to replace other people now, but Kaido is the strongest creature in the world, after all. His body swelled and deformed continuously, entered the state of Eudemon's divine dragon, and constantly repaired his severely injured body. Laurent did not prevent Kaido from recovering from his injuries, but softly said, "One punch." Although Laurent did not carry any emotion when he spoke, Kaido heard it, "One punch." The 2 words are like being stabbed by a sharp knife in the heart. He, who has always been unscrupulous, suddenly felt a sense of grief. The internship experience of the Rocks Pirates, the prosperous years of competing for the deer and the country, the glorious moment when the 4 emperors dominated the New World, scenes of the old days of the past emerged in Kaido's heart. He slowly closed his eyes, from the phantom beast. The form reverted back to the human form. The dragon shape can bring Kaido the ability to restore the sky, but the destructive power or the human shape is stronger. Kaido knew that he was not Roran's opponent, but even so, Kaido, who was already trapped in a beast fight, finally chose a decent way to die for himself. Little Devil. With Kaido's roar, scorching fire, howling wind, restless thunder and lightning, and the dark armament color domineering, 4 completely different forces continuously converged on Kaido's double fists, forming an apocalyptic scene. Don't underestimate the Emperor of the New World. Kaido shouted with a grim face, and burst out with an astonishing speed that did not match his huge size, and punched Roran with a punch full of chaotic power. No matter what Kaido's previous behavior was or what his temperament was, at least now, he has shown the arrogance that a king should have. The face of Kaido, who was determined to die, Roran gave due courtesy to the strong duel. He decided to use his strongest move so far to send Kaido on the road. This is the ultimate mystery developed for the 12 trials during Roran's retreat. It is the strongest move that truly forgets life and death, squeezes every cell, uses up all the weapons to be domineering, and gathers all the strength of the whole body into one point. No matter what state Roran uses this move, his life energy will be consumed and he will enter a state of near death. At that time, as long as Roran receives a trace of damage, he will die immediately, thus starting the 12 trials. For this move that can only be used when all his life is consumed, Roran named it Serious Punch. Using the return of life, Roran began to extract life energy from every cell in his body. Just like an engine dissipating heat, a bright red mist spurted out of every pore on Roran's body. In exchange for this suicidal madness of Roran, the amazing energy condensed in his right hand can destroy the world. At this moment, Roran's right fist is like a small black hole, crushing and annihilating all the surrounding tissues. Even the light can't escape and smash it, forming the ultimate pure black. The light distortion caused by countless energy whistling makes the surrounding the irregular chaos of the space twists and turns, giving a dreamlike and unreal feeling. This is the ultimate meaning of Laurent burning life, condensing a little, and reaching the pinnacle. Laurent swung his right fist at a seemingly slow speed, but it was actually an illusion caused by the distortion of light caused by the fist that made human vision unable to capture. Actually, Laurent's fist has collided with Kaido. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 115, The Death of Kaido. In order to further improve the reading quality, the author is refining this chapter. Please read it later. Please read the next chapter. Summer reading every day is fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 115 _ Open black lens bracket. The death of Kaido. Close black lens bracket. Finally, Kaido's chaotic, frantic, and restless elemental power collided with Roran's ultimate punch. What was different from what was expected is that the strongest fist that condensed Kaido's death will and Roran's strongest punch that burned all his life. There was no movement between the collision of the profound meanings. Completely different from Shishiang and the King's fist, a serious punch now behaves like a black hole. The moment Roran and Kaido collided, the deep black fist seemed to come alive, exuding dangerous fluctuations, and finally, a flickering pitch-black energy sphere was formed in Roran's hand. The edge of the sphere twisted slightly, and then returned to its original state, which looked very strange. What's even more terrifying is that, whether it's a hurricane, a flame, a thunderbolt or Kaido's body, any substance that comes into contact with a serious punch will be erased out of thin air as if it disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace, as if it never existed. At this moment, even sound and light cannot escape the devouring of a serious punch. This whole process did not make any sound, and the silence was frightening. Wherever Laurent's fist went, everything was swallowed up by the extreme pure black, completely destroyed, and finally turned into nothingness. Moment, Kaido's entire right arm was completely destroyed by a single punch. What kind of power is this? Kaido didn't even feel any pain, and there was not a trace of blood coming out of the wound on his right shoulder. Also surprised was Roran himself, and this was the first time he had actually used this trick. During the retreat, when a serious punch was only a prototype in Roran's mind, Roran tried it once. When a large amount of life energy, physical energy and domineering black energy were condensed, once it took shape, it would never be seen again. Out of Loran's control, it will indiscriminately devour and destroy everything around it, and this phagocytic power will show an explosive growth as the energy grows. The reason why Loran is not swallowed is because he is still there. A steady stream of homologous energy is being delivered to the black sphere. Once this energy delivery is disconnected, Roran's fate is no different from Kaido's disappearing arm. Loran was shocked at the destructiveness contained in it, and quickly stopped the transmission of energy, and threw the black energy ball out of his hand. However, Loran realized afterward that just because a serious punch is an indiscriminate attack that does not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy, the judgment of the 12 trials is also external damage. Since the damage caused by the serious punch is not self-inflicted, then if you use this move with all your strength to kill the enemy and kill yourself at the same time, can you use its powerful phagocytic power to use the serious punch without any side effects? As soon as this idea appeared, it grew out of control in Loran's heart, and he began careful experiments to confirm his ideas. It turned out that Loran's conjecture was really feasible. The serious punch that greatly reduced the energy input was directly immune to the trial when it was just condensed with a power of less than 4,000. The apprehension in his heart was settled, and Loran finally developed the ultimate meaning that perfectly fits the 12 trials. The last trace of energy in the body flowed out through the arm, and Loran's body was. The black energy ball has been squeezed out completely, and at the same time, it has always been very docile. The energy ball also showed its cruel side. After unable to obtain energy from Loran's body, a huge gravitational force came from the center of the energy sphere, which sucked Loran's whole body in an instant. The energy after losing Loran's control, the ball began to become extremely chaotic. At this moment, the life energy that was forcibly fused together by Loran, the physical energy and domineering began to gradually separate, the energy ball began to roll and expand restlessly, and the light around the sphere became abnormally distorted, a trace of the dark space cracks appeared strangely out of thin air. As the energy ball continued to expand, finally, like a runaway nuclear reactor, the energy ball exploded completely. There was still no sound. In silence, the fist-sized black ball really swelled into a small black hole as tall as one person, and the huge gravitational force generated by the huge mass attracted everything around it. Among them, Kaido is the closest to the black hole. Only those who have experienced it personally can know how amazing the gravitational force emanating from this destructive sphere in front of him is. Just like the current Kaido, the arm that disappeared out of thin air and Loran are both confirming to Kaido that he was caught by this black ball. Sucks it in. Sadly, he can't break free from the pull of the black hole now. Under the action of the huge gravitational force, Kaido involuntarily dragged his huge body step by step towards the black hole as if being pushed by a pair of invisible hands behind his back. He also thought about flying away in the form of an Eudemon's dragon, but with the expansion of his body size, the gravitational force given to him by the black hole also increased geometrically, which would only speed up his death. Realizing this, Kaido's eyes changed from unwilling to gradually return to bleak. He completely lost hope. The body began to enter the black hole little by little, and there was still no blood or pain. No matter how strong Kaido's vitality was, he could not restore the body that had been annihilated into nothingness. At the last moment of his life, Kaido's mood became calm. Get up. I've had a great life in this life. Kaido said so in his heart. He raised his eyelids and glanced at the place where Roran was swallowed. With that kind of strange ability, you should not be dead. I don't know how many storms you will bring to this world. Roran, Lao Su is waiting for you in hell. The black hole didn't give Kaido much time to think. After a few breaths, only half of Kaido's head remained. This time it's really dead. With Kaido's last murmur, the black hole absorbed his entire being. This insidious and treacherous ghost, Kaido, who had been entrenched in the country of Wan for many years, had completely disappeared from the world. After absorbing Kaido, the black hole continued to release its gravitational pull, swallowing up all the surrounding dust, gravel and other objects, and then at a certain moment, the black hole suddenly shrank back into a pitch-black dot, which disappeared without leaving a ripple. As if nothing had happened, only the absolute vacuum created by the black hole silently announced that an emperor had fallen here. So far, the 5 emperors are gone, and the new world has returned to the pattern of the 4 emperors. Chapter 116 Once again, shocked the world. Kaido's death does not only mean the death of a top fighting force, but also symbolizes the complete collapse of the world system in which the 4 emperors, the navy, and the Shichibukai, which are customized by the world government, are mutually balanced. Kaido's fall and become again turbulent. Ding! A crisp and pleasant sound rang out, and bright white rays of light emerged out of thin air, converging into a pillar of optimism that could not be seen from the sky. Bah! The huge beam of light shattered in response, revealing Lauren, who was full of resurrection. I can't think of such a way of resurrection after the body is completely destroyed. Feeling the abundant strength in the newly born body, Lauren stretched out his fingers, part of his body's strength, life force and armed arrogance converged at his fingertips, forming a mini black hole the size of a ping-pong ball. Without any hesitation, Lauren directly pressed the black energy ball onto his other arm. There was no gravitational force, and there was no missing piece of Roland's body. The energy ball slipped directly from the surface of Roland's arm to the other side. Sure enough, there are no side effects. Roland was overjoyed, and smashed the black energy ball into pieces. Although a serious punch now still consumes a lot of vitality, no matter how much energy Roland inputs, it will no longer be absorbed and crushed by the black hole. As for the physical strength, domineering, and vitality consumed, Lauren's physique can be restored to its original state just by taking a break. Clapping his hands contentedly, Lauren stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of return. It's time to leave the island of ghosts. Although Lauren did not witness Kaido's death and had no idea about the subsequent impact, Doflamingo and Morgans learned about Lauren through newsbirds and videophone bugs from the time Lauren landed on the Ghost Island. The whole process of killing Kaido. Dressrosa, boom. Doflamingo, who has been suppressed by Kaido for many years, laughed recklessly and said, Kaido was killed directly, as expected of Lauren. On the other side, Morgans looked at the 3 photos that the newsbird just brought back in front of him with a dazed look. The first photo was the scene of Roran fighting against Kaido and Jin alone, and the second one was Roran taking Jin. The punch turned into blood, and the third one was Kaido's body being absorbed by a huge black hole. Unexpectedly, Lauren, who has been in retreat for a year, has become so amazing. Morgans put down the photo in his hand and sighed. In fact, Doflamingo didn't expect Lauren to kill Kaido directly this time. Although Kaido's fighting ability is slightly less than that of Whitebeard, defeating and killing an emperor are completely 2 concepts. The difficulty of the latter is not at the same level as the former. No one dares to underestimate the explosive power of a dying emperor before he dies, not to mention that Lauren killed Kaido, the most tenacious of the 4 emperors. However, Doflamingo, who has been with Lauren for a long time, has developed a big heart, and he is no stranger to the various major events caused by Lauren. And Dofram, who has been wandering between black and white for many years, sees the huge hidden value behind this incident. Although the beast pirates who lost Kaido will not end up in the new world, they can no longer maintain the 5 emperors period. The exception of the 3 emperors of Lauren, Kaido's territory and resources will be quickly destroyed, and the new world is destined to become a puddle of muddy waters until a new balance pattern reappears. Morgans, instead of here lamenting the strength of allies. Doflamingo grabbed the 3 photos on the table. Don't give the world a new wave of cards. After a while, all over the world, densely packed news birds flew around like migratory birds, and at the same time scattered sheets of snow-white newspapers. The most conspicuous thing on the newspaper is the 3 photos in the hands of Morgans just now, and right above the photos is a line of striking big characters. The new world returns to the era of the 4 emperors. The world's strongest god of destruction, Lauren, returns. The heavy snowfall of newspapers hit everyone in the world like a thunderbolt, setting off a huge storm of fishing reels. Everyone, read the newspaper. The god of destruction Lauren is back. Kaido was actually killed. Doesn't that mean that the names of the world's strongest man and the world's strongest creature belong to Lauren? This Lauren is a monster. He even won against Kaido and Yanzai by himself. What is that big black ball? It looks so infiltrative. Who knows, the new world is really terrible. Let's stay in the paradise and make salted fish. Moby Dick, it's amazing. In Malfoy's lazy eyes, and he raised the newspaper in his hand and said, "Here, Dad. Lauren is back, and he killed Kaido." Goo ha 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 ha. Behind Malfoy, the white-bearded man who was densely packed with hanging bottles smiled boldly. This kid can do it, he will show such a big limelight as soon as he shows up. Josh thoughtfully looked at Lauren, who was like a god in the newspaper, and said, "I don't know how Ace feels when he sees this news." As Josh's voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Because since Ace hunted down Blackbeard, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates has never heard from Ace. Ace. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly remembered what Shanks said after Ace chased and killed Blackbeard and left. An uneasy premonition came to his mind. Don't let anything happen, otherwise. Marin Vando, Navy Headquarters. Headquarters, what do you think about these two things? Sengoku bowed his head slightly, and his reflective glasses covered his eyes, making people wonder what he was thinking. Directly across from the Warring States period, Aoji, Kizaru, and Akainu sat on a sofa each, thinking about what the Warring States had just said. Aokiji was the first to break the silence. Lauren's reappearance at this time is likely to intervene. I think it's best to put this matter aside. I object. Akainu retorted. This is an opportunity to re-establish the majesty of the Navy, and we will not only do it, but let the world know it. If you do this, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely come to rob people. The Navy can't stand such turmoil. It's just a bunch of scum. Are you afraid of pirates now? Seeing the two Aokiji and Akainu who had a disagreement and arguing, Sengoku only felt a headache, raised his hand and patted the table. You guys calm down first. Humph. Aokiji Akainu snorted coldly, and turned their heads and said nothing. On the desk in front of the Warring States period, two documents are particularly conspicuous. One is the latest newspaper just released by Morgan's, and the other is a stack of identity documents, and the name of the owner of this document is written on the document. Right above, Portga's Ace. Chapter 117, The Decision of the Warring States. Not long ago, Marshal Titch, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates who defected from the Whitebeard Pirates, had just reached a secret agreement with the Navy. Blackbeard used Ace as a bargaining chip to obtain the position of the Shichibukai that was vacated by Rorin after defeating Crocodile. If Blackbeard captured only a Whitebeard Pirates 2nd and 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace, then the Navy would not make Blackbeard a Shichibukai. After all, Blackbeard just defected and fled. His Blackbeard Pirates not only is the crew scarce, but the quality is also uneven, which is far from any other Chiwahai in video memory. But Blackbeard brought another shocking secret to the Navy. Fire Fist Ace is not only the captain of Whitebeard's men, but also he is also the posthumous son of One Piece Gall Roger. After many incidents, the prestige of the Navy has not been as good as before, especially the two arrests against Lauren, and the two generals sent before and after still failed to get Lauren arrested and brought to justice. The strong image of the Navy has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Therefore, after confirming the authenticity of Ace's identity, Sengoku agreed to Blackbeard's conditions without hesitation and promoted him to the new King Shichibukai. The only remaining bloodline of the Pirate King in the world and the captain of the Whitebeard's squad, Ace's dual identity is really special. At this time, publicly executing Ace is undoubtedly equivalent to openly declaring war on the Whitebeard Pirates. For the Navy, this is an opportunity and a challenge. If this move is successful, it will not only severely damage the Whitebeard Pirates, but also restore the strong image of the Navy in the hearts of the masses. Although Whitebeard has been called the strongest man in the world for a long time, it is well known that Whitebeard is already in his old age. After the battle with Lauren a year ago, his physical condition deteriorated even more. Deterrence is far less powerful than it used to be. The top combat powers that the Navy can directly mobilize include Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Garp-4. Moreover, the Navy can also mobilize some forces from the world government. Before today, Sengoku never thought about it. This public execution may fail. However, things didn't go as expected, and the biggest variable in this execution, Lauren, who had been silent for a year without any movement, reappeared in the arena, and as soon as he appeared, he once again triggered a major event that shocked the world so far. Sengoku knew very well that Lauren's resentment towards the Navy was irreconcilable. He was not worried that Lauren would join forces with Whitebeard, but that Lauren would reap the benefits of a fisherman after the confrontation between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly appearing at this time, is this really a coincidence? Sengoku frowned and said, the public execution is certain. Sooner or later the news of Ace being locked in the advanced city will be revealed. The conflict between the Whitebeard pirates has no possibility of easing. The war is only a matter of sooner or later. The current question is whether Lauren will intervene and disrupt the situation, and how should we respond if he does come. Any of the 4 emperors dies will leave a piece of fat in the new world. Why not try to cooperate with the other 4 emperors? I think it is a good choice to discuss with Charlotte Lingling with the head of Whitebeard as a bargaining chip. Kizaru, who has been silent for a long time, also gave his intentions to not only preserve his strength, but also make Laurent and the thief unite against each other, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? Warring States nodded. What Kizaru said was a good idea, and the gangs were fighting each other. Checks and balances are good for the Navy, but the only thing to be aware of is that this kind of deal can be exposed no matter what. After thinking for a moment, Warring States had a decision in his heart. He put away the 2 documents on the table, got up and said, Pelusalino, you must hide your intentions when you go and express your intentions. Sakazuki, you will inform everyone. The Navy Division announced Ace's true identity, and then announced that Ace will be publicly executed at Marin Van Do. Akainu Kizaru got up and walked out of the office one after another, executing the orders given by the Warring States. The Warring States greeted Chingzi. Kuzan, go out with me. Where to go? Mary Joa. Because of Lauren's return, the entire Navy has entered a state of alert. Lauren himself is completely unaware of this, and returned to the ship safely, returning to the leisurely life of the past. Of course, for the current Lauren, even knowing that the Navy is going to unite with the pirates to deal with him, there is nothing to worry about, because the current Lauren is outrageously strong. The warm and bright sunlight shone on the clear blue sea, and there were countless gold stars on the boundless sea. Deck, several beach chairs were placed side by side. Karina, Nami, Robin, and Perona were dressed in cool clothes and lay on it to bask in the sun, creating a youthful and beautiful sea scenery. Such a delightful view. Rarely seen on weekdays, Lauren lay gravely on the beach chair facing the 4 of them in 4 directions. His eyes wandered back and forth, thinking wildly in his heart, Kalina's figure has improved a lot. Nami has also developed very well recently. Robin's temperament is getting better and better. Why is Perona's face so red? Wearing a swimsuit is already a challenge for Perona, but Lauren is still there. The opposite side is glancing back and forth, giving Perona a feeling that her whole body is being seen. It is like a newcomer to the game. The newcomer, the rookie, chose the hard mode at the beginning, and the experience was extremely bad. Hello. Perona poked Karina next to her. Karina, look at what Lauren looks like now. You don't care about him. Karina, who was immersed in the sun, raised her eyelids lazily, glanced at Lauren, who was looking around, and couldn't help laughing. Oh, I won't lose a piece of meat if I look at this little girl. He can still eat us. If he doesn't achieve it, it's his reward for defeating Kaido. Bah. Nami took a sip, showing an expression that saw through everything. It's not that you have been harmed by a vixen. Lauren was not like this when I first came. Okay, little thief cat, now you dare to laugh at me. Karina smiled slyly. Her hands grasped Nami's armpit accurately and quickly under the power of the speed fruit. The body was attacked. Nami was not to be outdone. A weak current flowed from her fingertips and launched a counterattack at Karina. The fight between the two women instantly made the ship lively, and Lauren and his party returned to Dressrosa in this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 118. Doflamingo's Suggestion. Clap, clap, clap. In front of the door of the King's Heights, Doflamingo, who had been waiting for a long time, slowly walked out from the door while clapping his hands, grabbed Lauren's shoulder, and said with a smile, Young, congratulations, Lauren, the titles of the world's strongest man and the world's strongest creature are now yours. In order to celebrate your completion of your original goal when you went to sea, I have set up a celebration banquet for you in the family, just waiting you have triumphed. Excuse me, Dover. Lauren nodded and walked towards the villa with Doflamingo. As soon as he entered the villa, the first thing he saw was Morgans, who had been waiting in the living room for a long time. Morgans took off his top hat and gave a greeting. Welcome back, Lauren. Kill Kaido as soon as you show up. I can already foresee your supremacy soon. Lauren also responded with a courtesy, thank you. Three of them walked side by side, and soon passed through the living room. At the back of the villa, a long red carpet led everyone to the grand banquet prepared by Doflamingo himself. Everyone took their seats and discussed Lauren's next plan while enjoying delicious delicacies from all over the world. Lauren. Doflamingo took a sip from the glass, looked at Lauren, and said, last time you said you thought of a more difficult challenge than Whitebeard, but didn't tell everyone what it was. Now that you have completed the 2 goals when you went to sea, are you not going to share your thoughts with you at that time? Hearing this, Morgan's and Karina's 4 daughters stopped the knives and forks in their hands, and they all pricked up their ears and waited for Lauren's reply. Doflamingo's Don Quixotes, Morgan's news agency of the world, and Gilder Tezzolo's Garantezolo are in close alliances, forming a strong alliance in the New World. Because of the huge power of any 4 emperor pirates, and the core of the entire alliance is well known to everyone, that is Lauren. The current Lauren is no longer the unnatural destroyer who is alone, but the strongest god of destruction of the 4 emperors, whose every move will cause the world to shake. The fate of the 3 forces has been tightly bound to Lauren. Lauren's next actions determine the rise and fall of everyone in the alliance, and everyone present looked at Laurent in unison, looking forward to what he said next. It's not easy. Lauren, who became the focus of everyone's attention for a while, swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty, raised his fork and pointed to the sky. Don't you think this world has been ruled by Tianlong people for too long? The banquet that was in full swing was instantly silent. Almost everyone looked at Lauren with incredible eyes, and everyone including Doflamingo jumped at what Lauren said. Doflamingo once guessed that Laurent might attack the navy after he left the customs, but he didn't expect Laurent's ambition to be bigger than he thought, and Laurent actually hit the mansion. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years. In the long history of the past 800 years, any person or organization who openly disobeyed the world government will be violently suppressed by the world government by means of thunder, from ancient times to the present, without exception. Countless revolutionaries silently interpret the world government with their own blood and lives. The power of the world government is stepping on blood and bones to plant the flag at the top of the world step by step. The transcendent power of the world government has numbed the sea. The world government is irresistible, and the Tianlong people are descendants of the Creator. Surpassing ordinary human beings, the allied countries need to pay the heavenly gold to obtain the protection of the world government. All of them are silently under the rule of the world government. The only revolutionary army who openly challenge the world government can only hide their identities and lurk like mice in the corner of the world. People are used to this world ruled by the dragons, so when Lauren said that the dragons ruled for too long, everyone present had an idea. Lauren is crazy. Doflamingo, who used to be a dragon man, knows more about the dragon people and the world government, and he knows how terrifying the power of the dragon people hidden behind the world. Because of this, Doflamingo doesn't think that Lauren's idea can be realized, but he is more aware that the current alliance cannot be without Lauren's backbone, and must first stabilize everyone's emotions. Thinking of this, Doflamingo was the first to break the silence. Yes, it is a very ambitious goal, and it is indeed much more difficult than challenging the Whitebeard pirates, so the next step is very important. The members of the Don Quixote family at the dining table once again dropped their jaws. Even if Lauren proposed such a crazy idea, the young master, who has always been above the interests, actually followed Lauren and started making a fool of himself. This is simply crazy. The composition of the world government is intricate and complicated. The main organizations of the world government to which it belongs are the Navy, the Wang Shachiwahai, the Scientific Force, Zero, the Deep-Sea Prison and the Judicial Island. Not paying attention to the surprised gazes of the surrounding subordinates, Doflamingo looked at Lauren and continued, "The overthrow of the world government is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is not a wise choice to directly attack Mary Joa in its heyday. I think it should be done first. Start with these subordinate organizations, weaken the power of the world government step by step, and then take a long-term plan." What do you think? That came to Laurent's mind a year ago. Laurent has not studied this in depth, and immediately after that, Laurent entered a year of retreat and penance. There was no further research, and it was only just now that Lauren had glimpsed the true face of the behemoth of the world government from Doflamingo's words. Very difficult to overthrow the world government, but Lauren has never been a person who is afraid of difficulties. He nodded and motioned Doflamingo to continue. Now, there is a wonderful opportunity. Doflamingo's face showed a familiar wicked smile. I just got the news that 3 days later, the Navy will publicly execute the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, in Marinfando. In 3 days, he will definitely go to Marinfando to snatch people, and we can join forces with Whitebeard to kill Marinfando, thus causing heavy damage to the Navy. Ace. Lauren remembered this person who used to be called Gemini with him. Doflamingo made a good suggestion. For himself, this is indeed a perfect opportunity. Chapter 119 Dark Tide Surging. In a sea area of the New World, islands of all shapes and sizes are densely distributed like a sky full of stars, and countless mouth-watering dessert aromas drift out from these islands, and even the sea breeze has become sweet and greasy. Points. This is the New World utopia established by one of the 4 emperors, which includes almost all the races in the world, the Kingdom of Totland, which is also known as the 10,000 Kingdoms. Among all the islands in the world, a pink island that looks like a giant cake is surrounded by the rest of the islands like stars and the moon. This is the most important station of the pirates in the New World, Cake Island. Today's Cake Island welcomes a special guest. Among the most prominent castles on Cake Island. Sitting like a giant on a huge sofa like a hill, he looked at the uninvited guest in front of him with a playful expression. "Well, I have invited you to my tea party. You want to provoke a war between me and the Navy Pelusolino." That's right, the person sitting opposite at this time is Kizaru of the 3 naval admirals. "I'm not come to see you for tea and reminisce," Huang Yuan said with a wretched face. "This time I am here to cooperate with you on behalf of the Navy." Cooperation. A very frightening smile squeezed out of the face full of fat. "Do you want me to help deal with the Whitebeard Pirates' Navy so weak? Whitebeard is old, and he doesn't deserve our attention." Kizaru shook his head and said, "I hope that when Ace is executed the day after tomorrow, you can go to the vicinity of Marinfando to prevent Lauren from sabotaging the execution. Regardless of whether Lauren appears or not, as a reward, we promise to kill Whitebeard afterwards, and let some navies secretly help you eat at least 3/4 of the resources and territory of the Whitebeard pirates." Lauren. Hearing this name, his eyes first showed deep fear, followed by full of anger. Blue veins burst from his head, and he suddenly stood up from the sofa. "Pelusolino, are you kidding me? I don't agree, get out of the Cake Island." Seeing the unusual reaction, Kizaru frowned slightly. "I didn't expect that Lauren's deterrent power to the other 4 emperors would be so great. It seems that they still underestimated Lauren's threat in the Warring States period." Close black lens bracket. Although he thought so in his heart, Kizaru still had that flat and wretched expression on the surface. Hey, Ling Ling, I'm very serious about looking for you to cooperate, you're too scary. It is still unknown whether Laurent will get involved at that time, and even if he does appear, the Navy does not want you to fight him to the death, just stop him. Kizaru stretched out 3 fingers. Think about it, whether Laurent comes or not, you will get 3/4 of the Whitebeard pirates' territory after the event is completed. Are you sure you want to refuse? His eyes turned slightly, and he sat back again. It's okay to cooperate, I'll add a condition. Say. I want Vegapunk's research materials on human giants. Deal. Kizaru reached an agreement. Sengoku and Aokiji also came to the World Government headquarters in Marijoa. In front of the World Government conference room, a tall, muscular man in a sleeveless black shirt has been waiting at the door for a long time. It is the current World Government, the whole army, Yongshuai, known as the Steel Bone. Empty. Sora patted Sengoku's shoulder. If there is something wrong with the phone worm, you have to come here in person. This is an important event related to the survival of the Navy, and I dare not slack off. Warring States glanced meaningfully at the green pheasant beside him. Maybe they are old and a little tired. They have to be familiar with them and help me share the work. Sora seemed to see something, and said in surprise, Warring States, are you? Finished speaking, Warring States pushed open the door of the conference room and took the green pheasant to walk in first. Don't let them wait, there is still a lot of work in the Navy waiting for me to deal with. Speed up the process. Sighing, Sora reluctantly walked into the conference room. The conference room, 5 old men of 55 different statures are sitting or standing around a small round table. These 5 people are the supreme ruler of the world government, the recognized peak of world power, the 5 old stars. I need the military support of the world government. Warring States directly stated the purpose of the trip. The god of destruction, Laurent, suddenly appeared at this time, and it is very likely that he will intervene in the public execution 3 days later. Now the Navy cannot withstand the attack of the 2 emperors, and I need support. Yes. The blonde old man among the 5 old stars nodded happily. In this public execution, I will mobilize some Zero members to assist you. Not only that. The bald old man with a mustache on the side interjected. At that time, I will ask the scientific team to send all the pacifists who have been debugged so far to Marin Vando. Obviously, enough attention has been expressed to the appearance of Lauren's 5 old stars. But the Warring States knew that these people sent by the 5 old stars could not affect the balance of the war. In the face of Lauren or Whitebeard, no matter how many people they sent, they would only be reduced to cannon fodder. Warring States said solemnly, enough is enough. Letting these people deal with the Emperor will only cause unnecessary sacrifices. I need a wave of elites with the lowest strength and the level of quasi-generals. Warring States. Different from the other 444 5 old stars, the old man in Taoist robe who had been sitting in the corner wiping the long sword in his hand suddenly said, You are looking for reinforcements from Marjoya, whether it is for Whitebeard or Lauren. In your eyes, the 2 of them are. Which one is more dangerous? Warring States said without hesitation. Roran is even more dangerous. Among the 4 emperors now, Roran is the strongest. Although his forces are far inferior to the other 3, compared to other emperors, Roran and the Navy are the most powerful. There are irreconcilable contradictions between them, and the threat is even greater. A click, the Taoist-robed old man put the long sword in his sheath and stood up from the chair, his sharp eyes flashing with a cold light. If that's the case, then take this opportunity to clean up this sea. Tomorrow, not only will the strongest shield of the Tianlong people arrive at Marin Vando, but I will also go there together. If Lauren really dares to come, I will rectify the FA on the spot. Sora's pupils, who were standing beside him with his arms around him, opened instantly, looking at the Taoist-robed old man in disbelief. Lauren is finished. Close black lens bracket. This is Kong's first thought. After all, this old man in Taoist robe, before he became the 5 old stars, has always been the strongest sword of the Tianlong people. Under the calm sea, a dark tide surrounding Laurent is surging wildly, because of Laurent's existence, the four emperors, the navy, and the Tianlong people have combined unprecedentedly, and the whole world is destined to be changed again because of Laurent. Chapter 120. Sad reminder of the remnants of the beast pirates. After learning the news of Ace's execution, Laurent and his party immediately after the banquet ended embark on a journey to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Waves on the sea surface undulated, rolling up the sea breeze with a salty taste. Nami raised her head and looked at the cloudless and blue sky. Her pretty nose twitched suddenly. She turned around and said, "It's going to rain, so hurry up and pack up the things on the deck and go back to the cabin." Although the weather is still sunny, Laurent and the others have never questioned Nami's sailing ability. Karina and Robin put the clothes on the deck into the cabin one after another, and Perona also struggled to drag a giant plush toy taller than herself back to the room. Sure enough, just as Nami said, not long after everyone returned to the room, the sun gradually dimmed, and the entire sky became gloomy and depressing. In the dark clouds, dazzling lightning flashed from time to time, and a storm came. The raindrops poured down, and the strong wind rolled the rainwater and made a strange sound like a baby crying. The originally calm sea was now like boiling water, tumbling continuously, the waves getting bigger and bigger, slapped heavily on the hull where Laurent and his party were. However, this ultra-luxury ship built by Doflamingo with a lot of money and a treasure tree Adam seems very calm at the moment. In the doomsday-like lightning, thunder, and violent storms, the ship behaves like a needle of calming the sea, and the waves are turbulent. Stand still. Looking at the scene of strong winds, lightning and thunder outside, Nami sighed and said with a frown, "It's really unfortunate, as soon as we go out to sea, we encounter this kind of ghost weather. If the storm does not end, we will arrive at the Moby Dick. The time must be delayed by at least half a day. Thank you for calling yourself a little thief cat. I think you should call yourself a little silly cat in the future." Karina smiled and rubbed Nami's face and said, "You forgot how we dealt with the blizzard when we first went to sea." Nami seemed to remember something, and her eyes burst with light. "Yes. Laurent, go outside and break up the clouds, so that the storm will stop." Laurent could answer. Nami's face drooped again. "Forget it, we were in paradise before, and the weather was far less severe than the New World, and the cloud density this time is at least 20 times that of the last time. Let's just wait for the rain to stop. I didn't say the clouds couldn't explode this time." Laurent smiled, stretched out his fingers and flicked Nami's forehead lightly. "Look at me." After speaking, Laurent's figure flashed, and he came to the deck in an instant. Elephant evening. With a soft sound from Laurent, a huge white beam of light soared into the sky, like a white dragon crashing straight into the rolling dark clouds. Suddenly, the dark clouds that were constantly churning in the entire sky solidified for a while, and then, a muffled sound came from the dark clouds, and the violent annular airwaves spread out from the cloud point, rolling countless dark clouds and lightning to the surrounding area. Move, and eventually dissipate. Punch from Laurent. The dark clouds that had spread far and wide disappeared, revealing. Under the blue sky, the warm sunlight emerged again, and under the reflection of the sunlight, a gorgeous 7-color rainbow gradually emerged above the dome. Get the job done. Laurent clapped his hands and was about to turn back to the room when the corner of his eyes caught a sneaky figure crawling towards the stern of the boat. "Who are you?" Hearing Laurent's voice, the figure's body froze instantly, and then ran towards the stern of the boat like crazy, shouting while running, "Please let me go, don't kill me." Laurent didn't stop him, because looking along the route of the man's escape, he saw that at the stern of the boat, 5 thigh-thick steel chains with claws were tightly embedded in them, and the other end of the steel chains was connected to an old and damaged medium-sized vessel. I don't know since when, this ship has attached itself to Laurent's ship like a parasite. The invisible domineering arrogance enveloped the entire ship. After sensing the identity of the people on the ship, a puzzled expression appeared on Laurent's face. How could it be them? No one else was on this ship. It was the remnants of the beast pirates that had just been destroyed because of Laurent. After Laurent killed Kaido and Jin, the status of the beast pirates who lost their two top battle strengths plummeted instantly, and Kaido's occupation of the Oni Island also changed from an absolutely forbidden place where no one is near to a place where everyone is popular. Delicious pastry that I want to bite into. Other side, after sending off Kaiabu, immediately, Smoji came to use force to forcibly capture the Island of Ghosts, the beast pirates without Kaido and Jin. Naturally, it is not an opponent of a group of people, this is no longer a battle, but a unilateral massacre. After paying an extremely tragic price, the remaining 2 and 3 disasters, Pandemic Quinn and Drought Jack finally escaped from the Island of Ghosts with some of the elite of the beast pirates. House leak happened to be raining overnight. The remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates who had just escaped from their hands encountered a super large storm that was rare in several years. Their pirate ship, which had suffered a lot of damage, could not survive such a storm. Rainstorm. At this time, the ship where Lauren was passing by. Since there was no sign of identity on Lauren's ship, it was a flag, so Quinn and Jack did not recognize it. Naturally, the two would not let this life-saving straw go, and quickly the two ships are connected together with steel chains. The ship built by Doflamingo is too luxurious and luxurious. Quinn and Jack naturally thought it was an ordinary luxury cruise ship. It was a gift from God, so the two sent a minion to explore the situation on Roran's ship, preparing to take the ship as their own. Unexpectedly, the minion just climbed to the stern and saw the shocking scene just now. With one punch, the world is shocked, and the wind and thunder are scattered. This stunning punch was immediate. Let Quinn and Jack recognize Lauren's identity. Their mood is like a roller coaster from great joy to great sorrow. The remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates at this time can be said to want to cry without tears. Today, they are really too sad. Chapter 121 _ Amazing Landmark History Text. It's him again. We fought him. Jack's eyes turned blood red, his muscular body swelled and deformed, and he was about to turn into a mammoth and fight Roran to the death. Now is not the time to be crazy. Quinn on the side gave a low voice and pressed Jack's shoulder. Do you want to kill us all? Brother Kai and Jin combined are not Lauren's opponents. Do you think it's useless for us to work hard now? All we have to do is to live. Don't forget, we still have that thing in the cabin, and with it, we will definitely be able to make a comeback, and it will not be too late to take revenge by then. Hearing this, Jack shrank back like a deflated balloon, gritted his teeth, and sat back on the deck beside him unwillingly. Quinn squeezed out a flattering smile with his fat pie face. Lord Lauren, our boat is too broken, we just wanted to ride a boat to get through the storm, never expected this. It's Lord Lauren's ship, which disturbs the Lord's mood. Lord Lauren, we will leave now. Lauren shook his head helplessly, and with his eyes closed, he could feel the malice emanating from Quinn and Jack. It's such a clumsy lie. Without giving Quinn a chance to quibble, Laurent directly punched him in the air, and the thick energy turned into a huge white beam of light and flew out, still a twilight image. Damn it, this lunatic. Quinn gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, not knowing that Laurent could sense maliciousness. He naturally did not expect Laurent's shot, and when Quinn reacted, the shock wave of Shixiang had already come to him. It's too late to hide. Quinn swung his body, and the fat piled up with fat continued to enlarge and harden. He activated the ability of the dragon fruit and turned into a giant brachiosaurus with an extremely long neck. Bang! With the muffled sound of a shock wave colliding with the flesh, Quinn used his body to eat Roran's evening elephant. Although Quinn wrapped a layer of domineering armament on the surface of his body, his chest was strong. The position where it was hit by the Shixiang was still deeply sunk. PFF'd. Quinn felt as if he had hit a high-speed train head-on. With a sweet mouth, he coughed out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and fell to the side. Big Brother Quinn. Jack, who had just been appeased by Quinn, broke out again, bursting out the power of the fruit without reservation. The thick brown hair skyrocketed along with the body shape, and two huge long teeth emerged from the corners of Jack's mouth on both sides, bending upwards strongly. He spun together, and in the blink of an eye, Jack turned into a fierce ancient mammoth. Open black lens bracket can't fight here, you have to go to his ship. Close black lens bracket. Jack knew that fighting on his own ship would only lead to the destruction of the ship, so he bent his limbs slightly and then suddenly exerted force at the same time. The huge figure enough to cover the sky jumped and came to Lauren's ship. This is the remains of Jack. The last bit of sanity. Lauren, you'll kill me. Jack's eyes were split with hatred, and the huge elephant face became extremely ferocious. A pair of forelimbs were raised high and aimed at Lauren and stomped down, trying to crush Lauren. Lauren dodged and avoided Jin very calmly. Without hitting Lauren, Jack's forelimb fell on top of Class A. Boom! Shock! The deafening loud sound was only a scream. Even the ship forged by Baoshu Adam couldn't withstand the violent Jack at the moment. Sawdust and flying ash sputtered out from where he landed, and the deck was cracked every inch, with cracks like cobwebs. It stretched from Jack's feet to the end of the line of sight. Now Jack has exerted his physical strength to the extreme. He is brute force and indestructible, and a small movement at will contains the terrifying power that is enough to cause a small earthquake. If the blow fails, Jack swings his long elephant trunk again, like a steel whip. It slashed towards Lauren. And Quinn, who had just been knocked down by Lauren, also slowed down with his amazing recovery ability. The huge dragon head was raised high and slammed towards Lauren from a height. At the same time, the cadres and minions on the ship of the beast pirates also picked up long-range weapons such as firearms, bows and crossbows, and launched an attack on Lauren. For a time, all kinds of different attacks hit Lauren like a torrential rain. You can't let you destroy the ship. The King's engine is in second gear. A surge of strength all over his body. Lauren grabbed Jack's nose, then raised his arms high and turned them quickly. After turning on the King's engine, Lauren directly threw Jack, who was in a mammoth state. At this time, Jack, who was spinning at a high speed, was like a huge meat shield, intercepting bullets and arrows in midair without falling, and finally he slammed into Quinn's head again. Quinn, who had just calmed down, went dark and fainted again. After doing all this, Lauren loosened his hand slightly and threw Jack back to the ship of the beast pirates. At this time, Jack was dizzy and dazzled by Lauren, and he collided with his own ship before he could get rid of his mammoth form. Boom! An earth-shattering loud sound rang out. Jack's huge size brought super inertia, which turned him into a giant cannonball, blowing up the ship of the beast pirates. The loss of the ship means that all people who do not have the ability to fly will fall into the sea. For the beast pirates, almost all of whom are devil fruit people, this is undoubtedly equivalent to being sentenced to death. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of falling into the water can be heard endlessly. There is not a hint of softness in Lauren's eyes. His sympathy and compassion will only be reserved for the strong in the heart. Obviously, such a person will never appear in the beast pirates. Among the remnants of the regiment. At this moment, the cries for help came one after another. Broken wooden boards, broken flags, and struggling drowning people intertwined in this sea area, forming a hell scene like the end of the world. In the chaotic sea, a red square boulder that was slowly sinking suddenly caught Lauren's eye. What is this? Lauren only felt that the red boulder in front of him was extraordinarily familiar, but he couldn't remember where he heard about it. Just when Lauren was thinking hard, Robin's voice suddenly came from behind. Quick! Lauren, don't let it sink. Robin, who felt the movement of the battle, originally just came out to check the situation, but after seeing the red stones gradually sinking into the deep sea, Robin, who has always been calm, was instantly full of anxiety and nervousness, and pointed at the trembling body. The sea shouted, "Get that rock up." That's the landmark history that recorded the location of Ralph Drew. Chapter 122 Open black lens bracket Goodbye Whitebeard Close black lens bracket. Hearing Robin's words, Lauren jumped into the sea without saying a word. After solving the episode brought by the beast pirates, Lauren and his party resumed their full speed towards the Moby Dick. Really history. Looking at the red boulder with sharp edges and corners in front of him, Robin's beautiful eyes shone brightly, stroking the rough surface of history unbelievably, and murmured, "I didn't expect the rumors about the history of the 4 road signs to be true. Kaido actually has a piece in his hand." Ah! Behind Robin, the wet Lauren sneezed loudly, and then stared at Robin, who couldn't extricate herself like a little grumpy woman, and said, "It's obvious that I fished it out of the sea, and I'm concerned about the stone ratio. You care more about me. What's so good about a broken stone?" Suddenly, a soft touch came from the back of Lauren's head, followed by Karina's playful voice. "Hee hee, why is our god of destruction eating a stone of flying vinegar?" Lauren pretended to be exaggerating and said fiercely, "I tell you, don't be too arrogant, and you will pay a price for provoking the captain's majesty like this." Hearing this, Karina stretched out her slender fingers and lifted Lauren's chin, and put her chin in Lauren's ear and said, "I'm afraid what the price will be, Captain. It is unbearable and unbearable." Feeling the hot snort in his ear, Lauren hugged Karina sideways in his arms amid the girl's exclamation, and walked into the cabin with a wicked smile on his face. "Soon you know what the punishment is, crew Karina." When Lauren was about to carry Karina close to the cabin for exercise, the ship stopped moving forward abruptly. The huge inertia made Lauren almost lose Karina in his arms. Lauren gently put Karina back, then rolled up his sleeves and turned around. He wanted to see who ruined his mood at this time. The one who responded to Lauren was Nami's pink fist. "You two bastards, you have been thinking about doing this and that all day long, and don't even look at where you are now." Hearing this, Lauren looked up and saw a huge white whale head in front of his group. Oncoming, what is not the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates? Karina stuck out her pink tongue. "It's not my fault. It's all done by the little thief cat. Go and negotiate with Whitebeard. We'll wait for you on the boat." "Well, I'll be back in a while." Lauren nodded, threw the extra thoughts out of his mind, and jumped to the bow of the Moby Dick. "Stop the boat." "It's Lauren." "What Lauren is doing here is not to intercept it." "I don't know, get your weapon first." Soon as Lauren got on the ship, he was surrounded by the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco came to Lauren with a mess of spinach. "Lauren, what are you doing on Daddy's boat?" "I'm here to work with Uncle Whitebeard." Looking at the surrounding crew members, Lauren spread his hands and smiled. "There is no need to welcome me so solemnly." Cooperation. Marco looked at Lauren suspiciously. There was no friendship between Lauren and the Whitebeard pirates. Lauren, who disappeared for a year, came to find Dad at this critical juncture, not knowing whether he was an enemy or a friend, and Marco was caught in a dilemma for a while. "I know if I should let Lauren go." Goo ha 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 ha. Just when Marco was hesitating, Whitebeard's heroic laughter came from a distance. "It's okay, Marco, let him come over." "But Daddy." "It's okay, let him come over, I'm a Whitebeard." Feeling the firmness in Whitebeard's tone, Marco had no choice but to step aside, and the surrounding crew also consciously retreated to both sides, making way for Lauren. Lauren passed through the crowd and saw Whitebeard, who had not seen each other for a year, but the sight in front of him made Lauren startled for a moment. Whitebeard's figure is still so tall and strong, but at this time, his muscular body is densely filled with countless needles and drips, showing his old age, making it difficult to fight with that the world of a lifetime's strongest man Edward Newgate linked together. Feeling Lauren's surprised eyes, Whitebeard's expression did not change at all. "What's the matter, Lauren kid? I'm frightened by my appearance." Seeing the light-hearted Whitebeard, Lauren smiled slightly and sat cross-legged directly opposite the Whitebeard. "No uncle, just remembered a poem from the parents, and I was a little dazed." "Oh?" Whitebeard asked with great interest. "What sentence? Let's hear it." "Since ancient times, heroes are like beautiful women, and they are not allowed to see white heads in the world." Hearing this, Whitebeard's vicissitudes of life showed a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, and then he looked up and laughed loudly. "Gee ha ha ha. You are not allowed to see whiteheads in the world. I am very interested in your hometown, Lauren, and I really want to see it with my own eyes. Ah, if there is a chance." Lauren shook his head helplessly. "I can't go back, let alone take you to see Uncle." "Is that so? What a pity." Whitebeard didn't bother with Lauren's reply, but said with a smile, "You just said to cooperate with me. Talk about it, little Lauren, what do you want to cooperate with me?" Lauren nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Whitebeard, have you seen the announcement from the Navy? Ace has been arrested." Whitebeard's expression didn't change at all, and he still kept smiling. "Yes, I received the news." Without feeling any emotional change from Whitebeard's expression, Lauren couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, Ace will be executed in 3 days, don't you want to do something?" Goo ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed and waved his hand. It's impossible for Ace to be executed. "Lauren, have you seen the son who died before Lao Su?" Lauren could answer. The smile on Whitebeard's face disappeared instantly, and the powerful aura that once belonged to the strongest man in the world filled the two of them. "Ace will never die, at least, he won't die in me before this, Daddy." "Lauren, are you here to stop me from going to Maravendo to rescue Ace?" Soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard ripped off the infusion tubes on his body, picked up Kong Yunchi, who was standing beside him, and stood up from his seat. "If that's the case, you can give it a try." 3 black photos appeared on Lauren's head. Did they look like the villain in the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates? Why are they all so hostile to them? "Don't get me wrong, Uncle Whitebeard," Lauren showed a big smile. "I'm here this time to find you to make a mess of Marin Fando together." Chapter 123. The Alliance Between the Strongest Men in the World. Hearing Lauren's answer, Whitebeard was obviously startled. His eyes flashed with countless complicated expressions. He didn't speak for a long time, and finally said, "Little devil, do you know what I faced in the past? Power, whether it's Aokiji Akainu or Carp Sengoku, all the navies are my enemies." Whitebeard sat back in the chair, and his battle-hardened body showed a hint of old age. "You go, Lauren kid, I can save my son, it's still not my turn to find someone else to help." "I know this very well." Lauren patted his chest. "Uncle Whitebeard, you may have misunderstood something. I'm not here to help you save Ace this time. The world government that was born to maintain the draconian rule has become rotten." Lauren pointed to the sky, his eyes shining with determination. "The army is the strongest weapon in the hands of the world government, no matter what. Has Ace been caught? Sooner or later, I will break the sword in the hands of the heavenly dragon, and it happens that you are going to save Ace, Uncle, so I will come to you." World government. Even Whitebeard, who had been fighting on this sea all his life, was surprised when he heard Lauren's words. "You are a member of the Revolutionary Army." "I'm not a Revolutionary Army, I just simply dislike Tianlong people." Lauren had never had contact with the Revolutionary Army personnel, and his knowledge of the Revolutionary Army was limited to Karina's oral introduction. How could it be the Revolutionary Army? He shook his head and said, "By the way, Uncle Whitebeard, do you want it? Work with me?" "Good." Whitebeard nodded, and then said solemnly, "But Lauren, no matter what. What reason do you have for going to Marinfando this time? The Whitebeard pirates owe you an unrepayable favor, and after returning, no matter what difficulties you encounter, the Whitebeard pirates will fully support you behind your back." After speaking, Whitebeard stretched out a hand and clenched his fist in front of Lauren. "Okay, Uncle." Lauren showed a row of white teeth with a smile and stretched out his fist to meet Whitebeard's fist. "It's a deal." The two fists, one big and one small, collided tightly, proclaiming an unprecedented alliance between the two strongest men in the world. No one can foresee what kind of drastic changes the alliance between the heroes of the old era and the kings of the new era will bring to the world, but it is conceivable that this will definitely bring a catastrophe about life and death to the Navy. What Lauren didn't even know was that his actions had invisibly reversed the original fate of Whitebeard's death, and the butterfly that gently flapped its wings, once again set off a gust of wind that changed fate. Whitebeard put Kong Yunchi up on the deck, raised his arms and shouted, "Gu ha ha ha. Sons, come here." Hearing Whitebeard's call, Marco, Jose, Vista and other squad leaders brought the crew to Whitebeard's side one after another. Whitebeard patted Laurent on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Listen, everyone. This time, Laurent will go with us to Maravendo to rescue Ace. From today, Laurent is the most determined of the Whitebeard pirates. Allies, Anyone who fights with them is the enemy of the Whitebeard pirates, get it? As soon as Whitebeard said these words, the entire Moby Dick fell into silence in an instant, including all the squad leaders looking at Lauren in shock. What? The laziness in Marco's eyes dissipated. He said, "You are going to Marin Vando with us." Marco never thought. Cooperation, that Lauren said. It was actually the bearded pirates who went to the Marin Vando tribulation field together. If the person who announced the news was not an old man, he would definitely not believe that such a thing happened. What, is it weird? Lauren looked at Marco with a half smile, playful. I call Lujien's sword to help you, do you understand? Foil Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who has always been calm, couldn't help but murmured, is this the courage of the new generation of the world's strongest man? It's really admirable. After everyone calmed down, the surprise in their hearts had turned into joy. The action of the Whitebeard pirates had already exhausted all the power under the control of Whitebeard. The duel is not an exaggeration to say that it is a life and death situation, and the arrival of Lauren at this time undoubtedly gave the members of the Whitebeard pirates a shot in the arm. Okay boys, hurry up and head to the Chambord Islands. Whitebeard waved his hand. Let's go get Ace back. The Chambord Islands. Lauren asked suspiciously, aren't we going to Marivendo? Now that he has become an ally with Lauren, there is naturally nothing to hide. Marco immediately informed Lauren of his plan to coat the ship and launch a surprise attack from under the sea. After listening to Marco's plan, Lauren said with a smile, if I want to coat the ship, I know a good candidate. Hearing this, Marco said suspiciously, Lauren, our actions this time are top secret and cannot be easily known to outsiders. Who are the coating craftsmen you are talking about? It's an interesting uncle named Sil Basrieli. You'll know when you get there. See you at Chambord. After speaking, Lauren returned to his ship from the Moby Dick. Sil Basrieli. Marco rubbed his wild pineapple head. He always felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Forget it. In the end, Marco shook his head, turned his head and said helplessly, Hey. Dad, how many times have I said, don't just pull out the needle. Nami, wake up. On the other side, Lauren, who was back on the boat, stretched out his fingers and flicked the little thief cat who was lying on the table in a daze, and said, follow the Moby Dick, we'll go to the Chambord Islands. Chambord Islands, Area 13 is under Shachi's ripping off. Shachi is wiping the cups on the bar, while Rayleigh is sitting by the bar, holding a bottle of inferior ale and drinking. Suddenly, Rayleigh seemed to feel something, and the sharp eyes under the glasses showed a look of reminiscence. It seems that Lauren has brought an amazing person here. Glancing at the empty door, Shachi wondered, who? Just an old friend. A meaningful smile appeared on Riley's face. You'll find out soon. Blue. Shachi, who was in the fog and misty as Rayleigh said, was about to ask a question, but the phone worm rang abruptly. Seeing the phone bug imitating Lauren's appearance, Shachi answered the phone and said, Mosamaxi, little Lauren, is there anything else this time? Lauren's vigorous voice came from the phone bug. Is Uncle Rayleigh free now? I have a big business to introduce to Uncle. Chapter 124. Mountain Rain is Coming. Shakimo glanced at Rayleigh who was on the side, and said, Little Lauren, Rayleigh is in my bar now, you can come to the 18th area and find me directly. Okay, I'll go right now. After saying this, there was no sound from the phone worm, and after hanging up the phone worm, a dong sounded at the door of the bar. The knock on the door. Come in. Shachi stared at the door tightly, noticing what Rayleigh called, an old friend. She was also very curious. Excuse me, Aunt Shaw. Lauren pushed the door open, and behind him was Marco, who had been sneaking around since entering the door. Phoenix Marco, after seeing who was coming, Shachi blew a smoke ring gracefully and thought to herself, it turns out that the old friend Rayleigh said was Whitebeard. I never thought he would come to the Chambord Islands at this time. How could they have contact with Lauren? Close black lens bracket. Hey, Lauren, the coding craftsmen in this place are as good as you say. I don't think they are as good. After entering the door, Marco's voice stopped abruptly, and after noticing the decadent old man with silver hair sitting on the ground, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in disbelief, "You are the Hades Rayleigh." Rayleigh smiled, raised his hand and said hello. "Yo, little brother. You don't seem to trust the old man's coding technology very much." "I dare not." Marco, who was surprised for a while, returned to his usual lazy expression again, waved his hand and said, "Dad is on the boat outside now, don't you guys go and see each other. The old friend is here, there is no reason why I should not accept it." After speaking, Rayleigh got up and dragged 2 wine barrels aside and walked out of the bar. Shachi served Lauren and Marco a cup of hot tea and asked, "Little Lauren, do you want to go to Marinfando too?" "That's right." Lauren nodded. Said, "Aunt Shaw, how did you know?" "It's no secret that Whitebeard summoned all its pirates to save Ace in the New World." Smiled and said, "At this time, you brought the Whitebeard pirates to coat the ship. Is it strange for me to guess that? But if you go to Marinfando, I have some news to tell you." Shachi put down the cigarette stick and said with a stern face, "I received information that yesterday, the Yellow Monkey went to Wangwa where the pirate group is located, and the Yellow Monkey stayed on the Cake Island for about half an hour, during which time he did not interact with the pirate group. Conflict broke out. I think you need to be on your guard, and although there's nothing going on over there right now, it's likely that they've reached some sort of agreement with the Navy, and you'd better be careful. The news that the Navy has contacted the 4 emperors is not something that ordinary people can easily find out. This information is very important to the Whitebeard pirates." Marco on the side can't help but glance at Shachi and sigh in his heart. No, just being the Pluto, this woman is not simple. Close black lens bracket, pirates. Hearing this news, Lauren's expression didn't change. Instead he said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, Aunt Shaw, if I don't come, I will go to her sooner or later, and if I really meet at Malinfando to save her, I'll get rid of her in one fell swoop." Sure enough, he is a fighting maniac full of thoughts about fighting. Seeing the image of Lauren in front of her being matched with the images circulating in the outside world, Shachi took a puff on the cigarette stick, rubbed her forehead speechlessly and said, "If there is no problem, it's fine, I'm just afraid that the girl Hancock will be sad. A reminder to you. Feel the same." There was also Marco who spoke. He almost didn't spit out the tea in his mouth when he heard the words just now. Like Lauren, the whole world who didn't take the 4 emperors in their eyes was looking for a second one. What's more irritating is that Lauren still there is such a power to ignore the 4 emperors. The current Lauren can be described as strong and arrogant, making his teeth ticklish. Squeak. The creaking bar door was pushed open again, and Rayleigh walked in with a smile on his face, and at the same time, there was also the Whitebeard who came in through the door bowed down. "Long time no see, Edward." Shachi raised the cigarette stick in her hand as a greeting. Goo ha ha ha. Seeing Shachi's white beard, he was stunned for a while, and then he said with a smile, "I met a lot of old friends today, and when I saw that brand, I would guess if you opened this bar, I didn't expect you and Rayleigh to live here all the time." Marco moved a chair and placed it beside Whitebeard. "Dad, why did you get off the boat casually?" "I'm not that old yet." Whitebeard sat on the chair and waved his hand. "I have let everyone on the ship disembark to buy weapons to confuse the eyes of the Navy brats, and now the Moby Dick has asked Riley to secretly transfer the coding." Rayleigh stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Don't worry, the coding will be completed within 2 days. The plan you young people came up with is really bold. If there is a chance, I really want to see the expressions of Carp and Sengoku." "Ha ha ha ha. Stop talking nonsense." Whitebeard slapped the table with his big hand. "How can you not drink when you come to the bar? Rayleigh, I haven't seen you for so many years. I don't know if you have enough alcohol. You know what you're good at." Riley dragged 2 barrels aside again. "That's what I want to say too. Totland Kingdom, Cake Island. A pirate ship decorated with huge candies slowly sailed from the sea around Cake Island. The sails were printed with a huge skull with a fur collar and a pirate hat. It was the sea, the main ship of the thieves, the Queen's chorus. In the cabin of the Queen's chant, the huge body threw piece after piece of chiffon cake into his bottomless mouth. At this moment, a tall man with a fur collar covering his mouth came beside him and said softly, "Mom, everything is ready, you can go." The visitor is the head of the 3 desert generals with only one status and strength, Charlotte Katakuri. He glanced at Katakuri sideways. "Very good, let me know," and set off for Marin Vando. Okay. Marin Vando, the warring states of the Navy headquarters, looked at the map in front of him with a solemn expression, and arranged one after another force distribution around Marin Vando. Facing the menacing Whitebeard pirates, he did not allow himself to appear a slight negligence. Beside Sengoku, Garp sat quietly in his seat uncharacteristically, staring out the window in a trance, not knowing what he was thinking. Sengoku raised his head and glanced at Garp. Warring states, who had fought with Garp for many years, understood the difficulties of this old man and the complicated mood he was in. He put down the document in his hand and said solemnly, "Cap, this battle, you will rest in the back. Leave it to us." Hearing this, Garp raised his head, his painful eyes flashing with firm eyes. "I am a navy, I can't violate my position, but at least let me send Ace the last ride." Sengoku no more speechless. "Cap. The mountains and the rain are about to come, and the wind is filling the building." Around the execution 2 days later, the forces of all parties have still begun their final assembly. This heavy rain is finally about to fall. Chapter 125, Battle. 2 days flew by, and in a blink of an eye, Ace's execution day officially arrived. Marin Vando warring states, Carp, the 3 generals, Shichibukai, and countless lieutenant generals, major generals, all the combat power of the naval headquarters and the main combat power of the naval branch are all gathered in Marin Vando at this moment, waiting for the war. When it came, countless navies were stationed in every corner of Marin Vando, making Marin Vando an indestructible armed fortress. Although the surrounding area is still calm, and no ships other than warships can be seen within sight, everyone present knows that this is just the tranquility before the storm. The criminal battle since its inception. At this moment, countless videophone bugs are all aimed at the execution ground of Marin Vando. All the countries, cities and villages where videophone bugs are installed all over the world have the scene of Marin Vando. There are pictures. This is Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu. 3 generals have appeared at the same time. Nonsense, this time the navy is facing Whitebeard. "Oh, is that the lady? I'm going to die. Would you like to bet on which side will win?" There is no suspense at all. In terms of personal strength, Whitebeard may be much stronger, but how can he and a pirate group be an opponent of the navy? Countless similar discussions keep popping up among all audiences around the world, and everyone is eagerly awaiting the coming of this war destined to be epic. As the execution time approached, the Whitebeard pirates showed no sign of showing up, and a tense atmosphere gradually spread from the port, covering the heads of everyone present. At this time, Ace, who was knelt on the execution platform by Halushi's handcuffs, became joy. He knew the current state of Whitebeard's body. If Dad came to save him, he would definitely die. Ace was afraid of death, but he is more afraid that his father and his friends will die for him. Looking at the calm sea, Ace prayed silently in his heart, "Don't come, Daddy." Strange, the execution time is coming, and there is not a single person in Whitebeard's side. The crane put down the telescope in his hand and muttered to himself, "Don't let your guard down." Warring States Years said solemnly, "Whitebeard may appear from every place, must not be taken lightly, especially near the gate of justice. Don't relax at all, he will definitely come." Finally, when this depressing atmosphere was about to crush everyone's nerves, as the first black pirate flag appeared from the sea, then, the densely packed pirate ships completely broke into everyone's minds. In sight. They're coming. This is not the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Dorma the Ranger. Brother Durban. The Maelstrom Couillard. It's the 43 pirates under Whitebeard. A Navy soldier hurried to the side of the warring states. "Do you want to launch an attack, Marshal Warring States?" "Wait, The Whitebeard pirates haven't appeared yet. Sengoku's eyes crossed the 43 Whitebeard's pirate regiments and paid close attention to the surroundings. These ships cannot pass through the Gate of Justice. Whitebeard must be hiding nearby and have a plan, so let me keep an eye on the sea. Yes. Under the refusal of everyone in the Navy, the 43 pirate groups under Whitebeard's banner came unimpeded all the way to the Gate of Justice. Now that there was no forced entry or attack, and the pirate fleet stopped quietly in front of the Gate of Justice, making it impossible to guess the intention. Whitebeard. Warring States narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice, "What exactly do you want to do?" This delicate balance between Navy and pirate was quickly upset. A slight tremor came from under the feet of everyone, and in the bay surrounded by the crescent-shaped Marin Fando, waves of waves gradually swayed on the calm water. Could it be? Sengoku's pupils suddenly dilated, and he shouted loudly, "Soldiers near the port! Get out of the way!" Sengoku's response was quick, but the soldiers' response was still one step behind. Wow! The huge waves like a tsunami soared fiercely, and a huge, white whale giant. Out of the marine Vandone Bay, it was the Moby Dick, and the tall figure of Whitebeard was standing on the bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard and his ship appeared. Dad! On the execution platform, Ace gritted his teeth tightly. The thing he was worried about finally happened. He told his father very much and told them to go back immediately, but now he can't do anything and can only watch everything happen. Looking at the soldiers caught in the waves, Sengoku turned his head and shouted, "Aokiji! Freeze the sea!" Aokiji nodded understandingly, got up from the chair, and appeared in front of the port in a blink of an eye, and the icy cold air was released from his hand. Ice Age. However, before the blue pheasant froze the bay, a huge white beam of light crashed from half of the Moby Dick into countless fine powder of ice crystals. Beam of light dissipated, and the fine ice crystals flew towards the green pheasant one after another, and assembled its body back. The green pheasant, who had escaped the catastrophe by elementalization, did not have any joy in the rest of his life. His eyes were fixed on the Moby Dick. The figure of the man spit out the slightest chill in his mouth. "I didn't expect that you actually came. Long time no see, Kuzan." A full-fledged response came from the Moby Dick, like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of all the Navy. The brows of the warring states instantly locked into a Chuon. Word, he is still here. Kizaru covered his face innocently and said, "I'm still waiting for him outside now." Who would have known that he would come down from the sea in a white-bearded boat? Aokiji's eyes also became cold. "Roran, are you sure you want to save someone who has nothing to do with you and the entire Navy as an enemy?" Hearing this, Luo Lun jumped up high, and with a domineering punch wrapped around his armor, he directly knocked a group of Navy soldiers to the side, and then fell steadily to the ground, with an icy expression. 19 years, how could I pass up this chance for revenge, Kuzan? At the same time, when Lauren's figure appeared on the screen, the whole world boiled. Lauren. It's the god of destruction, Lauren. Lauren has appeared from Whitebeard's ship. This is amazing. 2 world's strongest men came out of the Moby Dick together. It's not certain who the Navy and Whitebeard will win this time. Under the eyes of the whole world, Lauren slowly put on the seafloor stone gloves that Doflamingo had given him, and showed a harmless smile. Go all out, Kuzan. Or you will die. Chapter 126. The strongest sword of Tianlong people. Not necessary for Luo Ren to say that Aokiji also knows that this may be the most dangerous battle he has ever fought since he became a general. The rich cold air emerged from Aokiji's palm and instantly turned into 5 huge icicles. He took the lead in launching the battle. Attack. 1. The white and flawless icicles shot at Lauren like 5 slender white rods, and as long as one of them hits, Lauren can be frozen into an ice ball. Facing the icicle that was about to hit him, Roran's clear red eyes flashed red light. The king's engine is in gear. Lauren, who had turned on the king's engine, lifted his leg and kicked up, and the 5 icicles burst instantly, blasting snowflakes all over the sky. Immediately after, Laurent punched out from the air. Shixiang. The majestic power burst out with a powerful impact, and the huge white beam of light came out of his hand and flew towards the green pheasant. The whole body consumes too much physical strength, and it is impossible for the green pheasant to use the elementalization of the whole body to avoid attacks every time. It freezes in front of the plastid, forming countless layers of ice shields. Stand in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the ice shield shattering continued. Under the impact of the white light beam, each layer of the ice shield was like a paper paste. In an instant, it shattered into snowflakes. The impact beam was like a white giant dragon, smashing all the ice shields in an instant, smashing all the ice shields, and coming to the green pheasant unstoppable. Why did the power suddenly skyrocket so much? Since he didn't know the king's engine, Aokiji's calculation was completely wrong. At this time, it was too late for him to escape. In desperation, Aokiji turned on the elementalization of his whole body again, and ate this image of the evening. Energy dissipated, and the green pheasant, whose body was slowly reorganizing, flashed a trace of fear in his eyes. The moment of Roran's outbreak just now far exceeded his estimation, and he needed to recalculate Roran's strength. To think, the slates under his feet were cracked, and with a slam, Loran stepped on the green pheasant and rushed out. The dark-armed color of domineering instantly covered his fists. Those who defeat the natural fruit ability can only rely on sea tower stones and armed domineering. Loran is very clear that long-range consumption will only waste his physical strength, and only close-up will have the opportunity to defeat the green pheasant. It is very basic common sense to attack someone with the ability of the natural system, and Aokiji naturally saw through Loran's thoughts, and bursts of cold air continued to condense towards his right arm, turning into a lifelike crystal ice bird. With the appearance of the indigo ice bird, everyone present clearly felt that the surroundings suddenly dropped several degrees. Ice pheasant mouth. The green pheasant waved its arms in the direction that Loran was rushing towards, and the ice bird fluttered its wings and flew towards Loran. Everything the ice bird goes to is condensed into ice in an instant, and the amazing cold air it emits seems to freeze everything in the world. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the cold air that Loran felt seemed to freeze the time, making his movements a little slow. Seeing that the ice bird was about to collide with himself, and he slammed, the muscles in the body began to slacken. Stopped remakes, while the heart bursts with more force, sending it all over the body. Engine fourth gear. Loran folded the 5 fingers of his left hand and threw a seemingly unremarkable punch at the bird. Boom! When the ice bird collided with Loran's fist, it was like a shock to the earth, and the huge ice bird's action solidified for a moment. Blown into pieces of ice, and the fine ice crystals reflected bright rays of light under the sunlight, and then burst out in all directions under the impact of the air waves generated by the explosion of the iceberg. The originally beautiful shards of ice had now turned into deadly bullets, embedded in the bodies of the Navy soldiers around Loran. Ah! My legs! I can't see. These soldiers were simply unable to resist the indiscriminate impact of the crushed ice, and large swaths of blood splashed out from the soldiers, dyeing the surrounding sea red. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Aokiji, who has always been calm, became angry. Unlike Akainu, the justice he carried in his heart made Aokiji unable to ignore the casualties he caused to these soldiers. And to avoid repeating the same mistakes, there is only one way, and that is to give up the long-range strike on Loran with ice cubes. Green Pheasant opened its mouth slightly, and let out a breath of cold air, and the surrounding water vapor instantly condensed in the Green Pheasant's hand, turning into a slender, cold white ice blade. Immediately afterwards, Aokiji raised his hand slightly, and the ice cubes quickly condensed in front of Loran, turning into 3 sharp slender ice spears. Ice cubes and 2 thorn spears. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 ice spears attacked Loran's head, heart, and lower abdomen in a pinch attack. It was an oblique slash to Loran's neck. You shouldn't be close to me. Loran's eyes were bright red, and he bowed and slammed into the ground with a heavy fist. Boom! The thick earth was overwhelmed by the subsidence and burst, and the exploding clods and stones directly knocked the 3 ice spears to the side. At the same time, the change in the terrain caused Aokiji's body to lose its balance instantly, and it fell straight back. Opportunity. Seizing the moment when Aokiji lost his balance, Lauren instantly straightened up and punched Aokiji's waist with a straight punch. Punch fell. Shinji had already felt the terrifying aura coming towards him and the feeling of weakness brought by the Halu stone gloves. Under the domineering blessing of Halu stone and armed color, once Laurent hits this punch, the green pheasant will surely die. Oops. Aokiji's pupils shrank, and the fighting instinct that he had cultivated in countless battles made him subconsciously turn on the elementalization and disperse to the side, and his body moved a small distance to the side out of thin air. Instinctive reaction saved Aokiji's life, and the body's movement made Lauren's punch that should have hit his waist transferred to his left arm. Bah! The crisp cracking sound spread throughout the battlefield, and the entire left hand of Aokiji's elementalized cracked into pieces of shattered ice, which fell from mid-air, and never failed to fly back to Aokiji's body to form an arm. The bright red blood flowed out from the left arm of the green pheasant, and the green pheasant permanently broke an arm. The Warring States period in the distance suddenly couldn't help it, and the green pheasant who had broken an arm would really die on the battlefield. On that Laurent attacked Aokiji, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates also launched a general attack on Marin Fando. At this moment, Akainu was fighting against Whitebeard, and Kyabu was also entangled by Marco. At the cost of his life, Sengoku had to end the game and take action himself. At this moment, a powerful hand from Kongwu patted Zongguo on the shoulder from behind, preventing him from moving. You stay here, let the old man go. Looking back at the Warring States period, I saw that the sword-wielding old man in the Taoist robe of the 5 old stars arrived at Marin Fando at some time without realizing it. The strongest sword of the Tianlong people is about to be shot. Phailu reminds you. Read 3 Things Collection. Chapter 127. You said, is this the feeling? Wearing a white robe, the strongest sword of the Tianlong people exudes a stern aura that belongs to a great swordsman. His sharp eyes are like an eagle when catching prey, and he locks Lauren and holds his hand on the hilt of the sword. Click. The sound of the blade leaving the scabbard sounded, and the old man in the Taoist robe made his move. Old man in Taoist robe swung out his sword, and the majestic sword chi burst out of the blade with an indestructible sharp aura, and slashed towards Luo Lun quickly. Sword chi swung out, and the sharp edge even overshadowed the brilliance of the sun for a while, and in the eyes of everyone around, the huge Marin Fando instantly became extremely dark, as if this sword chi was the only thing left in the world. The battlefield, Lauren, who was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill the green pheasant, shrank his eyes suddenly, and the hairs on his body stood up. Dangerous. After many years, Lauren once again felt the oppression of wandering between life and death. Relying on his keen fighting instinct, Lauren turned around, armed with all his strength, and without hesitation, he threw a punch, the fist of the king. The huge punching power stimulated wanton distorted airwaves, and a mask formed by the distortion of the atmosphere appeared on it. Under the terrified eyes of the Navy people, Roran's king's fist collided with the stunning sword of the Taoist-robed old man. The moment the two collided, the sky and the earth changed color, the clouds were all shattered, and the ocean burst. Everything that happened around them was overshadowed by the terrifying energy fluctuations produced by the collision of the two. After the blow, Lauren looked at his slightly injured right hand that was stained with blood, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Since going out to sea, this is the first time that Laurent has fought against a real great swordsman. After one round of battle, Laurent instantly understood the difference between the great swordsman and the rest of the top powerhouses. Using the metaphor of game occupations, most of the top powerhouses in the One Piece world, such as Whitebeard and Kaido, belong to warrior occupations with balanced attributes, with both offense and defense, and no obvious shortcomings. The big swordsmen are like assassins in the game. They abandon their own defenses and concentrate all their power on the sword in their hands, in exchange for terrifying lethality. It can be said that every blow they make is a strong will of their own. Murder with power. Woo. Long breath, The high-level armed arrogance and the natural arrogance gradually poured into every cell in the body, and indescribable subtle changes were constantly happening in Lauren's body. The looming blood-colored mist emanated from Lauren's exposed body, and with the king's engine fully opened, Lauren once again entered the state of life, returning to the god of destruction. Abandoning all distracting thoughts, Laurent, who was in the state of returning his life to the god of destruction, became very calm. His eyes became clear for a while, and Laurent began to use his eyes to capture the future in a few seconds. At this time, the green pheasant Quanping, whose arm had been broken, silently reformed from behind Laurent. Snow-white mist emerged from his hand, and then continued to merge and compress. The old man in the old star robe attracted Laurent a chance for attention. Aokiji prepares to use the Ice Age to completely freeze Lauren into ice. But when Qingzi didn't know, his next move was already caught in Lauren's eyes. Elephant profound truth 2 stacks of waves. Luo Lun didn't even turn his head back, he punched his hand at the back, and the continuous impact beam flashed, hitting the Aokiji, who was condensed with cold energy with great precision. How did he know? Green pheasant root. I didn't expect that Lauren would predict his attack, and his body was directly hit by 2 waves of Shixiang profound truth without any precaution. Boom! Under the terrifying impact of the 2 waves of Shixiang profound truth, Aokiji's chest instantly appeared a huge depression that was extremely terrifying, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the Warring States frowned and waved at a wretched uncle behind him. T-Dolphin, go and bring back General Qingzi. Hearing this, the T-Dolphin wearing a camel top hat reluctantly snuffed out the cigarette in his mouth and pressed his hand to the ground. It's really a daunting task. Invisible fluctuations followed the hand of the T-Dolphin into the ground and came to the side of the green pheasant, and then the ground under the green pheasant seemed to be endowed with life force, tumbling and surging, holding the green pheasant in the direction of the T-Dolphin, flowing. And go. All this was clearly seen by Lauren. But he didn't have time to make up for the green pheasant, because at the same time as the green pheasant was transported away, the old man in Taoist robe launched a continuous attack on him. Just a few breaths, the Taoist-robed old man has already displayed a variety of powerful and subtle swordsmanship. The old man in Taoist robe may have been there 1 second before, opening and closing slashes, trying to defeat Laurent head-on, and the next second instantly, strange and unpredictable, attacking Laurent from all tricky angles. Although he had never had combat experience with a great swordsman before, under the powerful effect of seeing and hearing the domineering and predicting the future, Lauren still managed to dodge every blow of the Tao-robed old man with ease. Humph! The old man in Taoist robe, who seemed to feel something, snorted coldly, and burst out with a suffocating and powerful aura. What can you do? Even if you see the future, you can't escape my sword. Soon as the words fell, the cold sword intent of the Taoist-robed old man seemed to be condensed into a solid body, tightly locked on Laurent's body. Locked by sword intent, Luo Lun felt that his every move was infinitely magnified, and all of them were exposed to the perception of the Taoist-robed old man's idea. Under the gazes of hundreds of thousands of people present, the figure of the Taoist-robed old man disappeared out of thin air, and then suddenly appeared in front of Lauren. The old man in Taoist robe looked at Lauren jokingly, and said with a sneer, do you feel this feeling of being unable to dodge? Just use your eyes to see the future of your own death. Just when the Taoist-robed old man was about to slash out to kill Luo Lun, he suddenly found that Luo Lun's face did not show any panic, but instead showed a strange expression that was hesitant to speak. There is a fraud. The old man in the Taoist robe tightened his heart, and his figure instantly retreated to a safe position, looking at Lauren with a suspicious expression. You said. Luo Lun showed his big white teeth at the Taoist-robed old man, and showed a harmless smile on his face. Is this the feeling? After speaking, Luo Lun stretched out his left hand and shook the old man in the Taoist robe, and the invisible domineering arrogance was instantly set on the old man in the Taoist robe, forming an indelible target. That came from the depths of his heart, suggesting that he could not escape. The eyes of the old man in Taoist robe almost bulged out. How is this possible? Chapter 128, Iron Fist Carp. Locking the enemy with sword intent has always been the proud stunt of the old man in Taoist robes. This trick has never been missed since he was the strongest sword of the Tianlong people until now. The old man in Taoist robe never thought that one day he would be used by the enemy with his proud stunt. Lock on yourself. The other hand, Lauren, who was on the side, showed a natural expression and said, "You lock me, I lock you, this is fair." Hearing this, the old man in the Taoist robe almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, and roared in his heart like a little resentful woman, "Bastard, do you think this old man's trick is Chinese cabbage? You bastard, you will pay for what you say." The old man in Taoist robe quickly adjusted his mentality, his eyes became cold and stern, his legs spread apart, his body bowed slightly, and he put the sword back into the sheath, and his right hand was tightly held on the hilt of the sword. House. Seeing the old man in the Taoist robe posing in the standard hand-up gesture, Laurent also bowed his waist and made the exact same posture as the Taoist robe looked at. So-called II refers to a one-shot fatal technique in Japanese swordsmanship that uses the powerful explosive force generated by the rapid drawing of the sword to kill the enemy. "You bastard, I don't believe you can learn this too." Seeing Lauren posing in the same starting style as himself, the Taoist-robed old man cursed inwardly, and continued to charge the sword in his hand, while covering the blade with a layer of high-level armament. Although the pitch-black blade was still in the sheath, the sharp sword chi that was unintentionally leaked out through the sheath, cutting the earth around the old man in the robe, leaving smooth and neat slender ravines on it. Secret Sword Shira. The old man in the Taoist robe let out a low roar, his clothes fluttered in the wind, the long sword in his hand suddenly pulled out and a dazzling brilliance like the interweaving of stars flashed, and it slashed straight to the center of Lauren's eyebrows. Luo Lun also moved, his eyes flashed, and Luo Lun threw an upward punch in the exact same motion as the old man in Taoist robe. Although Luo Lun had no blade in his hand, the speed of punching was faster than slashing. Lun was an II who flashed past the old man in Taoist robes sideways, and then came first, shattering the jaws of the old Taoist-robed man with a punch. The King's Fist Rising Dragon. How is it possible? The heart of the Tao-robed old man changed sharply, and he had a terrified thought about the scene in front of him that was beyond his cognizance. Others didn't know what Luo Lun, the King's Fist that suddenly appeared, was rising, but the Tao-robed old man could see it clearly. It was clearly that Luo Lun used his fist to hit his own secret sword Shira. Once again, Luo Lun used the same move as the old man in Taoist robe. Although Lauren did not hit the full power of the King's Fist, the old man in Taoist robe was the ace swordsman with an outrageous weak fighting ability, let alone Kaido's Whitebeard, is inferior to Jin. Although the old man in the Taoist robe had already protected his chin with his high-level armed arrogance, the King's Fist was actually able to block it with just a little armed arrogance. Almost instantly, the entire chin bone of the Taoist-robed old man was smashed to pieces. Facing the enemy, Lauren was never a man of heart. After one hit, Lauren's elbow collided with the old man's neck. The old man in Taoist robe with a broken jaw intertwined the countless afterimages of the sword in his hand into a huge shield. Stopped between him and Lauren. Even the slash released by the dying great swordsman was still fatal. Lauren resolutely gave up the elbow strike and blasted both hands at the same time. Two huge white beams of light shot out, like mercury pouring down on the old man in Taoist robe. Shield. Up. Shixiang did not defeat the sword shield of the old man in the robe, he took advantage of the impact of Shixiang to quickly distance himself from Lauren. Life is back. The old man in Taoist robe, whose jaw was shattered and unable to speak, roared in his heart, and the life energy from all parts of the body gathered at his chin under his deliberate mobilization, repairing the severely injured bones and flesh. Damn, what is the strength of Laurent now? Warring States, who had witnessed all this from a distance, gritted his teeth, and in order to deal with Luo Lun Qingzi, he had fallen into a coma and his life and death were uncertain. The influence of the Tianlong people's death in Marin Fando was too great, not to mention that the other party was one of the 5 most powerful people in the Tianlong people. It can't go on like this. Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder. Cap, hurry up and stop Lauren. Let me come. Garp, who had not said a word throughout the war, raised his head, took off his navy coat and walked towards the battlefield. He was so depressed that he really needed a vivid battle to vent. After sending Garp to support the old man in Taoist robe, Warring States pulled a lieutenant general, leaned down and said in secret, "Go to the door of justice and find the Queen's chant, and let the pirates come to Marin Fando." Due to the influence of Lauren, the biggest variable, Sengoku finally decided to use all means to fight Lauren and the Whitebeard pirates to the death. The secret sword is dead. Of returning his life, the wound on the chin of the Taoist-robed old man has already healed. He was very cautious now that he suffered continuous losses. Instead of getting close to Lauren, he continued to release flying slashes from a distance. Consume Lauren. Of supporting the old man in Taoist robes is that a tall and almost crazy figure on the battlefield is colliding wildly with Lauren. This person is naturally a naval hero who was just sent to support the Warring States period, Tekken Garp. At this moment, Lauren and Garp were bombarding each other continuously, hands, elbows, arms, legs, knees, fingers. At this moment any part of their bodies became their own weapons, constantly attacking each other. "Uncle, you are very strong." Feeling such a hearty close combat after a long absence, Lauren shouted and raised his arms high, like a style. A huge beam of light like a volcanic eruption fell from the sky and smashed towards Garp, and at the same time bombarded the surrounding earth and burst out. Gunpowder smoke. Garp's response method was also very simple and rude, and his fists wrapped in high-level armament also blasted out, directly dispelling the shock wave of Shishyung. 2 styles. 3. 4 styles. As Laurent threw his fist once, a dense beam of light like a meteor shower blasted down from the sky, directly piercing the ground, and bombarded Garp. Garp, who was in an extremely bad mood, threw punch after punch without a word, and shattered beam after beam of light in a very simple and rude manner. Lauren stopped his hands, and it was useless to deal with Kapu Shishyung and the king's fist. All the strength of his body was concentrated in his right hand, and Lauren prepared to use a serious punch to completely solve the battle. But at this moment, a loud voice that made people tremble came from the port of Marin Fando. "Mama mama, today's Marin Fando is so lively." Chapter 129, Big Mom Debuts. Marin Fando and everyone who watched the live broadcast were all squeaky in their hearts. After a while, everyone knew who made this weird laughter, that is, Charlotte Lingling. As the Queen chant drove into Marin Fando, a huge figure like a hill gradually came into everyone's sight. Wearing a fat pink polka dot skirt with heavy makeup on his face, he looked like a clown running out of an amusement park, but no one was there. The clumsy makeup that dares to laugh, this is the terrifying deterrent from the 4 emperors. The hearts of the Navy soldiers who did not know that they had already secretly reached a cooperation with Kizaru reached the climax. "Why are you here?" Marin Fando appears as the 3rd and 4th emperor. "How can a fire fist ace attract so many emperors?" "Go and inform the Warring States Marshal, we are about to arrive at the port, we need fire support." Under the nervous eyes of everyone in the Navy, they suddenly gave a meaningful look at the Warring States period, and said with a bottomless grin, "Mama mama. Warring States. I came to Whitebeard today to settle my personal grievances, not to come here. You are troublesome, let your people get out of the way." Sengoku waved his hand with a displeased expression, motioning for the Queen's chant given by the Navy at the port to give way. This is naturally a drama performed by the Warring States and the joint performance. Although Laurent and Whitebeard's surprise attack under the sea made the originally planned interception strategy of the Warring States become a fantasy, and had to expose the entering Marin Fando, who was lurking outside the door of justice, to the eyes of the world. But the Warring States period could not let the dark spots of the Navy and cooperation be exposed, so there was just this scene. Under the command of the Warring States period, the naval warships were neatly distributed to both sides, making way for the Queen's chant. Boom! The dull sound of the ship docking sounded, and Katakuri and a group of horses from the Charlotte family stepped down from the Queen's chant and officially stepped into the land of Marin Vando. With the official appearance of the family, the other end of the video phone bug, the whole world is boiling. It's Charlotte Katakuri of the Three Commanders of Sweets. What a terrifying laughter, it made me tremble, is that it? I originally thought that with Lauren on Whitebeard's side, he would definitely win, but I didn't expect that he would suddenly come in. Now it's worth watching. Take off the pirate hat Napoleon on his head and hold it in his hand. This is one of the top homits made by using the soul fruit ability to inject his own soul into various objects. A cold light flashed, and Napoleon in an instant, it turned into a long sword with a cold luster. Katakuri, go and entangle Lauren. He pouted at Lauren, while he waved Napoleon and rushed towards Whitebeard. Feeling the arrival, Shiroichi, who was in a fierce battle with Akainu, raised Kong Yunchi high, and a burst of fluorescence burst out from the blade, slashing at the dog fiercely. Wherever Kong Yunchi went, the space shattered every inch like a broken mirror, and the extremely terrifying shock force attached to Kong Yunchi and slashed towards Akainu. Feeling the terrifying power from Kong Yunchi, Akainu did not dare to drag it, and his body turned into magma and flowed to the side. Although Akainu avoided Whitebeard's attack, the Navy soldiers behind him were not so lucky. They could only watch in despair as the shocking slash containing the power to destroy the world slashed at them. On the body. Pung. Under the terrifying blessing of the Junjun fruit, the sea. The whole body of the soldiers was directly crushed into pieces by the force of the shock, like a group of blood-colored fireworks exploded beside Akainu. Akainu didn't even take a look at the tragic situation behind him. He never cared about the life and death of ordinary naval soldiers. At this moment, only Whitebeard was in Akainu's eyes. In order to kill Whitebeard, even if all the Marines of Marin Vando were killed, he doesn't even blink. Mama. Sakazuki, how cruel. Who came from the port did not forget to ridicule Akainu before he shot, and then stabbed Napoleon in his hand, an incomparably huge dazzling sword she attached to the tip of the blade, and stabbed towards Whitebeard unstoppable. The gun of Elbath, mighty kingdom. Whitebeard snorted coldly, his arms bent to the back of his head, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, a huge and vast power surged from his fist, and finally formed a transparent spherical mask. When Napoleon was about to hit Whitebeard finally punched. The dazzling flash instantly covered the entire Marin Vando, and almost everyone closed their eyes involuntarily. The terrifying shock and impact collided fiercely with the huge sword energy. With a sudden shattering sound, the clouds in the sky above everyone's heads, the slate on the land below their feet, and the sea water in the harbor beside them, suddenly burst open. Whitebeard's complexion became extremely dignified. Ling, you shouldn't come to Marin Vando. A grin on his face. Mama, Whitebeard, times have changed, you should just stay on the Moby Dick and retire. As soon as the voice fell, the figures of the two collided again. Roran on the other side glanced at Whitebeard's side. Under the double attack of Akainu and Whitebeard gradually fell into a disadvantage, and the situation was in crisis. Lauren, it's not a good habit to be distracted when fighting with an old man. Garp's shirt had already been shattered and dropped during the battle, his sturdy muscles bulged high, and he punched Lauren with a punch. Uncle Whitebeard may die in the hands of the two of them at this rate, so I have to deal with it quickly. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Lauren did not hesitate, the 3 forces condensed in his hands, a touch of extreme darkness emerged from Lauren's hands, and the surrounding light was irregularly twisted, exuding a dangerous atmosphere. Hand into a fist, Lauren's eyes became extremely sharp. Uncle, be careful, if I punch you, you may die. After he finished speaking, a punch wrapped in black hole energy slammed out. Contrary to the fight with Whitebeard just now, the fists of Lauren and Garp met silently. Like a hot knife cutting butter, Lauren's right hand swallows Garp's fist directly. Go in. This is. Garp's pupils suddenly tightened. Although there was no pain at all, Garp knew very well that his left fist had been wiped out by Lauren's strange black fist. If this goes on, his entire arm will cease to exist. Endure it. With the pain of recoil, Garp abruptly retracted his left arm. Forcing a mouthful of blood in his mouth, Garp quickly retreated to the side, looking at his left hand without the slightest blood spilling out of the wound that looked so smooth. A trace of fear flashed in Garp's eyes. On Lauren, Garp felt the pressure of death for a long time. Chapter 130 _ Broken Sword. Damn. The Taoist-robed old man in the 5 old stars cursed and kept saying. Behind Lauren and Garp, he wanted to directly stab Lauren in the back while the two were fighting, but he never thought that he had just lurked behind Lauren. Garp jumped aside inexplicably. Damn. Arrow had to be sent on the string. Now the old man in Taoist robe has no time to retreat to a safe distance. If he does not make a move, he can only become a living target of Lauren. Thinking of this, the old man in Taoist robe gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out the long knife in his hand, his arm swinging. Sword shadows emerged one after another in a row, stabbing at many key points on Lauren's body. Secret sword finds snow. Facing the fierce sneak attack by the old man in Taoist robe, the expression in Lauren's eyes did not change at all. After Garp escaped, he was worried that the serious punch in his hand had nowhere to go. In the death-like silence, the pitch-black fist and the dense blade collided. There is no doubt that the sword in the hands of the Taoist-robed old man encountered a serious punch like ice and snow falling into flames, which instantly melted away and turned into nothingness. How is it possible? The Taoist-robed old man is the first generation of the demon knife, one of the 12 great swordsmen, and the strongest existence in the series of ghosts. It was damaged in the slightest, but today, this first-generation goosh was crushed by Lauren's fist like a dough. The old man in Taoist robe finally understood why Garp suddenly left the battle just now, because it was really hard to continue fighting with Lauren. It's a pity that the old man in Taoist robe has no time to escape. After destroying the first generation of ghosts, Lauren's fist pierced straight through the center of the old man's chest. PFF'd. Old man in the robe had a sweet throat, and he couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of organs. Although Lauren's fist did not penetrate his heart, a piece of the lobe of the old man's lung and the spine in the center of the body had been pierced. Seriously devoured it with one punch, and if he couldn't get treatment right away, he would definitely die. Robed old man panicked. For the first time in his high position for a long time, he felt that death was so close to him, and the extreme anxiety caused the Tao-robed old man's voice to tremble. You cannot kill me. You will not end well without me. Your relatives and friends will be hunted to death by the world government. Let me go. I will exempt you from the wanted. Let me go back. Do you think I'm a person who is afraid of being threatened? Lauren tilted his head, showing a harmless smile to the old man in Taoist robe, and said softly, and do you really think your world government can keep you? After Marlene Fando, I will visit Mary Joas. At this moment, in the eyes of the Taoist-robed old man, Lauren's bright smiling face was like a devil's hideous smile, and it looked extremely terrifying. An inexplicable sense of emptiness came from the Taoist-robed old man, and he roared uncomfortably, Lauren, what have you done to me? What? Goodbye. Lauren took out the old man's body inserted in the Taoist robe without even looking at it, turned around and walked back. For Lauren, there is no suspense about the existence of the old man in Taoist robe. Lauren is very confident that no one can survive the explosion that comes from the body with a serious punch. Not good. The lock on the side, although he didn't know what Lauren did, he had just experienced the extremely strange black energy. If he didn't stop it, the old man in the Taoist robe would definitely die here. One of the 5 old stars died in Ma Linfen. There are too many consequences that the Navy can never bear. The dark high-level armed domineering arrogance covered Garp's remaining right fist, and at the same time, the majestic aura of the king over the world erupted overwhelmingly from Garp's body. This is Garp's domineering. Little devil, get out of the way. Garp roared furiously, his right fist smashed at Lauren like a high-speed cannonball, fist bone steel hammer. Lauren swayed, dodging Garp's powerful punch. The old man attacked me just now, or he would never die. Uncle, In order not to cause too many sacrifices, I would like to remind you not to get too close to that old man." Finished speaking, Lauren's figure was violent, and he rushed in the direction of Whitebeard without looking back. Although he didn't understand what Lauren said, Carp had no time to think about it. He quickly came to the old man in the Taoist robe and asked eagerly, "How can you hold on? I'll send you to the military doctor." At this time, the old man in the Taoist robe had scary white cheeks, his eyes were empty, his lips trembled violently, and he tried his best to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. Oops. Relying on the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing, Garp sensed that the old man in the Taoist robe contained an incomparably huge dangerous force, and what was even more terrifying was that this force was in an extremely chaotic state, like a time bomb, and it was about to explode. As if the force of the force was squeezing from all directions, the body of the Taoist robed old man suddenly began to deform, twisting irregularly towards the middle of the body. Through the broken body of the Tao robed old man, one can see that the extremely dark energy ball inside his body is constantly swallowing the flesh and blood of the Tao robed old man like a parasitic beast, and it gradually expands and grows. In the end, under the unwilling expression of the Taoist robed old man, he was completely sucked into the sphere, leaving only a dark and round energy ball floating strangely out of thin air. The strongest sword of the Tianlong people, who fought for the world government for many years and won countless merits and honors, was finally broken in Marinfando. Alas! Carp sighed, waved his hand, and quickly retreated to a safe area. All soldiers, retreat to a distance of 100 meters from this black ball. As soon as Carp's voice fell, the energy ball in midair suddenly cracked, the diameter of the sphere expanded to the height of one person, and a huge gravitational force came from the black hole, swallowing the surrounding gravel dust and a few unlucky soldiers who didn't have time to go far. Among them, several soldiers were completely engulfed by the black ball before they could even let out a scream, and they used their toes to figure out what would happen if they were sucked in. The monster-like ability is completely irresistible. Even if the natural ability person is hit, he will die. With him, the Navy is afraid that it will really lose. Carp's old and sturdy figure revealed a little vicissitudes of life, his turbid eyes were full of complicated eyes, and he murmured in his heart, "But compared to failure, I hope you can live, ace." Chapter 131 Stunning and Domineering Overlord of the Audience. With the passage of time, the battlefield situation has gradually heated up. Whitebeard was entangled by a kainu and couldn't escape, and the battle between Kasaragi and Marco became more and more intense. Assault, on the contrary, the vice admirals also led the various navies and the forces of the Whitebeard side to conduct a head-to-head confrontation. Because of the arrival of Lauren, the situation of this top war has taken a new direction from the beginning, but the tragic degree of this war has not changed in any way. The stench of blood filled the entire Marinfando, and countless corpses or severed limbs sank into the deep sea along with the waves in Marinfando's port. From a distance, the inner bay of Marinfando almost turned red. At the forefront of the battlefield, Little Oz of the giant clan took the lead, blocking a large number of navies' vitality with his tall building-like body, and rushed to the execution platform first. The original plot, Little Oz would be severely injured by Doflamingo and Moria under the execution stand, but now because of the butterfly effect brought by Lauren, Doflamingo and Moria have come Marlene Fando, but none of them really made a move. Doflamingo could not attack Lauren Whitebeard and his party. Moria was bitten by a snake for 10 years and was afraid of the rope. He was afraid of being beaten by Lauren. Make a splash on the battlefield. If he didn't stop Little Oz, he destroyed the execution platform and rescued Ace. Sengoku, who was standing beside the execution platform, took off his admiral's coat, and the eyes behind the glasses became extremely cold. How could it be so easy for you? Come here. The dazzling golden light full of sacred aura shot out from the warring state's body, and his physique instantly swelled, turning into a golden Buddha with golden light. Let me stop here. Sengoku, who had transformed into a Buddha, raised his giant fist high and swung at Little Oz in the air. The huge dark gold shockwave bombarded Little Oz's body like a catharsis of mercury. Little Oz failed to reach the execution platform, lost consciousness in the powerful shock wave of the Warring States period, and fell just one step away from the execution platform. After repelling Little Oz, the Warring States turned back into a human form and put on a marshal's coat. He looked at the battlefield where the battle situation was getting more and more anxious, and witnessed Lauren's easy damage to Aokiji, Garp, killing the strongest of the Tianlong people. After the sword, the Warring States realized that Laurent was the only variable in this decisive war. Laurent's strength had exceeded his imagination, to the point where he could influence the outcome of the war with his personal power. As a wise general, Sengoku is trying hard to figure out how to deal with Laurent's solution. If Laurent can't be restrained, the navy will fail. And then at Katakuri, who was going to intercept Laurent. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Sengoku's mind, and he turned to the lieutenant general behind him and instructed, "Let the soldiers hold Lauren's footsteps until Katakuri and Lauren collide, and after they start fighting, block Katakuri's way." The firepower facing Lauren is no longer able to be covered with bullets, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is overwhelming. At least 0.1% of the navy in the battlefield focused all of its firepower on Lauren. Although in 10 the second trial's absolute defense. Lauren was very upset. Lauren is not a bloodthirsty person. The purpose of this time is very clear. To seek revenge for the Aokiji Akainu and to weaken the strength of the top of the naval headquarters, so although the behavior of these ordinary naval soldiers annoyed Lauren, Lauren did not care. Killing intent. And for Lauren's current situation, he can no longer find a better choice than the overlord domineering. The rosy eyes exuded invisible fluctuations, and an unpretentious and powerful aura burst out from Lauren's body, instantly sweeping the entire Marlene Fando. Lauren's tyrannical arrogance hit the Navy team like an invisible hammer. Almost all the Navy soldiers who were affected by the arrogance in the Marlene Fando field foamed at the mouth, fainted and fell to the ground. Only lieutenant generals and some battle-hardened soldiers can maintain their consciousness and stay awake. Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, almost fell out of his eyes. How can the overlord be so domineering? Damn it. The brows of the Warring States period on the side instantly twisted into a Chuan. Words, as the most stamina-consuming type of the three-color domineering, no one would release the domineering as unscrupulously as Lauren, and even in the Warring States period did not expect that Lauren's control over the domineering would be so strong that he could actually to avoid all pirate forces. The precise effect is on the Navy. The most inexplicable thing is the many members of the pirate group. Under Roran's intentional control, they did not feel the slightest shock of domineering. In the eyes of the pirates, they just saw the Navy soldiers who had just fought with their own lives fell to the ground as if they were possessed, which was very strange. At this time, Marco, who had been entangled with Kizaru for a long time, suddenly shouted loudly, "Lauren, good work." Only then did the pirates realize that the navy that fell to the ground was Lauren's masterpiece, and the momentum of the pirates suddenly rose. Under Lauren's influence, the pirates who were originally at a disadvantage in both numbers and power instantly counter-pressed the navy side. Come on, save Brother Ace. God of Destruction is great. Kill them all. The pirates shouted one after another, rushing towards the execution platform in a turbulent manner. Goo ha ha ha, this kid Lauren is so messed up. Whitebeard pushed Kong Yunchi to the ground, and slammed his hands into the air on both sides of him. I can't weaken my momentum. Dense cracks appeared from Whitebeard's side, and a terrifying shock force ran along Whitebeard's hands. Acting on Marin Vando, the whole island trembled. Whitebeard created an earthquake. If Lauren's domineering arrogance caused a strong blow to the naval soldiers, the earthquake created by Whitebeard was a devastating disaster to the naval headquarters. Under the strong shaking like the earth was shaking, the buildings of the naval headquarters began to collapse one after another, and the bricks and tiles kept falling. Most importantly, the execution platform where Ace was located also collapsed in the earthquake. Quickly save Brother Ace. Chong Chong. A group of pirates tore apart the defense line formed by the few remaining navies in an instant, and swarmed to the execution stand, ready to meet Ace who fell from the sky. Turn off all videophone bugs. The warring states pushed the glasses. Activate the surrounding wall and annihilate the pirates. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 132 Open black lens bracket category close black lens bracket. With the order of the warring states period, all the screens around the world that affected the live broadcast of the phone bug lost their signals at the same time, and faced with the screens that went out at the same time, the complaints of melon eaters from all over the world sounded one after another. Why are there no images? It's a critical moment. Will it be the scene? The video phone bug was affected by the battle. Impossible. How come it just keeps on and on now, but now there is no signal? The Navy must have to use some shady secret. Just when the people all over the world who were eating melons scolded the street and stomped their feet and were curious, the lights on the extinguished screen flashed, and the scene of Ma Linfando was played again. There is another picture. Come back, the picture came out. I'll just say, how could there be a problem with the Navy's videophone bug? Dressrosa, good job, we made it. Looking at the re-brightened screen, Nami excitedly patted the table and cheered, it can really be played. Karina flicked Nami's forehead. Little thief cat, are you convinced now? Nami pinched Karina's face with her unbearable hands, and said with a wicked smile, but Vixen, how did you think of contacting Morgans in advance to arrange a video phone bug? Karina swayed, using the acceleration ability to get rid of Nami's claw. Slipped out of the middle and blew his beautiful purple bangs proudly. I knew that the Navy would not keep the live broadcast honestly all the time, and it was not difficult for Morgans to switch the signal source of the phone bug. After thinking about it with my head, I can understand what to do, although Lauren won't let me go to Marinfando to help him, but I definitely can't be idle here like you. Learn something, little thief cat. Fox spirit, courting death. Weak sparks appeared on Nami's body, vicious. He rushed towards Karina. Come and catch me, if you catch me, I will lose. Naturally, Karina couldn't be caught by Nami, and her body flashed into the distance. For a time, the King's Heights was full of laughter and laughter. Ma Linfando, the tragedy that will happen next will be too exciting for the peaceful world. After a few hours, the word of victory will be enough to spread the news all over the world. Warring states looked dignified, Buddha, holding Ace falling in midair with one hand, and smashing the pirates under the execution platform with the other hand. The warring states with Ace in his hand landed steadily, and he waved his golden hand, open the pacifists and destroy them. A tremor different from the earthquake came from the underground of Marin Vandu. Around Marin Vandu's port, many hard and thick steel giant walls slowly rose from the ground, surrounding Vandu in the center. For a time, the entire Marin Vandu seemed to have become a huge arena, and the Whitebeards and his party were all trapped in the huge arena. In trouble. Immediately afterwards, countless tall and solemn figures emerged from the front of the iron wall. From the outside, everyone looked like the tyrant in the Chihuahua. Bartholomew Bears are no different. It is a pacifist force transformed by a scientific force. Countless identical pacifists opened their mouths in unison, and the dazzling golden light shone from them, eventually turning into huge golden laser beams. Blazing away with the pirates. Brother Marco, I won't play with you. Kizaru waved at Marco, and flew into the air with a dodge, and the same whole body burst into countless flashes and landed among the pirates. Boom! The deafening roar sounded one after another. The pirates in the bombing range screamed again and again. The fire of the explosion turned the sky orange. Because of the appearance of pacifists, the situation was reversed again. Looking at the dead and wounded sons, Whitebeard felt that his heart was bleeding. He wanted to rush to destroy all the pacifists, but under the joint attack with Akainu, he was simply unable to do the rest. Similarly, Lauren also met a new opponent. Lauren leaned slightly, and the next second where he was just now was stabbed by a strangely shaped trident. Looking at the tall man with a heavy white scarf rolled up in front of him, Lauren said, "You'd better not stop me at this time." The tall man Lauren was facing was none other than Katakuri, who was sent to entangle Lauren. Katakuri swung the trident in front of him. Lauren, god of destruction, I won't let you go to your mother's place. Is this your answer? Then speak with strength. Lauren stopped talking nonsense. The second and second gears of the king's engine were instantly turned on, and a white beam of light suddenly swung out of his muscular right arm. Elephant Evening. Facing the shock wave of the evening elephant, Katakuri did not dodge. Just before the beam of light was about to hit him, part of Katakuri's body turned into a milky white rice cake, which kept rolling and surging, unfolding and deforming. Big hole. The shock wave of the evening elephant directly penetrated the hole in the center of Katakuri's body. Your fruit is interesting. Lauren's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body swept out, and he came to Katakuri in the breath. Since using Shishyang from a long distance can't work, then it's better to beat him closely. Facing the galloping Lauren, Katakuri's legs suddenly split into several strips of glutinous rice, and the dark-armed color was wrapped around it, and he kicked Lauren like a gun, willow cake. Lauren spread his hands outward, his body suddenly turned, and through the high-speed rotation, a ring-shaped shockwave was released. The white halo was like a sharp circular saw, tearing the strips of rice cakes into pieces. Quickly using glutinous rice to restore his legs to the original, Katakuri's arm turned into a strip-shaped rice cake with sharp edges and corners. His body rotated slightly for half a circle, and took advantage of the situation to roll the domineering strip-shaped rice cake wrapped in high-level armed color towards Lauren. Jiao, rice cake. The same way, Lauren's fist is covered with a layer of high-level armament and domineering, and it hits Katakuri directly, the king's fist. I have to say that any of the 4 Emperor Pirates viceroys are not in vain. Katakuri's horn, rice cake is actually evenly matched with the king's fist in Lauren's second gear. Punch! Katakuri quickly stepped aside. Various information flashed in his brain, and after a simple calculation, Katakuri launched the third round of attack. Next, you have to be careful. Katakuri lifted his foot and gently stepped on the ground, and the ground under the two of them suddenly became soft and sticky. This is the ability of Katakuri Nuo after awakening, turning substances in the surrounding environment into rice cakes. Chapter 133 I see farther than you. Katakuri bowed his waist, and the surrounding earth that had been assimilated into rice cakes seemed to have life, splitting into countless rice cake strips of different thicknesses, and they all stabbed at Lauren. Rainy glutinous rice. The third gear of the king's engine. The blue veins on the surface of Lauren's body were exposed, and the muscles were bulging high. The whole person raised his hands like a demon. Shishyang. 2 sturdy white beams of light smashed many rice cake strips, rushing to Katakuri without any lessening force. And Katakuri turned his whole body into glutinous rice again, and used his body deformation to avoid the shock wave of the evening elephant. As the body deformed and recovered, Katakuri pointed to his eyes. God of destruction, it's useless, I have seen your future, you can't hit me. Is it? Laurent stepped on the ground with both feet, and a huge pothole was hollowed out in the glutinous rice ground. The speed of the explosion made Laurent quickly stick to Katakuri, and he was punching him. As if to prove what he said, Katakuri did not dodge this time. Facing Lauren's rain-like attack, Katakuri remained motionless, just as Lauren's every punch was about to hit. Turn that part of the body into glutinous rice to separate out the hole, dodging all the attacks of Lauren. At the same time, a pliable glutinous rice was like a rope from Katakuri's body to the outside, tightly wrapping Lauren's body like a python, restraining Lauren's movements. Feeling the huge binding force from the glutinous rice bound to the body, a strong momentum rose out of the body, and punched in front of him, the fist of the king. Pierced into Katakuri's body like one small meteorite, and the milky white rice cake droplets splashed everywhere, and the rice cake rope wrapped around Lauren's body. Everything was broken, and Katakuri's entire body turned into a big puddle of rice cakes and sank into the ground, and it recovered from not far away. Your strength is very strong. Of all the people I know, even my mother's strength can't compare to you. Katakuri said with a blank face, but your drawbacks are also obvious, your moves are too limited, the 3-3 moves you have used so far are stronger than the other, but in the final analysis, they are only more powerful. It's just a fist that's getting stronger and stronger, your speed is pitifully slow. Faced with me who is more flexible than you, what can you do? Katakuri flicked his fingers, and countless glutinous rice cakes the size of rice balls wrapped in high-level armed colors and domineering were shot from his fingertips, hitting Lauren like a bullet. Rice cake blade bomb. With a random elephant, all the rice cake missiles were knocked into the air, and Lauren's muscles began to wander and reorganize, causing slight deformations. Katakuri is right. Facing Ape, Katakuri, an extremely fast and dexterous opponent, Lauren does lack agile and quick moves, but this does not mean that Lauren is helpless. The blood-colored mist floated from the surface of the body, Lauren's silver-white hair was missing, and the transparent eyes like red agate burst into a dazzling luster. The king's engine is fully on. The will and consciousness of fighting are instilled in the body energy is extremely compressed. The high-level armed color domineering and the natural domineering color are integrated into every cell in the body, and the feeling of extreme filling. It came from Lauren's body. Lauren's eyes flashed a strange light, turning on the state of his life returning to the god of destruction, and also capturing the future that belongs to Katakuri. Lauren was very simple and rude and came to Katakuri at several times the original speed, and threw a flat punch. Although he was shocked by the speed of Lauren's explosion, Katakuri's mentality did not change in the slightest, because he had a high level of knowledge and domineering, and he had already seen Lauren's future in a few seconds. Skillfully turning the part that Lauren was about to hit into a rice cake and pulling it out of the hole, Katakuri said solemnly, "As I said before, your attack is too much for me." Katakuri hasn't had time to say, slow word. A huge impact like a wild horse unleashed hit him, knocking him out. Under the terrifying power of the fist, Katakuri's right chest seemed to be penetrated by a sharp object, and a smooth and neat hole was directly blasted out. Katakuri worked hard to transport the balls of glutinous rice to the wound, trying to repair the horror on his body. However, because Lauren is still wearing the sea stone gloves given by Doflamingo, Katakuri will not be able to repair the wound on his chest for a while. The red blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, dyeing the scarf on Katakuri's mouth a crimson. He looked at Lauren in disbelief. "Why, your future shouldn't be like this. You are not the only one who can see the future." Like Katakuri before, Lauren pointed to his eyes. "My eyes see the future, farther than you see." That's right. Lauren just hit Katakuri by predicting Katakuri's movements in advance and changing the strike position. So it is. Katakuri suddenly realized that the ability of high-level knowledge and domineering is unique in the entire sea. For many years, Katakuri has taken the lead among many opponents by virtue of the ability to predict the future, and has reached the current position in the battle again and again. Or by taking risks. The ability to predict the future made Katakuri take countless shortcuts, and finally, on this Katakuri is extremely confident and familiar with shortcuts, he turned somersaults. For this somersault was Katakuri's life. Who was bullied again, the seriously injured Katakuri could no longer escape as easily as before. In desperation, he could only turn the surrounding environment into layers of rice cake barriers to block him and him. Between Lauren, he struggled in the opposite direction. However, the presence of the Navy on Katakuri's escape route extinguished his last hope. Katakuri's eyes were fierce. "Get out of the way." Opposite Katakuri, the interception team composed of all vice admirals remained unmoved, silently attaching a domineering look to their weapons, and this was their reply. "Damn Navy." Katakuri instantly understood the intention of the Navy. Once he died in the hands of Lauren, his mother would definitely come to Lauren to take revenge. No matter who wins or loses, the strength of the four emperors will be greatly reduced, and the one who benefits the most will be greatly reduced. It was the Navy that provoked the dispute. A war weakened the power of the 3 and 4 emperors, and the Navy really made a good move. Chapter 134 Katakuri, dead. Was not much time left for Katakuri, and Lauren's figure soon appeared behind Katakuri. "Lauren, if you kill my mother, you will definitely come to seek revenge from you. The biggest profit from it is the navy. The damage to the internal organs caused by the seafloor stone made Katakori's life state extremely poor. He forced a mouthful of blood in his mouth, and Katakori said with difficulty, "You and I don't want to see such a situation." "Stop it, Lauren, that's all. Stop, the whole pirate group will become your allies." Who was afraid of threats? From going out to sea until now, Lauren has never retreated half a step because of the harsh words of others. If Katakori had the consciousness to fight against the Emperor from the very beginning, and Laurent would fight to the death, there is a high probability that Laurent would let him go, but unfortunately time cannot be reversed. Katakori did not have the opportunity to start all over again. Now he has to pay the price for his arrogance. Lauren's body was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared in front of Katakori. His clenched fist was full of high-level armament, and his right arm was slightly bowed, and then he punched out. Fist could reach, the fierce punching wind pierced the ground and Katakori could hardly open his eyes. Feeling the shadow of the fist getting closer and closer to him, Katakori completely closed his eyes. At the last moment of his life, Katakori saw the tragic scene of his body being smashed into two halves with a high-level knowledge and domineering, and that was his future. "Mom, don't take revenge for me. Lauren's strength is no longer something you and I can compete with." After finishing the last prayer in his heart, Katakori only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, and then everything in front of him began to spin and fall, and finally landed on his toes. Katakori's body was broken into two pieces by Lauren from the middle, and they fell to the ground one after another, as if there was divine providence in the shadows, this so-called, looking down on the earth all the time. The man finally embraced the earth in the form of death. On the battlefield, the news of Katakori's death exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap, especially for the Charlotte family. This was definitely the last thing they wanted to hear. Not good. Lord Katakuri was killed by Lauren. Brother Katakori is dead. It's a lie. How could Katakori brother die? That is the pillar that has always supported the pirates. Really, the body of Lord Katakori is near the port. Quick, go and tell mommy. For audiences around the world who have been closely watching the battle, witnessing this scene has more impact than word of mouth. Since the beginning of the war on the top, there are only two top powerhouses who have died. One is the strongest sword of the previous Tianlong people, and the other is Katakori. The strongest sword of the Tianlong people has long since faded out. Vision is different from Katakori. The deputy of any four emperor pirates is a monster with a reputation in the New World. Now this kind of powerhouse, who is rarely seen in his life, has died under Lauren's hands. It is foreseeable that yes, the world once again exploded because of Lauren. That's Kata from the pirates. Oh, it's amazing. I'm afraid that if he comes, he will be killed by Lauren on the spot. After all, he is the man who bears the titles of the world's strongest man and the world's strongest creature. Katakori is dead. In his hand, Napoleon threw off the white beard with a vigorous wave, and picked up the Charlotte family intelligence officer who came to deliver the message with one hand. The invisible aura that frightened the soul burst out quietly, and the terrifying face instantly became extremely ferocious, looking at the intelligence officer who was scared to pee in his hand and asked word by word, "Tell me who did it." The intelligence officer hanging in the air suppressed the fear in his heart and said tremblingly, "Mom, it's Lauren. Lauren killed Katakori-sama." Angrily, he threw the unlucky guy out of his hand, and smashed a bottomless black pit on the ground beside him. Lauren. Eyes were split open, she screamed in the sky, and a deafening strange sound finally sounded from her, turning into a sound wave that was almost close to the substance and impacted everything around her. Under the strong impact of the strange sound, the ears of those who were close to him bleed, and the eardrums were ruptured by the terrifying strange sound. What's more, because of the extreme fear, his soul floated out of his body and died on the spot. Although he was secretly happy about Katakori's dead Akainu, he couldn't show it yet. Once he turned around to seek revenge on Lauren, Akainu alone would not be able to stop Whitebeard's eagerness to save his son. Mighty dog. The molten fist hit Whitebeard, Akainu glanced at the man who was close to madness, and said, "Calm down, get rid of Whitebeard, and the Navy will help you get rid of Lauren." "That's me." Hearing this, he regained a little sanity, his huge bloodshot eyeballs turned to the Whitebeard, and the thundercloud-like Zeus of Hormes above his head sputtered a lot of lightning around Napoleon, raised his long sword full of thunder, ruthlessly. He slashed at Whitebeard fiercely. "My dearest son." The Emperor's sword booms. "I'm still saying that, Lingling, you shouldn't be in Marinfando." A punch shattered the flying lava arm, and the Whitebeard's eyes swept across the plump body, until the Sengoku who reset the torture platform behind. Whitebeard's face darkened, and after dragging it on like this, Ace was really executed. Clouds in the hands are cut and bang. The blades meet, the fragmented space collides with the scattered lightning, and the clouds above the two people's heads are instantly divided into two. A horrific scene of doomsday. Finally serious, Whitebeard. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Whitebeard and the stalemate, Akainu rushed in from the side of the two. Billowing smoke billowed from Akainu's arm, and the orange and black lava arm rolled and turned into a ferocious dog's head. Biting at the Whitebeard fiercely, the dog bites the red lotus. Whitebeard's situation instantly changed. It was extremely dangerous, and he couldn't pull out his hand to resist Akainu's attack when he was entangled. In this desperate situation of life and death, the Whitebeard's crescent-like beard was slightly raised, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Finally get rid of that group of miscellaneous soldiers, kid." The eyes under the red dog's hat suddenly tightened. Could it be? Chapter 135 Open black lens bracket battle Big Mom close black lens bracket. "Uncle, you seem to be in trouble." With a playful voice, a pure white impact beam like a shooting star in the night, carrying a strong wind that shook the space, shattered Akainu's lava hound, and then slammed into his hand with unabated force. Enter Napoleon. Its strength is so strong that even Napoleon's blade was bent to the point of being broken by the impact. Hearing this most unwilling voice, Akainu turned his body with a gloomy expression, and looked at the visitor with cold eyes. "It seems that the so-called strongest sword of the Tianlong people is nothing more than this, but I still let you come here." Lauren. Who else but Lauren could save Whitebeard from fire and water? Straightening the glove in his hand, Lauren said, "I hope it's you who stopped me with Kuzan just now, so that I'll make a special trip to find you now, Sakazuki." HMPH, shameless, let me see if you're immune to my rockberries now. Akainu snorted coldly, thick smoke billowed from his hands again, and his body was ready to attack Lauren. Akainu made a move, a huge shadow passed him and came to Lauren. It is precisely because he lost his son that he was so furious. "Luo, Loon, die for me." The two sons of Hormes above their heads, Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus, respectively spit out flames and lightning, wrapped around Napoleon in a silver arc, and slashed at the head of Laurent. The king's engine is fully on. A low voice in his heart, Lauren, who had recovered most of his physical strength while on the road, adjusted his body to the strongest state without hesitation. The whole person's momentum has risen, exuding a suffocating terror and coercion. In the face of such a sea emperor, Laurent has paid enough attention. Looking at him here, Lauren's whole body turned into a blurred shadow, rushing straight up. By predicting the future in a few seconds, Lauren, who was moving at a high speed, suddenly twisted his body slightly. Like a giant to himself, Lauren jumped high and punched her in the chin. The king's fist. Although he didn't punch with all his strength, the power of the king's fist displayed by Lauren when the king's engine was fully opened was quite terrifying, and it was not a little weaker than the king's fist he used when he defeated Whitebeard before. The pitch-black fist was like a smear of black lightning, and it made a dull sonic boom, hitting the chin heavily. The moment of the hit, the strong force Luo Lun felt as if she was hitting a steel plate. The natural toughness made her physical strength far surpassed by Hu Kaiduo, so Luo Lun's punch was not seriously injured. However, the high-level armament-colored domineering arrogance of Roran, the god of return of destruction, which is integrated into the body, gives both fists the same shock ability as the shocking fruit. Through the tough cortical defense, the terrifying high-level armed color domineering rampages in the body, tearing the body apart. Flesh inside. In game terms, Lauren is the equivalent of ignoring the true damage of defensive armor. The huge impact force not only shattered and cracked her mandible, but also caused her to lean back straight, and at the moment when she was about to fall to the ground, her hand waved to the ground. A translucent soul flew out of his hand, merged into the ground behind him, and merged with the clods. In an instant, the soil behind him tossed up and arched as if it had life, holding up his body. Lauren looked at the magical scene in front of him with great interest. He had heard rumors about Karina, and generally understood the effect of the ability. I have to say that this kind of infusion of souls into dead objects allows them to possess human thoughts, and the fruit of strength ability is too convenient. It's a pity, there is no way to extract the fruit that was eaten. Lauren shook his head and charged towards him again. The current Lauren did not foresee that soon, the fruit ability of the fruit would really be extracted from others. At Laurent, who had been bullied again, the one who had experienced a lesson did not dare to hold on to it. He reached forward with his arm, and the billowing flames ignited out of thin air. Relying on the 12 trials, Lauren can completely ignore Akainu's lava and take a bath in it without losing a single hair, but Lauren is not immune to temperature, and its power is not as powerful as the flames of lava. Elephant Evening. Lauren threw out 2 fists at will, and the white shockwave and the flame whip collided head-on, and the majestic impact directly tore the flame into a sky full of sparks. Passing through the fire-free road separated by Shixiang, Lauren still swung the fist of a king at him. Orange-red flames and bright white lightning appeared in the palm of his hand, holding 2 completely different energies in one hand, and punched Lauren with the same punch. Electric fire crit. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and there was a muffled sound. The extreme physical strength collided with the flames and lightning, and a strong air wave erupted, directly creating a vacuum between Lauren. After a while, the 2 forces cancelled each other out, and Lauren Yu's first fistfight was evenly matched. The vigorous fighting spirit blazed in Lauren's eyes. Since defeating Whitebeard and Kaido, he has never fought heartily. Almost everyone who encounters him will choose to avoid the fight. No fun at all. Other hand, with her tenacious body and high-level armed arrogance, she is extremely capable of fighting, and her natural physical strength cannot be underestimated. There are also various Hormies used to use a variety of elemental powers, and she is usually afraid of Lauren. The 3.3 is now irrational because of Katakori's death, and the fighting power is even better than usual. Lauren couldn't think of a more suitable person to fight. Come again. The majestic momentum suddenly erupted, and Lauren's fists showed invisible energy fluctuations, and he punched a king's fist with 80% power. The flames and thunders hung all over his body, which kept screaming strangely, and charged towards Lauren like a huge human-shaped chariot. In the eyes of the whole world, the 2 figures collided as if a Mars hit the Earth, causing a shocking wave. Boom! Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 136 _ Life and Death Unknown. Boom! 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 The sound of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking continued. The 2 figures with huge differences in size and proportions collided again and again, and collided again after a brief separation. The King's Fist. Electric fire crit. Boom! After the earth-shattering fistfight, the 2 separated again. Looking at the panting person on the other side, Lauren was a little surprised to find that, compared with Whitebeard, he had more destructive power and comprehensive strength, and Whitebeard had the ability to shake fruit. The beard is definitely stronger, but in terms of physical strength, it is even stronger than the Whitebeard. Physique was so much better than Whitebeard's, that Lauren found that he had no way to win quickly other than a serious punch. The effect of a serious punch is terrifying. So far, Lauren has not met anyone who can resist the effect of a serious punch, but on the other hand, the energy consumption of a serious punch is also amazing. If you want to kill it, it is estimated that use up your stamina. Eyes slightly, Lauren calculated in his heart. It seems that it is necessary to develop a move whose power and consumption are between the King's Fist and the serious punch. didn't give Lauren much time to think. She was in extreme confusion, and there was only one thought left in her mind, to kill Lauren. The fat arm pointed to the sky and injected a large amount of soul into the body of Thundercloud Zeus. With the influx of the vast and majestic soul power, Zeus's body instantly swelled to the size of a real thundercloud, and slowly floated over Malinfando. Go to hell. Pointing to Lauren from a distance, the thundercloud Zeus in midair suddenly flashed, and with the sound of thunder falling from the sky, a giant thunder pillar with a diameter of 2 meters fell from the sky and hit Laurent straight. The bright white dazzling thunder pillar instantly engulfed Lauren's figure, and the dazzling electric light made the entire Marin Van Do brighter. Mama Mama smiled madly, waving his hands constantly, and thunder pillars fell from the sky one after another, hitting Lauren with precision. Lightning flashed, and for a while, the place where Lauren was like a purgatory on earth. Sengoku naturally would not miss this opportunity. He waved his hand and commanded loudly, "Concentrate your firepower to kill Lauren, the god of destruction." Following the order of the Warring States period, the pacifists who were standing under the anti-vibration wall of Marinfando turned their heads to Lauren and opened their mouths. Dazzling golden flashes from all directions, countless golden beams of bright laser beams shot out from the mouths of the pacifists in unison, and converged on Lauren, provoking a huge spectacle. Since multiple laser lights attacked one place at the same time, a series of physical chain reactions were produced in the human energy in the small space. The huge fire light turned the sky of Marin Van Do into an orange-red color like dusk, and the terrifying heat was about to burn all the surrounding substances. The sea in the inner bay of the entire Marin Van Do harbor boils and rolls endlessly. An incomparably huge mushroom cloud rose, announcing to the world how terrifying the central point Laurent had experienced. It seems that the god of destruction can't hold it anymore. That's the Navy headquarters. How can one person's strength shake the entire Navy? Did it end in tragedy? Shachi's ripping off a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the screen. She took a deep breath of the cigarette stick in her hand. I don't know if little Lauren can persevere. Everyone will die under that kind of attack. Riley raised his head and took a sip of wine. But if it's him, it's not impossible. If you die in Marin Vando, little Hancock will die of grief. Wang Guo, that Lauren is dead this time. How can Brother Katakuri die at the hands of such a person? I still can't accept this fact. Mom has already avenged Lord Katakuri, but it's a pity that I didn't go over and give him a knife in person. Roland. Restricted area, formed by countless lasers falling behind you. Whitebeard not only secretly felt a little worried for Lauren, but the one who helped him the most this time was Lauren, but the one who was in the most dangerous situation was Lauren, not to mention that Lauren didn't need to come to this troubled water at all. After thinking for a moment, Whitebeard had already made up his mind. As long as Laurent was still alive, even if he risked his own death in Marinvando, he would let Laurent leave Marinvando smoothly. Has the devastation of time made you lose consciousness? Akainu's voice suddenly sounded, and the huge fists made of countless lava blasted at Whitebeard. Instead of worrying about others here, it's better to worry about yourself, Whitebeard. What are you talking about? Whitebeard raised the clumps of clouds high, and cut the oncoming lava fist in half with one knife. The scattered lava fell to Whitebeard's side, igniting a raging flame. Under the light of the fire, Whitebeard looked like the evil ghost who crawled out of purgatory said word by word, I have a white beard. Finished speaking, Whitebeard opened his hands and yanked it out, causing ripples in the space, slender cracks appeared, and invisible fluctuations spread through the air. Akainu was directly talked about by the shock. However, the real target of Whitebeard is not Akainu, but the pacifists surrounding Marin Vando. Crack! A dense and crisp sound came out, and many pacifists were all shattered and deformed by the ability to shake the fruit, and a large number of metal parts fell to the ground, revealing the internal mechanical structure. Warring States rubbed his brows. Every pacifist smashed out a lot of Baileys, and Whitebeard's slams caused serious damage to the Navy, but it can get rid of the most dangerous emperor in the New World, Lauren. All this is worth it. As the pacifists, bodies were destroyed, all the laser beams that bombarded Lauren disappeared, leaving only a shocking huge mushroom cloud on the battlefield. Mama, Edward, it's too late, there are no more 4 emperors in the New World. Weird laughter floated above Marin Vando. Now, let me burn his bones into slag. He raised his hands high, and the huge soul power poured into the sun Prometheus above his head without hesitation. A burst of light flickered, and a huge fire group composed of flames gathered out of thin air. Fire in the sky. With a thought, the huge fireball fell and flew into the mushroom cloud, causing a new round of explosions. Chapter 137. Roland's Return Gift. Lauren. Looking at the messy Marin Vando, Hancock's face was no longer arrogant and glamorous, his eyes were only panic, and his hands were tightly clutching the fragments of the life card belonging to Lauren. Even though he knew that Lauren had some 12th trial of the ability to resurrect, even if the life card in his hand is still intact, Hancock still keeps praying in his heart. It will definitely not happen, definitely. He'll be fine. A tall figure came to Hancock's side. It was Doflamingo, who was summoned by Hancock as Shichibukai. Glancing at the life card in Hancock's hand, Brother Doflamingo said, "He will be fine, you will understand it," with a sense of domineering. "What do you mean?" Hancock's eyes full of tears looked at the mushroom cloud that gradually spread out, and the fine and domineering color penetrated into it, trying to perceive any breath of life that might exist in it. "This is..." Pupils suddenly dilated, and Hancock found that there was no living creature in the entire space covered by the mushroom cloud, but there was only one area. Once she entered, she was attracted to it like a stone sinking into the sea, and she could not get any feedback. Also feeling the strangeness is that there are 2 people, Whitebeard and Akainu, who are the closest to the mushroom cloud. Akainu looked gloomy and terrible. Could it be that the god of destruction is still alive? Whitebeard looked at the center of the slowly drifting dust with a hopeful expression, holding Kong Yunchi's hand that was slightly white due to the force. Whitebeard said in his heart, "Little devil, you must come out." Wow! Finally, a gust of breeze blew through Marlene Fando, blowing away the huge mushroom cloud that shrouded the port, and everyone present looked towards the center of the battlefield. Clouds cleared and the wind cleared. What appeared in the eyes of the world was not Lauren's body or wreckage, but a huge black ball as tall as a man. The edge of the perfectly round and pitch-black sphere constantly undergoes extremely subtle distortions and deformations, and then quickly returns to its original state, presenting an extremely strange and unrealistic feeling. Everyone present was deeply puzzled by the strange scene in front of them. Only Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform knew what this black ball was. His eyes became extremely heavy, and Garp whispered to himself, "Is that the trick again?" A wave of ripples appeared from the surface of the sphere, and under everyone's attention, a hand suddenly stretched out from the huge black energy ball. Then came the toes, shoulders, and head. Lauren's whole body was slightly embarrassed from the black ball. Drilled out. "It's so dangerous, I almost lost my life." Lauren. Looking at the intact Lauren, Hancock's heart that has been hanging finally fell. Trying to restrain his excited heart, Hancock will definitely fall into Lauren's arms because of his apparent position. Yee. The iconic laughter came from Doflamingo's mouth. I knew that he would not stop here. If I can leave Marin Vando today, the era belongs to Lauren. Goo ha ha ha. Bai also looked up to the sky and laughed. I know you, this little devil, won't die here. God of Destruction. Marco was the first to shout aloud, as if causing a chain reaction. Many shouts from the Whitebeard pirates and their subordinate pirates sounded from all over Marlene Fando. God of Destruction. God of Destruction. The title of Laurent resounded in the sky in an instant, and through the video phone bug, it was embedded in the hearts of everyone in the world. Opposite the pirate side's morale boost, there are many navies and expressions so gloomy that they are about to drip. The fire bombing just now released enough emotions, and the bloodshot eyes gradually returned to clarity. Looking at Lauren, who had not lost a single hair, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Why are you still alive?" Lauren did not respond, just gently rubbed the dark energy ball behind him. Only Lauren himself knew how dangerous his situation was just now. At the critical moment, if Lauren hadn't blown a serious punch at him in a hurry, the pillar of the 12 trials would have been brighter now. With the 12 trials, Lauren himself is completely immune to the serious punch, and the thunder, skyfire and laser light from the outside world will be completely absorbed the moment he touches the serious punch. Lauren in the middle is equivalent to turning on the absolute defense, and he did not suffer the slightest damage. It's not rude to come and go. Lauren muttered a word alone, and slowly raised his right hand. The huge dark energy ball behind him slowly rose under his traction, and suspended above Lauren's palm out of thin air. Take my return gift. Domineering and precise wrapped around his neck, constructing a target, Laurent threw his hand fiercely at it, and the huge black ball flew at an extremely terrifying speed. This time contains not only the 3 powers of Laurent, but also the external power that has just been absorbed from the thunder, flame, and laser light. All things were crushed and annihilated, and even the space was torn apart with long and narrow dark cracks. And even the energy impact brought by the rapid fall of the energy ball shook a few unlucky ghosts who had no time to dodge into serious injuries. Feeling the destructive power contained under the dark sphere, it is a terrifying power that is enough to make her die. No more the arrogance just now is gone, and now there is only a look of fear in her eyes. Run. You must not be hit by this thing, or you will die. Press down with both hands. The rich soul force pours into the earth. The ground under your feet moves again, sinks deeply, and then quickly rebounds, throwing the like it shot out like a rocket. However, those who are locked by the target can walk if they want to. The black hole energy body seems to have eyes, and it rushes in the direction of escape. Feeling a strong sense of oppression getting closer and closer behind him, he swung 2 thunderbolts with his backhand, trying to repel the energy ball. Get away from me. The huge thunder didn't buy a second of time, it was swallowed in the moment it touched the black hole energy body, and even made the black sphere faintly expand a little bit. Not daring to bombard with energy, he took off Napoleon, aimed at the energy ball and slashed back, and his body also sprinted forward for a certain distance by taking advantage of the momentum. The Gun of Elbar, Mighty Kingdom. Chapter 138 _ The Difficult Yellow Ape. The strength of the body and the domineering aura of armament were brought into full play. The scale of the sword she swung this time was dozens of times larger than usual, and the huge arc-shaped sword she charged towards Lauren's black hole energy body. Looking from a distance, the shape of the sword's energy is like a bright crescent moon, and Lauren's serious punch is like a flaming black sun. The ground of Marin Vando was illuminated in bright black and white, as if there were only these 2 groups of energies left in the world. Although in terms of momentum, Jianqi and Lauren were evenly matched, but, crescent moon. How can the brilliance overshadow the sun? The moment of contact with the black hole energy body, Napoleon, who stretched out his slender blade, disappeared little by little as if being bitten by countless beasts. Like the thunder before, the black hole energy body was still not blocked in the slightest. At this time, he finally realized that no matter what tricks he used, the strange black ball in front of him would not slow down by half a point. No matter where he escaped, it would catch up with him and take a bite. Since you can't dodge it, choose the least injured way to carry it hard. He quickly made up his mind, and a large amount of high-level armament-colored domineering aura poured out of his body, thickly covering every corner of his body. He turned around resolutely, and slammed his right arm toward the black hole energy body. Blink of an eye, the entire right arm was completely engulfed by the black ball, and the black hole energy body finally stopped moving forward like a beast that had caught its prey, suspended in place and enjoyed the food to the fullest. There was no pain at all, and the right arm was completely lost, but at this moment, an astonishing pulling force came from the center of the black sphere, and the body tipped slightly like a sphere uncontrollably. The consequence of this action is that the right half of his body is completely swallowed by the black hole energy body. Go in. Large drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Although there was no pain, he might feel that his body's vitality was rapidly draining. His legs kicked on the ground, and he rolled to the side in embarrassment, completely leaving the black hole's energy body. Range. The role of the target is not unlimited. Each attack launched by Lauren can only lock the enemy once through the target, so the black hole energy body that had hit before did not continue to chase and escape, and quietly suspended in place. At this time, her cheeks were terrifyingly white, and her heavy makeup had long since faded. She looked down at the terrifyingly smooth section on her body. An instinct that originated from a creature kept sending her a dangerous message in her heart. There was extreme fear and trembling in her heart, and she regretted that she had believed in the plan of Kizaru to come to Malinfando to make a trip to this troubled water, but now it was up to her whether she could get away. Mom. Hold on. We're here to save you. Seriously injured, the members of the Marlene Lott family felt like the sky was falling, and they suddenly lost their backbone, and all rushed towards them in a hurry. Lauren didn't take the opportunity to attack directly. The one who lost half of his body was already dying. If he didn't get timely treatment, he would definitely die, and he would not pose any threat to himself. Turning his gaze to Akainu, Lauren casually twisted his wrist. Uncle Whitebeard, you should go and save Ace. Warm up, Sakazuki will leave it to me. I need to find him to deal with some personal grievances. Realize Lauren. After there was no danger to Akainu, Whitebeard simply nodded, and ran directly over the Akainu to the execution platform. Okay, come and drink on my boat after I rescue Ace. Akainu did not make any move to intercept Whitebeard, because Lauren was staring at him from the opposite of Akainu. Lauren's gaze brought extreme psychological pressure to Akainu, giving him the feeling that he was locked in by the eyes of a hungry tiger when he was a child. At this moment, a golden flash broke the tense atmosphere between the two. Hey, Sakazuki, don't stand here anymore. Marco, the phoenix of the White Pearl Pirates, is really hard to deal with. I'm about to lose to the enemy. Countless golden spots of light gathered from the mid-air Kayabu's body, and the eyes under the brown sunglasses looked at Laurent seriously, but the voice still said lazily, on the contrary, let me help you hold Laurent. How could Kizaru, the strongest of the three generals, be defeated by Marco, the deputy emperor of the Whitebeard pirates? He just casually made an excuse to change formations and relieve the pressure on Akainu. Rockberry's ability is completely immune to Lauren. Akainu and Lauren's battle will be countless times worse. Although Kizaru has always maintained an attitude of doing things that don't concern himself, but when there is a real situation that affects the survival of the Navy in the face of great crisis, he still stood up. You be careful. Akainu also understood that he would not end well in a fight with Lauren. He nodded without hesitation, turned around and collided with Marco, who was chasing after Kayabu. Looking at Akainu, whose body was surrounded by rolling lava, Marco's body also burst into a more fiery blue flame. It's really troublesome. At the same time, the battle between Kizaru and Lauren is in full swing. Boom! The dazzling laser light galloped past Lauren's ear, causing a fire behind Lauren. I was evaded again. The ability to foresee the future is really difficult. Your arrogance is so terrifying. Kizaru said casually, and the fingertips of his 10 fingers were constantly flashing with golden light, shooting out one after another of lasers. Relying on his innate knowledge and domineering arrogance, Lauren proudly foresees the future attack trajectory of Kizaru, so that he can easily escape the laser attack that is full of light and rain. Although the yellow monkey couldn't hurt Lauren, but Lauren couldn't touch the yellow monkey, because the purpose of the yellow monkey was very clear, to hold back Lauren. The current style of Kizaru's fighting is quite cautious, that is, absolutely discord. Lauren is fighting close to him, and now Kizaru is always there. The laser light is released from a distance to restrict Lauren's movements, and once Lauren gets close to Kizaru, it will immediately. Elementalization pulls the distance again. Shishion couldn't touch the yellow monkey at all. The king's fist and the serious punch needed to be released close to the body, and the feeling of having no strength but not being able to make it out was very uncomfortable. Lauren once again realized his tricks when facing such agile opponents. Single fatigue. In the future, we must develop a new move that cannot even escape the speed of light. Close black lens bracket. Roran secretly said in his heart that developing new moves is not a one-time thing, so entanglement with Kizaru is just a waste of time, and now he needs an opportunity to break the current deadlock. Chapter 139. Open black lens bracket straw hat Luffy close black lens bracket. Looking at the execution platform not far away, Lauren rolled his eyes, gave up the confrontation with Kizaru, and rushed straight towards Ace. Fight, or the execution fails, you choose. How can it be a headache? Kizaru sighed deeply, his fingertips flashed a golden light like a cross again, but the target was not Lauren. What makes you think that if I don't fight you, this execution will fail? The dazzling golden light shot straight out from behind Lauren, and its target seemed to be Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform. The innate ability of seeing and domineering made Lauren see this move of Kizaru, and Lauren reacted. Very quickly condensed some body strength, life force and domineering into a black hole energy body at the fingertips, trying to use a serious punch to devour the laser light of the Japanese ape. But the ability of the glittering fruit is too fast. Lauren only absorbed a part of the laser light, and the remaining ray of laser light still charged towards Ace's eyebrows aggressively. Although the distance between Kizaru and Ace was more than 1,000 meters away, the speed of light was too fast, and Ace, who was wearing Heilushi handcuffs, was completely unable to avoid the light attack of Kizaru. Just when everyone thought that Ace was going to die, a hoarse cry fell from the sky and broke into everyone's ears. Ace. PFF'd. The dull sound of the laser bombarding the body sounded, and a slender figure stood in front of Ace, blocking the fatal blow for him. The straw hat carrying the beliefs of 3 generations on its head slowly fell on the execution platform, and the one who blocked the laser for Ace was the straw hat Luffy. Hee, I saved it. Facing Ace in front of him, Luffy had a big smile on his face, then rolled his eyes up and passed out. Luffy. All this happened so fast, no one could have imagined that Luffy would actually fall from the sky to protect Ace from his injuries. Looking at Luffy, who was powerless down on the execution platform, Garp and Ace's eyes suddenly became extremely red. Luffy's life or death was uncertain. Garp rushed over without thinking, hugged Luffy tightly in his arms, and shouted at the warring states, "Medical doctor! Call the military doctor quickly! If both grandsons died in Marin Vando today, my old comrade in arms would become a more terrifying existence than Whitebeard." Sengoku, who knew this very well, beckoned to the medical team on the side. "Come here. Treat Straw Hat Luffy." So a group of military doctors dressed in white walked up to the execution platform, surrounded Luffy, and started emergency treatment. I saw that after Luffy was exposed, there was a bloody hole as thick as a fist, through which the internal organs of the body were clearly visible. Fortunately, this laser light was shot by Lawrence, and it did not hit the key internal organs of Luffy, otherwise only God can save Luffy. Ace and Garp had never felt this panic before. They watched nervously as the medics were engrossed in dealing with Luffy's wounds, unable to utter a complete sentence. Humph. Akainu, who noticed the death of the execution platform, snorted coldly. "Ace's brother, is it the son of the revolutionary dragon?" "It's just death. It seems that I accidentally typed the wrong person." Kizaru also stretched out a finger again with a nonchalant expression on his face. "Then do it again." Before Whitebeard and the others stepped forward to intercept it, Warring States stopped Kizaru with one look. Behavior. Ace must die, but he must not die at the hands of Kizaru, or Garp will definitely kill Pulsalino. Through the eyes of Sengoku, Kizaru also understood his intention, and the flash of the fingertips gradually dimmed and disappeared. "It's ridiculous." Lauren's cold voice sounded. "What you call justice?" Kizaru spread his hands and said, "As a pirate, do you have any right to criticize the justice of others?" When Lauren raised his hand, he waved out, "It's as simple as that, victory is justice." A huge column of pure white light shot up into the sky, directly piercing through the body of the yellow monkey, blasting him into countless scattered spots of light. When the body was reorganized again, Kizaru didn't appear in Lauren's field of vision, because the Navy encountered a new crisis. Straw Hat Luffy was not the Malin Fando who broke in alone. With him, there were also a group of followers from EPUB. Prisoners who escaped from Erda prison. In the summary of the criminals, the ones who took the lead in rushing to the front were the Shemale King Ivankov, the sea hero Jinping, the sand crocodile and the clown Bucky. A revolutionary army cadre, 2 former Chihuahua, this lineup can be described as quite luxurious. Ah, it's a straw hat. Noticing that Luffy, who was bleeding on the execution platform, whose life and death were still uncertain, Ivankov's exaggerated face instantly pulled out an extremely frightened expression. Go to the execution stand, the straw hat is dangerous. I need to inject him with hormones. There's something wrong with the Straw Hat brothers. Hearing the news of Luffy, Jinbei rushed to the execution platform side by side with Ivankov without hesitation. Although Bucky and Crocodile were very reluctant, they still rushed over with the team. At this moment, the fine light spots poured in from a distance, forming a despairing figure. Yellow Ape stood in front of them, and his hands formed a triangle. You can't let you people pass, you are too dangerous. 8-foot mirror. Ding, ding, with a pleasant and light sound, the light refracted back and forth bounced back and forth among the prisoners, instantly weaving a dense light net, and the screams were heard one after another. Most of the prisoners' ranks were directly incapacitated. Staring at Jinbei, Ivankov and others, Kizaru raised his hands again. It's really tenacious. However, before Kizaru launched the second wave of attacks, Lauren also rushed over, and with a punch, Kizaru had to avoid his edge and retreat to the side. Although Kizaru is not afraid of entanglement with Lauren, he is also very clear that the error tolerance rate against Lauren is almost zero, and he must concentrate on avoiding every attack from Lauren, because as long as Lauren hits a punch, he will end up either dead or disabled. This, you are. Ivankov looked at Lauren with a look of surprise. It was rare for a young admiral to be so cautious. Laurent waved his hand. Just call me Laurent, give it to me, and you can hurry to the execution platform. Okay Lauren, be careful. Ivankov stopped talking nonsense, and continued to attack the execution platform with the remaining prisoners who could act. Don't worry, Huang Yuan will never appear in front of you again. Chapter 140 _ Severely Injured Kiwi. What a big tone, God of Destruction Lauren. Kizaru shuttled behind Lauren with a face full of yin and yang. Perhaps it was Lauren's previous performance that made Kizaru relax his vigilance. This time, he did not choose to use the laser light to suppress the fire from a distance, but drew a touch of gold on his toes. Arc Light tore the air around him with his raised right leg and attacked at Lauren. Have you been kicked by light? However, in the face of Kizaru's light speed kick, it was as if Lauren didn't react at all, and his body didn't move at all. Not normal. Kizaru felt that something was wrong. Lauren had the ability to predict the future. Facing his own light speed kick, even if he reacted slowly, he could not be unresponsive. Facts confirmed Kizaru's conjecture. The strange gravitational force came from behind Lauren, so frightened Kizaru hurriedly stopped and retracted the kicked right leg. The body turned into countless photons and regrouped in the distance, and it was only then that Kizaru discovered that Lauren had covered a layer of black hole energy behind him at some point. Hey, it's really dangerous. Kazuna said in an exaggerated tone. It's terrifying to almost lose a leg. Although I couldn't hear anything in the tone, the fearful eyes behind the brown sunglasses really showed the violent fluctuations in Kizaru's heart. Only then did Lauren turn around, looking at Kizaru with a fierce fighting spirit, and said, In your opinion, is light invincible? The old man was just careless. As long as you don't get close to it, light is invincible. Kazuna clasped his hands together, and accumulated a dazzling light. His hands open, Kizaru turned into a golden light and flew towards Lauren, constantly refracting through the surrounding buildings. 8-foot mirror. Different from before, Kizaru didn't use the 8-foot mirror to repeatedly collide with Lauren, but at every turn, the point appeared and bombarded Lauren with laser light. The ability of the glittering fruit was brought into full play by Kizaru, and he alone perfectly reproduced the concentrated laser bombardment just completed by countless pacifists. Unlike before, this time Lauren did not give the laser beam a chance to concentrate and explode. The hands covered by the black hole energy body spun around the body, and the space around Lauren's body was slightly distorted, and the laser beam from all directions followed. The distortion of space has changed direction, and all deviate from the original orbit and fly to other directions. Boom, 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 boom. The roar of the explosion came one after another, and orange-red flames shot up from Marlene Fando in all directions. A large number of naval soldiers who had been stunned by Lauren's domineering aura were affected in a coma. Bai died in the explosion. It's really annoying. Kazuna, looking at the dead and wounded Navy with complicated eyes. This scene is obviously not what Kizaru wants to see. Not every general can ignore the life and death of ordinary soldiers like Red. If you can refract the laser beam, what can you do about it? Taking a leap into the air, Kizaru opened his arms, and Wu's light bullets roared out from his body, sweeping towards Lauren. 8-foot Chonguyu. The dense golden light bullets like a torrential rain of pear flowers covered almost all of Lauren's retreat paths. The face of Kizaru's menacing attack without dead ends. Lauren smiled slightly, and a strange red flashed in his eyes. Mang. The king's engine is fully open. The silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, and Lauren pointed a finger in the air, using a domineering look to set a target on Kizaru's body, and then swayed his body, freeing from the gaps of countless light bombs shuttle, dragged a long afterimage and rushed to the front of the yellow monkey, whispering in his ear, "If light is invincible, then the invincible you, will you bleed?" A steady stream flowed out, the last brain poured into his hands. Facing the heart of Kizaru, Lauren slammed a punch. Kazuna's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that Lauren neither blocked the light projectile with a serious punch, nor retreated from the temporary edge, but would single-handedly attack with 8-foot Chonguyu. Kizaru was startled, his body subconsciously stagnated for a second, and he did not escape in time. Time to escape. The body on the left quickly disintegrated and split, and the first time he reacted, Kizaru immediately begins to completely elementalize the body to try to avoid damage. Kizaru was still a step behind. Although he had already elementalized his heart, he would not be instantly killed by Lauren with one punch, but his body was not able to transfer his entire body to other places in an instant. In the end, Lauren's the straight punch still hit a group of photons. Although there is no arm domineering on his fist, but Lauren has Halushi gloves on his hand, and a natural restraint force makes the photon that has been hit by Lauren dissipate in an instant. That part of the body. Lauren stared at Kizaru thoughtfully, and after a successful strike, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind, the prototype of a new move. On the other side, the bright red blood flowed out from the large wound on the left side of the lower abdomen of Kizaru. His face no longer had the lazy expression of the past, and the palm of his hand was covered with a layer of golden light. The hand covered the wound on the left abdomen. Hiss. The sound of teppanyaki meat sounded, and big drops of cold sweat fell from Kizaru's forehead. The high temperature brought by the flash made his exposed wound instantly scorch and tighten, stopping the blood flow. Since this was a wound caused by Halushi, the yellow monkey could not control the muscles near the wound at all, and could not use his life to return to stop the bleeding. In a desperate situation, the yellow monkey could only stop the bleeding roughly. If light also hurts, does light also pass away and die? Rorin rushed towards Kizaru like a ghost again, and the idea of a new move in his mind was about to come out. He needed a battle to confirm his thoughts, and the Kizaru in front of him was undoubtedly the best test item. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the rope. After being injured because of distraction, Kizaru has been watching Lauren attentively, relying on his domineering perception. Almost at the moment of Lauren's action, Kizaru turned into a streamer and fled to the distance, and Lauren pulled distanced. Even if the yellow monkey was seriously injured, the speed of the glittering fruit was still unmatched by Lauren. At this time, a huge black figure wrapped in a cloak suddenly fell from the sky of Marin Fando, and after arousing the smoke and dust in the sky, it stood firmly in the field, and it was very coincidental that it blocked the inevitable passage of Kizaru. On the road.